Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of SewCreative Live Christmas. Who's having fun? I hope everybody's having a wonderful time. We have enjoyed all the education and all of the wonderful deals. And I was looking at the comments this morning, seeing some reoccurring names. So I just wanted to give a shout out to a few people. We've got Rebecca Newell. She is always here. Thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate you. Got Carrie Ann from Tennessee. Good morning. Lena Lamb from Ohio. Kathy Palmer. Good morning. Lexington, South Carolina. What's the weather like, guys? We want to hear how everybody is doing. We've got Paula Becker. We're gloomy. We've been gloomy for the last 3 or 4 days. So we need a little sunshine. Got Cynthia Crafts. So, well, thank you, guys. We appreciate you all joining us for the last 3 days. And I was actually thinking about this morning. Can you throw a 1 in the comments if you've joined us for all of our lives so far? So we had the one in September, our Cyber Monday, and our Christmas. I'm hoping that we see some 1s in there. Also, I want to bring up Brian so you can say good morning too. We all know Brian. We had a little bit of an issue yesterday with audio, so he wasn't able to come on as much, but we got it figured out, I think.
Yeah, I think we got it figured out today. I think it's a little better. I got a better mic on this time, so I think people are going to be able to see me.
Wonderful. Well, I hear somebody finished their final last night.
Yes, I'm so happy. I've mentioned it a couple times. I am going back to college. I'm 28, but I'm a freshman at Nashville State Community College. Studying multimedia, so stuff like this, so I can make these lives as amazing as possible. And I finished my last 2 finals for my first year in college, and I maintained my 4.0 GPA, which is really cool. But my favorite part of finishing my finals is I get to knock off all of my textbooks off my desk and put my sewing machine back on it, because I haven't been able to sew all semester because I live in a small apartment and I have only one desk, so I'm putting my sewing machine back on and I'm getting back to sewing this winter.
That sounds like a fabulous plan.
Yep. Really quickly, I also wanted to shout out a couple people last night that I saw on Facebook, and I saw that they were our top fans, or they had 5-year anniversaries of following us. So Cindy Shelley, thank you so much. You've been a follower for 5 years. That's really awesome. Cheryl Berry, she sent us stars yesterday, which I didn't even know what that was, but I guess that's I guess you can send stars during live streams or on comments, and it's like a super or something like that. So thank you so much, Cheryl. We got Marie Sanders. She's one of our top fans. Lisa Hunter is a 2-year anniversary of following us. Christy Gogolin, she is a top fan. And Karen Cordet, she is one of our top fans. Oh, and Heather M. Grayson. So thank y'all. I saw y'all in the comments on our stream yesterday, and I just wanted to say hi and thank you.
We really appreciate you. We love seeing familiar names. We love seeing new names as well, but it's always cool when you're like, hey, we know them. So yeah, it feels pretty special to us. So
definitely.
We appreciate you. All right, well, we want to do a little bit of a recap before we officially get started. So let's talk about our giveaway. So who hung around yesterday to hear our little surprise? I mean, it was a pretty big surprise. We decided, instead of just the Triumph, which is totally amazing, by the way, $7,500 value, at the end of yesterday, we decided to bump it up to an $8,500 grand prize. We're going to add in a $500 gift card to Sewing Parts Online and a $500 gift card to ineedfabric.com. You are going to be completely set up, right? So if you're new to our stream and not really sure how we're doing our giveaways, let's go ahead and recap how we are doing that. Brian, do you want to explain the surprise Christmas word?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So basically every segment, we're going to have what's called a surprise Christmas word. It's almost like a scavenger hunt. It could pop up on your screen like this. It could be down in the little ticker that goes across the screen. It might be in the comments. Usually we put it up a couple times, so there's multiple opportunities to find it. And so you put in that surprise Christmas word with the hashtag before it. Has to have the hashtag in the comments for the giveaway tool to read it. You put it in and you win whatever prize we're giving away that segment if you get drawn. And then after that segment, I'm going to reset the giveaway tool, and then we're going to give you another surprise Christmas word. So it resets every hour. So you have to stay on the stream to try to find it.
It's a whole lot of fun. We're enjoying it. Now, also, just to all of the educators that are joining us, we apologize in advance if the little pop-up on the screen throws you off. We're like, we didn't really think about that, but we probably should have warned you. But anywho, I also want to let you know that for claiming your prize, do you mind popping up that overlay? So anybody that won anything yesterday, to claim your prize, please go visit our link tree. That's going to be linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out the form, and we'll get you taken care of. We'll have to verify everything at the end of the event, and then we will get that all sent out for you. You can also visit us at sewingpartsonline/SewCreative Live and fill out the form there. There's a little giveaway section that you can click. Also, I don't know if you've noticed it, but if you've gone to our website, we have a banner up at the top. It has Sew Season 22. That is a 15% coupon code that is eligible for many, many items, over 34,000. So if you're looking for Christmas gifts, if they're not mentioned on the deals during this event, we've got you covered. Also, speaking of deals, we've had some questions regarding how long the sale lasts. It is done tonight at 11:59 Central Standard Time. So please make sure that you get your orders in. If you have any questions, our customer service is ready and willing to help you. We've got special event pricing on everything. So this is really cool. Even if I didn't say it yesterday, a lot of things, we talked to our manager and he's like, Christmas surprise. Christmas event pricing, so special event pricing. Very, very good deals. We'll recap throughout the day, and we're just looking forward to a whole lot of education. And the next person up is going to be a first-time visitor here. We're really excited to have Karen Miller. When she comes on, we will have her introduce herself and what she's about. I also want to let you know right before we get started is the first prize is going to be a $75 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate, like my beautiful little sign. You probably can't even read that very well. Oh, sorry. I was hoping that you could see it. And a pedal stay. This is really, really convenient. It's one of our best sellers. It has little teeth on the back where it will grip into carpet, and you can put your foot control on it so it's not sliding all over and running away from you. It's a really, really cool product. I do have a question every once in a while where people will ask, does it work on hardwood floors? I'm going to be honest and let you know it doesn't work that great on hardwood floors, but it works awesome on carpet because of those little teeth. So we are going to officially get started here in just a second. All right, well, we are back and we are going to pull up Karen Miller. She's with Aurifil and she's going to tell a little bit about herself.
Hi, thank you so much, Tricia and Brian, for having me. I'm really excited to be here today. I was on early and listening to all that upbeat music, the Christmas music and everything. So awesome. Yeah, I was like, okay, relax, chill out a little bit. I'm really happy you guys are having me here today. Thank you. And I'll give everybody just a little background because I have a lot of beautiful projects to show you and some great information to share. But I am Karen Miller. I have my own company, Redbird Quilt Co., but I am the master educator for Aurifil USA. I've been with Aurifil for several years now, and mainly because I fell in love with their threads probably about 12 years ago when I started using them for free motion quilting. So you're going to see a lot of fun things that I've done over the years with all the weights of Aurifil thread and all of my projects that I'm just so proud of and so happy to create because I love their thread. I've been very blessed to meet all the owners of Aurifil and to spend time one-on-one with them and to have direct access to the great folks at Italy and in Chicago. And yeah, so I head up their Aura Philosophy program, which is an education program. And I get to work with all the designers and all the homies in Chicago. So it's so much fun. And I can't wait to share everything with you today.
Well, we look forward to it. It was a pleasure meeting you yesterday. We did a little test beforehand, so it was so nice to speak
Thank
with you. And now we'll let everybody enjoy all of your information. So if you have any questions,
Awesome.
Karen, just let me know and I'll pop on. Otherwise, you can go ahead and take it away.
All right, awesome. And if anyone has questions while we're doing this, just pop them in the chat box and I'd be happy to answer them or now or later. And yeah, we'll make sure we wrap everything up in a timely manner. But thank you again all for joining me. I'm going to start out by showing you some great projects because it's all about the quilting today. If you're not using Aurifil thread already, I hope you'll be inspired to use the Aurifil thread when we're done. And I see Rachel just popped in a link to the color card. That's over here behind my right shoulder. Maybe it looks left to you. The color card is an awesome thing to have. And Brian, if you wouldn't mind throwing up my screen share real quick, then I'll start with those slides and those projects that I'm really excited to share with everybody. I just want you to notice on this first slide that I have all the different weights of thread down along the bottom of the screen on, I don't know, what is it, on the left side. And all those different weights of thread are thread weights that I'm going to talk about today. They're all different weights of thread that I've used for free motion quilting over the years, and I'm going to show you which weights I've used in which projects. So let me see, let me just scroll forward here to the next page. And again, if you have any questions, whoops, maybe I will. Okay, here's the first project I want to share with you. This is called Zoe the Giraffe. It's a panel. For those of you out there that are free motion quilting on your home machines right now, you can put a 1 if you're free motion quilting in the comments on your home machine. But if you're quilting on a Longarm or something other than your home machine, maybe that beautiful sit down machine, put a 2 out there if it's other than a home sewing machine and you're doing your own quilting. So 1 in the comments if you're quilting on your home machine, and 2 if you're quilting but on something else. So I'd love to know. Oh, wow, look at all those 1s. Awesome. That is so exciting. I hope some of you are already, we're already friends out there. I can't look at all the names, but this project was one of the ones I shared years ago, Zoe the Giraffe by World of Susie B. It's a panel, and I used all those weights of thread. I used 50 on the orange spool, 40 on the green spool, and 28 weight to quilt this. And generally when I quilt a panel, something where I want a character to say pop out, I will use a heavier weight thread, and that's the 28 weight in the middle in the gray spool. That's the heaviest weight I used on this. I will use a heavyweight thread to kind of draw accents into that center character. So in this case, I outlined all the giraffe in the heavier weight threads, and it was so, so much fun. So I'm going to go on to show you a little bit more detail about Zoe. You can see that I also quilted on his face, or on their faces. I quilted a lot of stuff in the background. And one thing I want to point out about quilting in the background is that if you quilt too much, you're going to smush everything down and you're not going to have any texture and your quilt's going to be a little bit stiff. So in this case, I tried to do this really light and flowy quilting on the background. And in a few slides from now, I have details about what needle I recommend by weight, what I recommend in the bobbin, and how you need to adjust your tension. So we'll talk about all that as I flow through these projects, and then I'll summarize it on that one slide that's coming up. And then I also have other projects to show you that aren't on slides. So we got a lot to get through. I'm excited. So you'll see that in the middle where I do maybe a little bit more quilting in the blue space, I'll use a lighter weight thread because I don't really want the thread to bog things down, but I use a lighter weight thread there, and that works out really well. And I love that because I used in this particular project 2 layers of wool batting that that it made everything poof, right? So when you're quilting for someone, like for a display quilt or something that's going to just go on the wall or the floor, you can use all that batting to get that beautiful texture to come out. So that's what I did. And this is all about Aurifil thread. So the next project I did, and this project was created by my sister Janet, and she was inspired by a pattern called the Whimsical Bicycle by Sally Mankey. That's what Janet was inspired by to do this particular piece. And this is, we refer to it as the bicycle quilt. So if you look at hashtag the bicycle quilt online, you'll see a lot of different pictures of this as I was preparing it and quilting it on my home machine. Again, this was quilted on my home machine, all with Aurifil thread. Notice on the left side that I used monofilament, the Aurifil nylon monofilament. It's a very clear, it's clear, it's like fishing line. But that monofilament came in so wonderfully because all those little pieces of applique that you see on this project, they were just fused down with a lightweight fusible. And I said to my sister, I said, sister, I said, that's never going to stay down. I'm going to have to quilt it. And she's like, yeah, do whatever you need to do. You know, it might take me a year to do it, but I finally do get it done. So I used the monofilament on those little appliques, and I'll show you in another picture how sweet that looks and how wonderful that came out. And the other two weights of thread I use are the 50 weight on the orange spool, and then the 40 weight on the green spool. Now, I'd love to know also, while we're on here, how many of you are using the orange spool, the 50 weight thread? It's a 2-ply cotton thread to do your piecing. If you aren't piecing with Aurifil 50 weight thread right now, please do yourself a favor. Grab a spool from the online shop and get some 50 weight for your piecing. But I'd love to know in the comments, throw a 1 or throw a wow out there if you use 50 weight for your piecing right now. I would really, really love to know that. It is the best thread because it's only 2-ply. It allows your seams to press flat, flat, flat. So I'm going to keep moving on. The bicycle quilt. Let me show you some details about it. Here's a little bit of detail. A lot of pebbles, a lot of feathers, a lot of micro stippling. So when you're going to do some dense machine quilting, that Aurifil 50 weight thread comes in beautifully because it is so fine. You can do really tight stitching, really dense machine stitching, and not worry about a lot of buildup, a lot of thread buildup. So you know that noise your machine makes when it's stitching over previously stitched areas, that clunk, 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 it's really unhappy. Well, that doesn't happen so much with the Aurifil 50 weight thread. So I love it for that purpose. So you'll see, actually in the next slide, and maybe even more, the detail micro stippling I did with the 50 weight thread. And then the 40 weight thread on the green spool, the main reason I used that, switched between 50 and 40, was because I didn't have the right color. You'll see on the slide how where the hummingbird is. See how the background fabric that Janet used is slightly darker? Well, I didn't have exactly the right color in one weight or the other, so I just kind of used 50 and 40 interchangeably in this case. So I just love how that worked out. Now this slide, you can see all that really dense micro stippling that I did. See how tiny stitches. I really just kind of did eensy beensy tiny loop-de-loops. This is all on my home machine, but on my home machine, I find I have so much more control over the sewing machine and over the stitches. So with a needle as small as a 75 or an 80, you can do the 50 Aurifil 50 weight thread on that very easily. And I almost always use Aurifil 50 weight in the bobbin. And thank you for all the sweet comments. And I'm so glad that you guys are getting it in the secret word. So you're going to be eligible for the giveaway because I have a giveaway as well. So let me show you this next slide, because here you'll see where the Aurifil monofilament, the Aurifil nylon monofilament came into play. And I know you can't see me very well, but this is just one. We don't need to switch, Brian, we're fine. These are little tiny, what they call large spools of Aurifil monofilament that I'm showing you here. One is smoke colored and one is clear. And this is, in this particular case, what I'm showing you is I use the clear monofilament. Now, I've written several blog posts for Aurifil about using the monofilament. One thing I would highly recommend if you're going to use it is that you increase your stitch length. Now, in my case, I was free motion quilting. I was moving the fabric. There was no stitch regulator. There's no a walking foot, none of that involved. So I'm trying to not stitch so quickly and take larger chunks, because I believe that the monofilament lays down nicer when it has a longer stitch length. So there you can see how beautiful the monofilament works in this particular case. And again, because I use 2 layers of batting, you can see all that poof in the background there, where the applique, because it's not stitched on, only on the edge, it really, really poofs out. So it does a wonderful job. Now this project is one that I stitched, ages ago with the Aurifil 50 weight thread on the orange spool. You'll see that on the left side. And this was just some free motion feathers. I have feather tutorials on my blog and on my website. So please visit there. You can visit redbirdquiltco.com to get the link over to my blog. That will get you some of the free tutorials that I have out there. These are just curled feathers, but what I want to point out is the 50 weight thread is so fine. If you match the color of the thread to your background fabric here, you're not going to have any trouble at all. Like your stitches aren't going to show up, your stitches aren't going to be the center stage, but the actual texture becomes center stage because, again, there's 2 layers of batting behind this particular piece. Now here's a quilt that I stitched with Aurifil 40 weight 3-ply thread. For all of you that have a long arm, if you have a sit down machine or a long arm, be sure to put that 2 in there for me again, because I sort of missed that. If you're stitching on a long arm or a sit down long arm, a mid arm, put a 2 in the comments for me. Because this thread, the Aurifil 40 weight 3-ply thread, this is 3 strands twisted together. It's on a yellow cone. It only comes on a cone. This is perfect for long arm quilters. Oh, there's a few of you. Thank you so much. A 2 if you're sitting on or you're quilting on a sit down long arm, or a long arm on a frame. Maybe one of those Grace frames even that we've seen so many beautiful things from them, the ladies this week. This was all done on 40 weight 3-ply. It only comes on the cone. That extra ply of thread on there helps with the strength of the thread, because you can stitch so many stitches per inch on those machines. So that is exactly why on this particular quilt, it's the Aurifil 2019 Designer of the Month quilt, I stitched with a 40 weight 3-ply. I used several different colors of the 40 weight 3-ply because some of the setting blocks that were created by Pat Sloan, the whole overall setting diagram was created by Pat. They had a lot of different reddish colors in them, so I had fun using variegated thread of the 40 weight 3-ply there. And then I just changed the color of my thread for the backgrounds that the different designers used. And here's a sample. This particular block was mine. I was really honored to be one of the designers for that. This block, then you can see at the top where there's no quilting at all, and then I kind of just smushed in the bottom where the quilting was done. With the 40 weight 3-ply, it really just lays down nicely. This one was one of the only quilts I'm going to show you today that was done on a long arm. It was done on a long arm, so I could go any direction, I could go any speed, I didn't have any thread breakage, and I almost always use either Aurifil 50 weight or 40 weight 2-ply in the bobbin. I love to use an MR, for those of you that are long arm quilters, the Grote-Speckert MR needles. They're a multi-range needle. They allow you to stitch left to right, right to left, and they just work beautifully for this Aurifil. So these are, oh, and the flower, I just saw a comment about the flowers. Those are a faux ruched flower. I think that tutorial is out on my blog as well. And actually, this was a free block that I prepared for this quilt. So that is out on the Aurifil blog. Moving on, because I can just talk forever. Let's talk about machine setup. First, I'll tell you about this project. This project, the little quilted heart, was done on a featherweight machine. If you have a featherweight, go ahead and throw featherweight into the comments. And have you ever quilted on it? Let me know that too. I wrote some blog posts for Aurifil out on their Aura Buzz blog about quilting on a featherweight, and I fell in love with it. So I did this little feather heart with my friend Wendy Shepard. We both made hearts with weights of thread that we hadn't used before. So in my case, this was done with the 80 weight thread. That's a 2-ply, very fine weight thread. It was originally made for needle turn applique, for English paper piecing, but those of us, like you know who you are, that are addicted to free motion quilting will definitely want to use this on your sewing machines for some quilting. What you can do is really good micro stippling. It's got a lot of detail to it. It's a great thread to use. Now, note though that it only comes on that tiny little spool, so you're not going to get a big cone of it, but I do love stitching with it. And you can use 50 weight in the bobbin. Use 50 weight in the bobbin because the 80 weight's a little more expensive, so you don't want to waste your 80 weight in the bobbin. Just make sure you get a lot of spools, or a cone, better yet, of 50 weight to use in your bobbin. So let's talk machine setup. You see it here. You've already read it a million times while I've been chatting away. Make sure your machine is clean and serviced. Get that good technician on your machine. Do it regularly, once a year. Do your oiling or whatever cleaning you have to do regularly yourself. It's really important for successful free motion quilting. Feed dog dropped or covered. In the case of this 220 222 featherweight, it had to be covered, right? Needle down option if you have a machine, or you're purchasing one this week on these great prices that you're seeing. Make sure you get one that has a needle down option, because when you stop stitching, you want your needle to stop in the down position so you don't knock your project out of alignment when you're getting ready to begin stitching again. Darning foot. You've got to have personally, I am addicted to a round darning foot. I could talk all day about just darning feet, but I just want to say I love a darning foot that doesn't hop. And I also love one that's got a rounded shape, either a horseshoe shape where it's open and you can see into the needle, or a completely round shape. It just seems to help me make more round pebbles, more round feather tips and things like that. So that's my 2 cents on a darning foot. Machine bed flush with your tabletop. That is so important. If you are in love with free motion quilting and you don't have that, you're going to be even more in love if you do have that. And I watched the session from So Steady. I also watched the session from Arrow. And I have to tell you, I have both extension tables and I have a Gidget 2 here in my studio. Actually, the Gidget 2 is right over here on my right. I use the Gidget 2 because it's by Arrow, because it's a portable table. It allows me to knock it down, take it to a guild, take it to a shop, wherever. If I'm doing a program somewhere, it allows me to take my table with me. And then I have the acrylic insert that actually came with my machine, but you can get acrylic inserts from So Steady, and all of that setup is worth its weight in gold. If you don't need a portable table, one of the Arrow tables with the acrylic extensions around it is the go-to thing to do. So make sure you invest in your success and make sure you have a machine bed that's flush with your tabletop, no matter how you choose to do that. Okay, moving on. Notions. Glider or slider. I don't know how many of you are doing this, but there's several different options for a glider or slider. I brought one. There's one today. This is a Supreme slider that's on the website. You can see it there and buy it today. This helps your fabric glide across your quilt top with ease. Now, if you're getting one of those great So Steady deals that are going on right now, they also have a glider, and they have like the grid glider, and those are great deals as well. Anything that will help your fabric slide across the bed of your machine easier. Machinger's gloves are another one of my favorites. I never stitch without a glove. These are also out on the Sewing Parts Online website. I would buy them, if you're buying them without trying them on, buy them extra small, or get something smaller than what you think you need. There is a guide on the back that shows you maybe how your hand fits on there. My hand is quite chunky, so I bought mine extra small because I don't want extra in my fingertips. I want to be able to control my fabric, not have my fingers get in the way. So Machinger's gloves. Another one of my favorite tools is a Hera marker by Clover. This is a Hera marker. It's just a piece of acrylic. It allows me to mark gentle lines, straight lines on my fabric without putting any chemicals on my fabric at all. So I love my Hera marker, also out on the website. Those are a few of my favorite notions. I also use the Dritz purple and blue pens. One's air erasable, one's water erasable. I also love the Quilter's Preview paper. I'm just going to talk about it really quickly, but it is one of my favorite notions. It's clear paper that I lay right over top of my quilt top, and I use a dry erase or a permanent marker on the paper, only on the paper, in order to test drive my designs. You'll find this out on the website as well. I don't mark the designs on my fabric. I'm just test driving them in full size when I can put the preview paper over top of my quilt top. So you know that. Another great thing is good lighting. Without good lighting, especially with the age of my eyes, I'm completely in trouble. So good lighting. And before I leave this quilt, this is Simply Spring Fleur quilt. It's one that I prepared for Barry J., a designer for Art Gallery Fabrics, years ago. I used some rulers, some curved rulers. I did some ruler work, and I used Aurifil 50 weight and also 12 weight thread on this particular design. Now let's talk needles really quickly. If you're going to start a new project, put a new needle in. Do yourself a favor. My favorite saying is, a needle is the best $1.25 investment you can make in your quilting. It really, truly, truly is. I cannot stress this enough. I'm going to tell you what my favorite is. My favorite needle is a top stitch needle. The reason it's my favorite is because a top stitch needle has a groove all the way down the front of it. You can see it on your slide. The groove goes all the way down the shaft. Also, a top stitch needle has an elongated eye. So for those two reasons, it allows me to work with my heavier weight threads, how I love to put those heavier weight threads in for my quilting. And my thread has a place to hide when it's going through all the layers of fabric batting and fusible or whatever else you may have. Now, quilting and Microtech Sharps needles are awesome as well. It's just like the quilting needles don't have the elongated eye. Also, if you can get a chrome or a titanium coated needle, that will make your needle last longer. It doesn't make it stronger. It doesn't mean it won't break, none of those, but it does make your needle last longer in the big scheme of things. So generally they say you should change your needle about every 8 hours of stitching. I think you can get away with 15 hours of stitching if you have a chrome or titanium coated point. It just keeps your point sharper longer. So let's move on. Here's just a quick chart that hopefully you can come back and refer to later that shows you all the weights of thread that Aurifil makes and what color cone they're on. And I've talked about some of them already today. I haven't talked about the floss. Aurifil does make a DMC-like floss 6-strand divisible floss. It comes on a wooden spool, but all Aurifil threads are 100% Egyptian cotton, long staple Egyptian cotton. Because of the manufacturing process that Aurifil does, they're virtually lint-free. There's mercerization. There's also a paraffin oil bath that they put them through. Your machine will love you. I know I'm addicted to it. I think you will be too. Here's that chart that I mentioned about the needle sizes. You have to remember if you're going to use a heavier weight thread. And by the way, this quilt is called a quilter's doodle quilt. It's all Aurifil 28 weight thread that I prepared here at home on my home machine. The thing to remember is if you put a heavier weight thread in your machine, that means the eye of your needle needs to be larger. So you can't stitch with Aurifil 28 weight thread in a 70 needle that you might use for your piecing, or a 75 needle that you might use with your piecing with a finer thread. So be sure to take advantage of changing your needle when you change your thread weight. I just saw a comment flow through about embroidery machines. Actually, Aurifil 40 weight thread on the green spool was originally made for multi-head embroidery machines. So yes, these can be used on embroidery machines, and you may have to slow down a little bit your embroidery stitches, but you can absolutely use 100% cotton thread or Aurifil thread in your embroidery machine. So there's a shot of what needle sizes we recommend by weight of thread that you're putting in your machine. Also, almost always Aurifil 50 weight works in the bobbin. It's the most cost-effective weight. So you want to buy a cone of that or two. And remember that tension adjustments may need to be required if you're changing the difference in your top thread and your bobbin thread. Generally, if the thread on top is heavier or thicker, you can lower your top tension to a lower number because now the thread is thicker than the bobbin thread. So keep that in mind. And let me go on. Let's talk spools positioning because we're running out of time here. Remember with those cross-wound spools, the way most of the Aurifil spools are, that thread wants to be delivered over the top. Whether your machine is vertical or horizontal, the thread wants to come off over the top. So just keep in mind that you want, if you're going to mount it horizontally, only use a tiny, small spool cap. Don't have a great big chunky spool cap on there. You don't want your thread to touch anything but your machine guides. So keep that in mind. And I want to show you this one last chart here. Did you know that on the Aurifil large spools of thread, oh, I suppose I should have one around here somewhere, that this bottom flange comes off? Just like you can see on your diagram, the bottom flange pops off, and that's where you're always going to find the beginning of your spool. And you can always put that thread back under there and put the flange back on to keep your threads in check when you're not stitching. Remember, don't put the bottom flange on too tightly, because sometimes if the flange is on too tight, it will restrict the thread from coming off the bottom edge. Okay, see, where am I at? Okay, I have one more project that I used all the threads with, and this was a quilt. This was Redbird Quilt Co. Great Blue. This was so much fun. I used the threads from my Subtle Sampler collection, which we're going to give away this Subtle Sampler. Actually, Aurifil is going to give away this Subtle Sampler collection today to one lucky winner. And this has all the thread weights in it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be around anymore. It's getting phased out so that I can get another collection going next year. But this particular quilt was done with that. And Brian, if you would mind bringing the screen share down, let me show just a couple other projects I did with different weights of thread. Uh-oh, I'm losing stuff. Let me switch you to another camera real quick, and then we will try to answer any questions that we may have. Let me show you this quick project, though. This project is another one that I did with the Subtle Sampler. In the Subtle Sampler, there's 12 weight threads. So notice that you can actually make French knots with the 12 weight thread. You can also use it. You saw it on some of the quilts I showed you on a really heavy, like a walking stitch binding. It works for that as well. Let me show you a couple of things also. These are little hearts that were done with different weights of Aurifil thread. This weight, the yellow one, was the 28 weight. The green one was the one that I showed you with the 80 weight. And let me try to bring them closer for you so that you can maybe see the stitches. Do you see the difference in the chunkiness of the stitches? The 28 weight, the heavier weight on the gray spool, is on the yellow. And then the 80 weight thread was the mint green one. Really, really fun to play with different weights of thread, 50 weight in the bobbin all the time. Here's another sample I wanted to share with you because it's got Aurifil floss on it. Now, all the free motion quilting was done on a home machine with 50 weight thread. And then over here on the side, you're going to see some decorative machine stitches, but you're also going to see work done with a few strands of Aurifil floss. This collection is called Indigo. It's Blue Collection by Wendy Shepard for Aurifil. And one other fun little project that I did this fall was my free motion quilted pumpkin. That was all Aurifil 50 weight thread, really, really fine. I shared the pattern for that to my newsletter subscribers. So if you want to get it again in the future, that's probably the best way to do it, or keep an eye on my website on redbirdquiltco.com. And then one last thing I wanted to show you was this pretty little quilt that's just a mini wall hanging of spring wrens. And again, I used the Aurifil 50 weight. Whoops, let's see if we can get it to focus for us. To do some French knots and to do all the wool applique was Aurifil 50 weight. But look in the background on that McTavish style quilting that was done with Aurifil 80 weight. I'm sorry, 50 weight, not 80 weight. This is Aurifil 50 weight. So those were the fun other projects that I wanted to show you. I hope you've been seeing them. Uh-oh, I'm not sure that I shared. Oh, I think I did. Anyway, let me come back to me and oh, I hope I shared that. Were you seeing my project?
Great job, Karen. Oh my goodness. I hate to even cut you off.
Hear you.
Such an amazing.
Can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me? Can't hear?
Uh-oh. No.
What?
Maybe my speaker. Let me put you on a different speaker. Oopsie.
Can you let us know in the comments if you can hear me?
Oh yeah, it is my speaker. Hold on. I'm switching.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. How about now?
I can hear you.
Aw.
Can you hear? Let us know in the comments if you can hear Trisha and I.
I have to turn you up. Hold on. Keep talking for me, Trish, please.
Okay, I'll keep talking.
Oh, there you are.
Yay. I was saying I did not even want to cut you off. You had so much fabulous information. I'm like, what a great start to day number 3. This was awesome.
Yay.
And I don't know about everybody else watching out there, but put a 1 in the comments if you are going to go back and watch the replay on our YouTube, because that was filled with so much information that I'm like trying to process. Like,
oh, thank you. There's always so much to share. I could talk for hours. That's why we created the Aurifilosophy program, so we can talk for hours about Aurifil. So if anyone out there is interested in that program, jump out to the Aurifil website and look at the Aurifilosophy program.
All right. Well, why don't we scooch on and give away that awesome thread? And
yes.
We'll have to kick you off for a little bit, but you'll hopefully be coming back to join us because we really enjoyed that segment.
Awesome.
All right. Let's see who the winner is. And that's the 12 spools of that Aurifil thread. How
It
awesome.
is all the weights, so you can test drive all these things that we've talked about today. Simone,
Hera,
yay!
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Two-time winner.
And you will
All right.
collect Simone's mailing information for me so we can
Yes.
get this out here to her.
Yep, we'll be in communication
you.
with you, Karen. Thank you so much for joining us. We really, really enjoyed that segment, and we'll hopefully have you on in the future.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. You've got a lot of great presentations coming up. Have fun, everyone.
Thank you, Karen. All right, you guys, that was amazing. I really, really enjoyed it. So let's go ahead and do another winner. We've got the $75 gift certificate to Sewing Parts Online and the pedal stay. Let's pick our next winner. Okay. Let's see who we have. Catherine DeWitt, congratulations. You are the winner for this one. And just a reminder, the next surprise Christmas word is going to be a gift card valuing $100 for Sewing Parts Online. So make sure to keep an eye out for that. Also, after Grace, we have Nichole with Crimson and Scarlet, and she's going to be showing us how to make a boxy bag. Perfect project for Christmas. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we're going to pull up our friends at Grace and say good morning. Good morning,
Good
you
morning,
guys.
Trish. How are you?
Good morning.
We're doing fabulous. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing well. We've survived the week. It's finally Friday.
So we're feeling that too.
I can imagine.
Well, we are
Oh,
very
good.
excited to see the creme de la creme on the Grace 21X Elite. So
All right, we're super
Really-
excited to show it. So, hi, I'm Melinda, sales executive here at Grace, and today I have,
I'm Laurel Ursnoznik, also an account executive here at Grace Company.
so today we're here to show you our 21X Elite machine. It is one of our newer machines. It's launched within the last year. This machine, it really is phenomenal. It's amazing. I love all the quality, all the the dedication that went into just kind of designing, from start all the way through until we have our finished product. But again, just the time, the quality, everything that went into this machine.
Yes, it's really amazing to see really just our engineers and just Grace Company as a whole be able to take feedback from quilters and see, hey, this is kind of what I'm struggling with. This is what a feature I would really like in a machine, and then we even help kind of create some new features that are not seen anywhere else on the market and kind of make this wonderful 21-inch machine that is a complete standalone in the industry because of those amazing features that it has, and partly because, as Melinda was saying, is because of what we've gone through in the journey of creating this machine.
Yes. So I don't think either one of us, we weren't with the company when we launched our very first machine years ago. And the growth, from just that starting point up until now, and what we envision for the future. It's just an awesome time, to be in the quilting industry. Again, all of our product made by quilters for quilters.
Yes.
It's fantastic. So let's go ahead and jump into the machine. We have our 21X Elite, and just the namesake, it's giving you that 21-inch throat space. You can, accomplish so much within the reach of that machine.
So yeah, that 21 inches is from here all the way to the back of the machine. So again, that's a wonderful space to have because it really allows you to do any quilt block size with it. Because sometimes with some of the smaller machines, you are a bit more limited, but not with this 21-inch machine.
Yes, yes. So some of my favorite features with the 21X Elite, and it kind of carries over with our Elite series. So the machine has the full color touch screen display, and within this touch screen display, you have all of your machine settings. You can change your how you're quilting, cruise, precise, based, manual mode. You can increase or decrease your stitch length, and everything is right at your fingertips within this full touchscreen display. Laurel, what are some of your favorite features within that touchscreen display?
Yeah, so really part of it actually is just the screen itself. So, kind of going back to where we've come from and what we've helped develop is even with this screen, it's much bigger than what used to be on our older 21-inch machine. And with it, it's really nice because, Melinda, you'd mentioned, this is probably one of my favorite features, is that it has so many things built into the screen for you. Just because whether you're a new quilter or even if you've been quilting for a while, there's some things that it's still just helpful to have, whether it's, hey, I need to troubleshoot some tension. What does that look like? What size needle do I use? And then all of that can be found here on the screen because we give you those help files. And not only that, but this is one thing that I personally love is that we actually kind of go into detail with pictures of what that looks like. So for example, this takes you 1 through 3. If you do step 1, it does a nice close-up for you. So again, it walks you through exactly what that process looks like, and which is just wonderful because again, whether you're an experienced quilter and you've been doing it for years or you're just now getting into it, these features are amazing to be able to have again at your fingertips.
Yes, I remember, even with some of our older machines, we can see just in the thread guide, I used to always put that the wrong way.
Yeah.
and because you couldn't really tell, from the pictures in the book or anywhere else. It's like, oh man, something's wrong with how I've threaded this. What is going on? So, it's the small details like this that really, it's every now and again you need a reminder. And to have those reminders at your fingertips is amazing. Amazing.
It really is.
So let's go into some of our other help features. I know one question I get asked frequently is, what maintenance do I have to do with my machine? And really with our machines, the only thing you at home that you would need to do would be to oil the needle bar and then of course oil your bobbin case. And again, step by step, there's the cleaning guide, the oiling guide. It's going to show you exactly how, where, and how often to do these things.
Right. Which again is just amazing because just nowhere else is there this, like right at your fingertips. You don't have to go somewhere separate to find this information. Again, it is all going to be here for you and very clearly shown how to do that as well. Because, Melinda, that's one thing that, a lot of people go through. It's like, well, I think I kind of know how, but it doesn't really quite explain. Or I thought I did, and then I looked at a picture. It made me not understand it, you know. So that's where with this, it is extremely helpful and really nice feature to have because it does clearly show you on the maintenance, threading your machine, getting started on quilting, and all of that.
How to load your quilt. I mean, there's so many, so much information just packed into just the help guide and features of the machine. Our engineering team worked very closely with our education team, and it was very well thought out, very well put together. And again, it's not, that all this information is just kind of dumped into, the screen and, the computer behind it. Again, just very well put together, thought through, again, made by quilters for quilters. We want everybody to be successful and to have the encouragement of Grace Company and then just the quilting community in general. We've talked about this several times. There's no other kind of platform or, hobby group or anything where I really feel there's so much love to spread, so much education to share, and everybody's so encouraging. So
they really are. It's a very unique community, unlike any other, as Melinda was saying, because everybody's just so encouraging and uplifting and just like, go for it, you can do it, So it is really wonderful.
Yes.
And kind of some other features that I personally love about this is actually kind of going back to the unboxing experience of this machine because it is a bit larger of a machine. There's some different things that we've done that allow you to be able to assemble this machine much easier. And probably one of the best parts is that once you pull it out of the box, it really has just a few things you need to add on to it and it's ready to go.
It is.
Very simple.
So, just that everything in general. The box, it is a big box. Trying to get a machine out of the box, let alone up onto your frame. For me, because I'm short, it's challenging. But again, out of the box experience, the setup, it is very well put together, and it makes it easy. It almost makes it foolproof in the actual setup of the machine.
It does.
So, let's look at some of our other features. So with our machine, we have revamped our handlebars. They're fully ergonomic handlebars. You can adjust them, telescope them, tilt them, very much like you would the steering wheel in your car. But the buttons on the handlebars, again, they're plug and play. They're they're intuitive, easy to understand. We have our needle up, down. We have our start, stop. On the right side, on the left side, we can increase our stitch speed, decrease our stitch speed. So again, very easy, to, aside from the screen, start your quilting right with the handlebars.
Yes.
Very easy, comfortable to do so. So Laurel, we've talked about quite a few of features with our 21X Elite. Should we show people just how awesome the machine stitches and how easy it is to use? All right, awesome. I'll go ahead and let you kind of head into that.
No, of course. So just as Melinda had said, part of when we were designing this machine is it was actually kind of a unique opportunity where we had some of our engineers that went to a show and they actually wanted to just go around and see the different machines, right? Because we're always looking to improve. So let's see what there is on the market and see how we can kind of, improve even from what that is. And so with it, one of the things was simply being able to walk up to a machine and knowing how to start it, which seems kind of crazy. You're like, wait a second, you can't walk up to a machine and start it, right? Like you should be able to do that with it. And so that's kind of where, comes in with what Melinda was saying, that is a very simple, literally you click the button, it's the play button, you hit the play button. So just right here, all you're gonna do is you hit it. And then one thing that I love to show is that with this, it actually is a light enough machine as well and designed very smoothly that I can simply hit it and then I can move it with just a hand. I don't necessarily need to get two hands on it. And you can see even just with a couple of fingers, I'm able to very easily guide this machine to do what I want. Now again, I'm not a super good free motion quilter, so take that for what it is. But for being able to move the machine and guide it, it is something that's very easy. And again, with this, it's a simple hit of the button and it allows it to stop. So it's super easy to be able to walk up to the machine, feel comfortable, and really start using it right out of the box.
Yes, and that's amazing. I think part of the appeal with our 21X Elite machine specifically, this is our, in a sense, professional level machine. We have paired the 21X Elite with our Continuum 2 frame for the month of December and with Sewing Parts Online. When you purchase the 21X Elite, you get a free Continuum 2 frame. So the Continuum 2, again, it's our professional series frame. It has a dual track wheel system. It's a very sturdy, very well put together frame. And again, everything's designed so you can work smarter, not harder. So again, just the pairing of the machine with the Continuum 2 frame, it's a slam dunk. It's going to be the perfect addition and solution for everybody's at-home sewing rooms. So aside from the free frame, and we talked about this with our other machines, with the 16 series and the 19 series, with your purchase with Sewing Parts Online, you get the machine, you get the frame, but you also get a 9-piece hopping foot set, and you also get a free ruler base. So some great additions, really just oftentimes, talking to customers, their question is, when I receive my product, do I have everything to quilt? Absolutely, you have everything to get started. And we have so many different accessories available. And people always want to get accessories. But, kind of at that same time, they'll ask, well, what accessories do I need? And you kind of have to ask yourself, well, what kind of quilting are you going to do? What kind of projects? What are you wanting to accomplish? I always say, kind of grow into the accessories because you don't know what you don't know, starting out.
Yes.
But I think that 9-piece hopping foot set with the ruler base, perfect starter accessories.
It really is. And then especially right now, if you've ever thought about it, this is absolutely the time to get into a machine, because typically when you do it, it is a two-part thing where usually you have to buy the machine and then you need to look at what size frame is going to work best for you, and then there's that additional cost. So right now with Sewing Parts Online, this is the perfect time to do it because you just have to buy the machine. Think about it, just like Melinda said, you get the frame free, any size of your choice. So whether it's the 8-foot, 10-foot, or the 12-foot, you get to choose that free with it. And then Melinda, you had mentioned there are a couple accessories that you get for free as well. So really, for getting started on your quilting journey or kind of for moving up to that next step, this is absolutely the time to do it because it's the easiest way to get into it. Again, you're just having to buy the machine. And not only that, but the price of the machine itself is also dropped.
Yes. So again, we've had fantastic prices all week long with Sewing Parts Online. And if you've ever thought, just like Laurel was mentioning, if you've ever thought of upgrading your machine, getting out of using your domestic machine, if you have the space, and again, the frame is available 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot. If you have the space, if you're kind of in it to win it, you're in it for the long haul with your quilting. The 21X Elite, again, it's a machine. It will not let you down. This machine will last for years to come. You'll love using the machine, the ease of the machine. So now's the perfect time and opportunity to do so. I did want to touch on a few more features of the machine though. So we have an awesome measure feature, and a lot of people, I'm the person, I can cut my fabric, for what I think, what I want my quilt to be. But I will oftentimes forget to account for shrinkage, from stitching or any number of things that can adjust the size of my quilt as I've cut it out. So the measure tool is a great feature if you're measuring within a quilt block, or if you're measuring, any measurement on your quilt and you need kind of those quick, time sensitive, in a sense, information right then and there. This measure tool is going to be your best friend. Yeah. We have an awesome calculator tool. Who doesn't need a calculator? I use my calculator. I don't even know how many times a day. Whether it's for work, whether it's for anything. It's like I always am using a calculator, and having the calculator built right in, again, at your fingertips. It's what else could you want? Yeah. But when we say what else could you want, we still have more features to go through. We have a bobbin estimator. I don't even know how many times I've been quilting and I'm kind of in my zone, and all of a sudden I realize I don't have any stitches. and every time, my stomach drops and I get into that little panic mode. And then it's like, okay, it was just my bobbin. I have to change my bobbin. But then you have to go back and kind of retrace what you had just thought you quilted, but you didn't quilt. So the bobbin estimator, again, you can add several different bobbins. You can name the bobbin. So I like to use just the color of thread I'm using on my bobbin. I'll estimate how many yards I've wound on my bobbin. If I need to reset the bobbin, I can certainly do so. But again, once you've entered your bobbin information, it's going to warn you before that bobbin runs out. It'll save you kind of, I don't want to say the heartache, but those panic moments that we've all experienced, as we're quilting because we've run out of bobbin. And when we think about it, our bobbins, they can hold, I'd say 70 to maybe 90 yards, give or take, of thread. we can go through a bobbin pretty quickly.
Super quick.
You know, within a row, maybe sometimes not even a row, depending on how dense we're quilting and what our pattern is. But again, we go through our bobbin so much. You know, just having that little helpful tool, really, it's probably one of my favorite features.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so again, we've talked about the bobbin estimator. We also have a built-in edge warning. So this is great, I think, you know, for the overall width of your quilt. I'm the quilter, I'll oftentimes get into the zone and I won't realize how close I am to either the front or the rear rail, or even on the edge. If you're quilting your quilt blocks, you can measure just that quilt block. So each and every time, you know you're staying within that quilt block. You won't quilt outside of it. But again, just an awesome feature because it's going to warn you and give you a heads up. You're getting close to where you don't want to be sewing. And you can set that warning for a 1/2 inch or a full inch. So again, awesome feature.
And then that one, just one point on that as well is really nice, is that one does give you an audio as well as visual warning. So it has a red light that flashes as well as a beeping sound. And then with this machine, it is nice that you can actually go in and adjust whether you want just the light or just the sound. So it's a really wonderful feature where not only do you have the ability to set what safe area you have, but also choose kind of how it warns you on that.
Yes, and I will say I prefer the light. The beep, it's like, okay, yes, it gets my attention, but it drives me nuts. So I don't know, some people, you know, to each their own. I prefer the light, you know, if I'm going to choose one or the other. But again, you know, that's your preference, your comfort level. You're in control of that. And then kind of the last fun feature is the project mode. So we can always see the lifetime information of our machine. How many hours has the machine been run? How many stitches has it stitched? I love this, and you know, it's amazing when you've started a quilt to see kind of, you know, remember what your beginning stitch number was. When you've completed a quilt, you know, just how many stitches went into that quilt. So again, that's going to give the lifetime information, but you can also break it down to projects. So whether you're, you know, kind of determining, you know, how much time am I spending on this quilt for, I don't know, your grandma or you know, somebody else. How much time? If you're a quilt finisher, a lot of people will use this feature, you know, to account for their billing. But again, there's so many different reasons or possibilities why you would want that project mode. And again, you know, it's a professional line series or a professional line machine. The 21X Elite, it doesn't skimp on any of the features at all. So, all right. So, Tricia, let's go ahead and bring you back in.
Here we go.
Yay!
Oh my God.
I can hear you this morning.
Yeah, we had all those audio issues yesterday. My goodness, but we've resolved them, and hopefully today will be good. But
Awesome.
Thank you very much for demonstrating that Ferrari of the Qnique machines, right?
It is. It truly is. Now, Tricia, do you have any questions about the 21X Elite, or did you see any questions in the comments that maybe we missed?
I wasn't seeing any. You were doing such a great job answering anything that was going to come along. And I mean, it looks wonderful. I will go over some of the special pricing for these. You guys added that wonderful 9-piece hopping set and the free ruler base. So we'll talk about that too. But mainly, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody at Grace for coming and joining us on our SewCreative Live Christmas. I mean, throughout this process, we had Mark, Allegra, Jana, Jarek, Laura, Melinda. We appreciate you all. So I just want to say thank you so much.
You are welcome. We love being a part of your events. You guys make it so easy to want to be involved. So thank you. Thank you, Sewing Parts Online.
We appreciate you, and we hope to see you in 2023.
Yes, we'll see you. Have a good morning.
You too. Oh, that was wonderful. And man, they are so right though. I mean, now is the time to get one of these machines. You don't even have to think about the frame. Let's just quickly go over the pricing on that. The 21X Elite long arm machine normally is $9,999, on sale for $8,499. But that's not even the special event pricing, you guys. You can give our customer service a call and they will help you get an even better price on that. And remember, you get that machine, you get the free Continuum 2 frame. With the free Continuum 2 frame, you can pick the 8-foot, the 10-foot, or the 12-foot. So you can customize your situation, you know, depending on how much room you have. It is the perfect time to get it. And then you get that free ruler base and you get the hopping set. And that applies to the 16 series and the 19 series. So we'll cover that again in a little while. But we're scooching right along today. So we're going to go ahead and do that giveaway. And then we'll be bringing Nichole up in just a moment. Before we do that, though, I do want to mention we're going to have Kate Brennan back this afternoon. Actually, that's still this morning, isn't it? It'll be 10:30. Yeah, she's coming back. I know Brian's going to love that. He is a big fan of Aurifil. We saw in the comments that I had put Kate Miller instead of Karen Miller, and I got confused because Kate and Karen were both from Aurifil. So I apologize, Karen, for calling you Kate. I think she understands, though. But we'll go ahead and do our giveaway. If we want to pull that up, this one is for the $100 giveaway. And just remember to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word for the next one as well, because that's going to be a $100 giveaway for a SewCreative Live gift certificate too. So let's do the winner is Paul B4624. Congratulations. You are the winner of that $100 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. Congratulations. You'll be able to get all sorts of goodies. Quickly, anybody that has won anything to claim your prize, just visit our link tree. And that's going to be the linktree/Sewing Parts Online. Click claim your prize and fill that form out and we will get that out to you. Up next, we have Nichole Barley with Crimson and Scarlet. I feel like I already know her because she is a friend of mine on TikTok. So I am going to have her come up and we can actually say hi for the first time. Hello,
Hi.
Nichole.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, we are so happy to have you here. As I just said, I feel like I already know you. I watch so many of your TikToks.
I watch yours too, and I love them.
Well, thank you. I would love to hear where the name Crimson and Scarlet came from, though.
So I actually started this business when my husband joined the Air Force. And he basically, the long and short of it is that he went to basic training for a year and we had a daughter. She was 1. And so during that time that we were going to be home alone, you know, without him, it was going to be about 8 months that he was away. And so I really wanted the business to really commemorate the time that my daughter and I had together. So her middle name is Scarlet, and I decided that I wanted the business name to be something and Scarlet. And I didn't want it to be Nichole and Scarlet because I didn't want it to sound like a dual partnership because it was just going to be me. So I kind of my friends and I kind of brainstormed about it and we decided to go with Crimson because my hair is red and it just didn't sound like, you know, 2 people. So that's kind of how it was born.
Fun. I love that. Plus your hair is pretty much famous on TikTok. We all love your hair.
It really is. I swear. That's why I draw people in with my hair and they stay for the sewing is what I say.
That's right. Well, we will let you get right to it. You're going to be making a boxy bag, which is like perfect for Christmas. Great gifts.
Yeah.
I know you only have a shorter segment, so we'll let you get to it and show us how to make the boxy bag. But if you need me,
Perfect.
I'll be in the background. Just holler, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to be chatting with you guys about the Easy Does It bag. Let me back up just a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to be chatting with you guys about the Easy Does It bag by Annie. I don't have one to make for you guys because it does take a little bit longer than the time that I have, but I figured that I would chat with you about the pattern. I'm going to go through a couple steps and show you some tips and tricks that I learned along the way. I'm going to show you a mistake so that we can learn from me. And also, I am really excited to show you guys how you can hack this pattern to make it into something a little bit different. And if you have any ideas on how I can make something different with this bag, let us know in the comments. So first of all, this bag is so nice because it is fat quarter friendly. You only need 2 fat quarters, one for the exterior and one for the lining. And it's like a very large bag. So I was really impressed that it only took so little fabric. The first step they have you do is quilt the exterior with the lining, and you're going to sandwich that in between the soft and stable foam. Personally, I don't like the look of quilting on the inside of the bag. So what I already kind of modified the pattern. I'm kind of known for that. So I wanted to show you that it's totally fine and totally legal to just quilt the exterior fabric with the foam just by itself. And then just place your lining, whenever you're done, just place your lining on top. And then just baste around the edges to keep that lining in place. And there you have just a quilted front with a solid interior.
I
so
love that tip, Nichole. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. I was really excited. I wasn't sure if it was going to work, and then it did. So it is perfect. So let's see. I have notes over here because I get off topic. So they're going to have you next make the gusset, this top part right here with the zipper. And this is my favorite tip for, I hear a lot that people are intimidated by zippers. And I'm here to tell you that you shouldn't be. It's very easy. But I want to show you my favorite tip when it comes to sewing zippers. So when you have a regular zipper, so this is a pre-made zipper with like a zipper stop and the zipper head already on here. So when you have a pre-made zipper, you are going to have to move the zipper head as you are sewing the gusset to either side. But when you have zipper by the yard, you do not need to add your zipper head until you are done sewing. And this was a huge game changer for me. So I don't add my zipper heads until I have this gusset completely sewn and top stitched. And it makes it so much more convenient to sew this on without having to move that zipper head. And it makes it so much easier. And also, I really like to add 2 zipper heads here because I think it makes it look like a little bow on top, and I think that's so cute. And also you can just open it up a little, you can open it up wide. I just really love the double zip. So that is what I typically do. Let's see. And then we're going to assemble the bag. So you're going to make your gusset, so the top gusset and then the bottom gusset, and then you're going to place your panels on to the gusset. You're going to sew them onto the gusset. And my biggest tip, because there are curved edges, and I am usually intimidated by sewing curves, but my biggest tip with this is to make your stitch length pretty small. So I used a 2.5 stitch length, and making your stitch length small when you go around the curve is going to make your curve look that much smoother, right? So that is a great tip for that. And also, like, give yourself grace. There's not a lot of people that can do curves perfectly. I mean, even mine don't look too perfect. It's a handmade item and it's going to look great no matter what your curves look like. So it's going to be fine. And then we have the binding. This is the trickiest part, but it's going to be totally fine. You can do it. So my binding, actually, it's so cute. I did like a festive Christmas binding, and I love it. So the best advice that was actually given to me by someone, I'm not sure who it was, but they said when you are binding, you always want to start with the binding, because the part where where you have to connect the tails or sew the tails, it always looks a little bit wonky. So start it by the zipper at the top, because when someone looks into your bag, they're not going to look up there. They're looking down into your bag. They're going to be looking like this into your bag. So as long as your bottom binding looks okay, it's going to be fine. Even if you have a little bit of wrinkles, you'll see this side, my binding didn't go as smoothly, but no one's going to see it. It's fine. It's in there. And the bottom and the side, my bottom and side binding, it looks fine. And that's what people are going to be looking at. So just go slow. Binding is always a little bit tricky for me, but go slow and you can do it. Oh, and if you have a label, you need to be very careful about the placement, because you can sew it on upside down like I did, and I didn't fix it.
I love that so much. It happens.
It really happens. This is what happens. And I was too invested to seam rip it. I just didn't want to. So when you are sewing the bag together, if you have a label, please make sure you are making sure that your label is facing up and it's towards the zipper, towards the top of the bag, or you will end up with a upside down label. And it's fine. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me plug in my phone. I forgot to do that.
You're doing totally fine. And with that note, I just want to mention that, you want to pop me up, Brian? I was going to show you, little mistakes. I brought this in to show on the TL 2010Q, but it's things that you forget. Like, I forgot to use interfacing here, and it's driving me bonkers because I'm like, oh man, that is going to pop out and it's going to rip easier. And it's like those little things that you see.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, right?
It happens.
It's crazy. I do want to mention too, I see that Juki in the background. What model do you have?
So I use the Juki DU 1181N.
Okay. Now, we don't offer the industrial machines, but we do offer presser feet for those industrial machines. So if anybody is looking for those, but we do have the semi-industrial machine, which is the TL 2010Q, which is what I use to make this. So anytime you're working on bulky seams and you can't get a machine like that yet, you can always get one like this. So
yes, my sister has the Juki TL, and it's amazing. We love it. It's so nice.
Yeah, LuAnn was on yesterday and she showed us the TL 18 QVP and the 2010 Q. I'm sorry, that was on day one. But you could do it with quilting and bag making and garment making. It's fun. So I'll let you get back to it. I was just interjecting.
No, that's awesome. I love it. Do you see any questions that anybody has? I am kind of done with showing this, but I am going to still show you my hack. But I'm wondering if anybody has any questions about the pattern. I'd be happy to answer any questions if we have any.
Sure. Let me take a peek and see if we have any specific ones. Oh, cool. How do you get the zipper head on?
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so it's so simple. This zipper by the yard that I'm pretty certain you can get at Sewing Parts online. Trish, is that right? This red stuff?
I believe so. We've got quite a few different colors on the zipper by the yard.
Okay, so it is amazing. It's so nice. The zipper heads go on really, really easily. So what I did is I just kind of tore it apart. And then you take your zipper head, and I'm not gonna be able to do this facing the camera, but you kind of, what you want to do is you want to place, there's a hole right there and a hole right there. And then you're going to just kind of take it into your hand and place that zipper halfway into that hole, and then do the same thing on the other side, and you kind of want to pull it at an angle, and then just push the zipper head down, and it just slides on right like that. It's very simple. And also there's like zipper, I think they're called like zipper genies. You can get them on Amazon, or I don't know, some other places have them, and they help you put your zipper head on. It just kind of like holds your zipper head so you don't have to put it in your fingers. I just hold mine in my fingers and just play with it until it goes on. But this stuff goes on. The zipper heads for this, I've had some zipper by the yard that is kind of difficult to put the heads on, but this is really, really nice. And they go on very, very smoothly. Do you have any other questions?
Well, I told you your hair is famous. We've got another question here on how do you get your hair to look so amazing?
There's always one. So this is heatless curls. I literally, it looks insane, but I put my hair in leggings. So I put my leggings on my head, and then my pants, my two pants side hang right here, and then I twist my hair into the pants, and then I sleep like that. And then when I wake up, it looks like this.
I've seen that trick before, and I'm like, does that actually work? So now you just corroborated. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, it really works. It's the best method I think is out there, honestly.
Awesome. Let me double check and see if there's any other questions regarding the pattern. I know personally, when I did that pattern, I did also have a little bit of the trouble with the binding, but that was just because I wasn't very familiar with that technique yet. But after you do it a couple of times, you just get more comfortable. But I love your little tip about starting at the top, because that is so true when people look in the bag that they're looking at the bottom, not at the top.
Yeah, that's
I never really thought about it that way.
Yeah, because I get nervous as well. Like, I'm not very good at binding either. Typically I typically avoid bags that have binding, but this is so great. I would probably make another one. But it gets a little tricky. But you're right. I mean, I always tell myself, don't worry about the top, just worry about the bottom and the sides. It's going to be fine. So I love that.
Well, and I make these bags for like my family members, for makeup bags, or for like me with sewing, but they love it. We always nitpick, going back to the little things. We're sitting there going, oh, it's a little puckery there, or oh, I messed up there, and they're sitting there going, I love this.
Right.
So we just have to remind ourselves that every once in a while, right?
Yes. And so what I want to show you guys, since we don't have any more questions, is that while I was making this bag, I was thinking to myself, this bag would make such a cute purse. And so this is going to be my hack. It is actually turned out really nice. So I will tell you how I hacked it, but I ended up making a purse with it. And it's a really simple modification. I followed the directions pretty much the same way, except I omitted the straps, right? And then I just put on this strap connector here with an O-ring. I use an O-ring, you can use a D-ring. I did some quilting on the front. We are going to ignore that I accidentally quilted the British flag on this. That was a mistake, but it definitely is reminiscent of the British flag. I don't really know. I was just kind of doing doing my thing, and then I looked down and I was like, this is a British flag, but that's okay. It's still really amazing. So I just added the strap connectors, and then I shortened, or I thinned out the gusset just a little bit, because I felt like this was a little bit wide for a purse. So all I did was take off a 1/2 inch on either side of this gusset, and then I just matched the bottom gusset to the width of this gusset. And that's all I did. And it makes
Nichole, that is such a great hack. That is so cute.
Thank you. Goodness. It turned out so nice. I was really impressed. So it's like you know, I put like a cotton on the inside. It's a little like plaid. And it turned out really nice. So you can use this pattern to very easily make yourself a really cute purse.
Aw, that is awesome. Now, can you let everybody know where they can find you so they can watch some of your tutorials and stuff too?
Yes, so you can find me on TikTok. I am on Crimson and Scarlet on TikTok. And I also have an online boutique where I sell all my makes, and that is crimsonandscarlet.com. So guys, check me out. Come follow me on TikTok. I do a lot of sewing tutorials and we chat, and it's a lot of fun.
That is wonderful. Well, we really appreciate you coming on. Anybody that wants to try this pattern themselves, we are offering it on our website right now. You can use the the Sew Season 22 for the 15% off on that pattern. And you can hack it yourself or make it like it shows. But we appreciate you coming on, Nichole, and hopefully we'll see you again. Otherwise, I will see you on TikTok.
Yes, thank you. See you guys later.
See ya. Merry Christmas. That was so cool. I loved the way she hacked that. I didn't think about that. I need to start looking at patterns a little bit more and just being like, what else can I do with it? So that's awesome. Everybody, let's take a look and see what we have going on here. I'm going to pull up that stuff on Grace. Excuse me. Here we go. I wanted to cover a couple of things regarding the Juki machine. Brian, if you're able to find that overlay on the Juki machine, the TL 2010Q and the 8, yeah. I just wanted to cover that again. So as Nichole was saying, you know, she's using her Juki machine. That's an industrial machine, but we offer a semi-industrial machine, which is on sale right now. A really good sale, by the way. It normally is $16.99 and on sale for $8.99, but we do have special event pricing, so you can get an even better deal. That is the machine that I have found just sews through like bulky seams like butter. I just upgraded to this machine because I love making bags and purses and stuff like that. And I was having issues when I would come up to those bulky seams. Even if your machine does pretty well through the rest of the project, you get to those seams and it starts making noise at you and hollering. You know, if you've had that happen, go ahead and shoot a 1 in the comments. You know what I mean when it starts going and you start freaking out going, I can do it, I can do it. But you have to walk it and just roll it towards you so you can manually do that stitch. But this TL 2010 does an awesome, awesome job. You also have the 18 QVP, which comes with even more accessories. And yeah, and it had that lift on it as well. So very, very cool. That one's on sale for $12.99. Also has special event pricing, and you can get everything you need in order to make bags, as well as clothing, as well as quilting. You can do so much with these straight stitch machines. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Also, I had seen in the comments earlier, people were saying, congratulations, Brian. I'm assuming they're talking about your finals. So let's just give Brian props again. If you weren't here this morning, he did his finals, doing a great job. So, yeah, but it looks like we got a couple of minutes here before we have our next guest on. So why don't we back up and talk about those Grace machines again? We had seen the one on the 21X Elite, but keep in mind for the 16 series and the 19 series, you get the free frame. So with the 16 series and the 19 series, it'll come with a Cutie frame or a Q-Zone hoop frame. With the 21X Elite, you would get the free Continuum 2 frame. That Continuum 2 frame, you can choose an 8-foot, a 10-foot, or a 12-foot. So depending on how much space you have in your home, you can totally customize it. Also, with the purchase of a Qnique machine, you're going to get that free frame and a free ruler base and the 9-piece hopping foot set. So I know that Kate is in the wings here. And Kate, if you can hear me, I apologize in advance. I know I mentioned it earlier. I called Karen Kate. So I'm like, I bet that happens a lot since you're both from Aurifil and have a similar name, right? So do we want to see if Kate is, oh wait, no, we're going to do a giveaway before we do that. Sorry, Kate, one more minute. Let's go ahead and pull up the giveaway. All right. Which giveaway are we doing this time? We got the $100.
We are doing the boxy bag pattern, but let me share my screen.
Yeah.
So you can show the boxy bag pattern.
Yep, with the boxy bag pattern, we're doing $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card as well. So you'll be able to get those fat quarters that Nichole mentioned. That pattern is fat quarter friendly. So we've got some fun options if you're looking for a great fabric to do this.
So we're doing one of those and then a $100 gift card?
We're doing the pattern and the $100 gift card together. So,
and then you can get some fat quarters and supplies.
Yep, get everything we need. Let's go ahead and pick. Awesome. Let's see who our winner is. C. Willis, congratulations. You are the winner of that Sewing Parts Online gift card and the boxy bag pattern. Also, just a reminder to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word. On the next segment, we're going to be giving away, I believe, $150 Sewing Parts Online gift card, correct?
We are, and then we are, and then Kate is giving away some stuff too.
Oh, Kate has more goodies for us today. That is awesome. Quickly to claim those prizes, if you want to pop that back up really fast, Brian. I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place at the moment. I only had one cup of coffee too, my goodness. All right, well, please visit our link tree, and that's going to be the link tree /Sewing Parts Online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we will get that out to you. All right, well, let's bring up our friend Kate. How are you doing today, Kate?
Good. We had so in Chicago, full disclosure, the L train may go by, but it's been going slow this week, so it's not quite as loud. It just gives you that city feel, I guess. We had a weather event, I guess. It's, like that slushy, snowy. The travel times, I come in from the suburbs, and the travel times were not fabulous. And I'm like, I could do this from home. And then I walked into my space at home, and while it actually is relatively clean for that space, like I have one machine set up with the embroidery module for Christmas gifts. I've got another machine. I may or may not have a machine problem. Shout out to that. If anybody's on the fence with that Juki, go for it. It is a great machine. And I have one of those set up. That's for the stitching. After the embroidery is done, we go over to the stitching. It's just, and I've got a couple of secret sewing projects up on my design wall, and it's just, so it's clean, unusual, but not for like people, you can't come in. it's like the house. Somebody was asking which somebody else has a machine problem. Oh, good. Okay, not just me.
I think quite a few people on with us today probably have the machine problem too. It's okay, you guys. We're all okay.
Okay, and the featherweight is here, and it's like crazy. But and it's funny you had mentioned because I was listening this morning on my drive in. Not watching because I'm driving. I was only listening. But the whole Kate Karen thing, it happens all the time.
I felt so bad. I was like, I can't believe I did that. But I appreciate you understanding.
No, totally. It was so I was listening in because I wanted to make sure that we didn't cover like exactly the same thing. And it's almost like we planned it, because I am going to talk a little bit more about machine embroidery. And I know somebody had asked, can you use Aurifil for machine embroidery? And I've said it before, Aurifil actually started as an embroidery thread company, which is, I know here in the States, people tend to use polyesters for embroidery. But in Europe, where Aurifil is from, Aurifil is an Italian company. We use Egyptian cotton thread, but once it's picked and combed, it's all sent to Italy, and it's fully manufactured in Italy. And so everybody there uses cotton for embroidery because we're using it for higher end linens, higher end clothing, for bags, for all of that. And so Elena's father, Angelo Gregati, saw that he wasn't able to get the threads that he wanted for his embroidery designs. And so that really is where Aurifil has its roots. 40 weight, which comes on the, just gonna throw stuff. Aurifil, which comes, the 40 weight, which comes on the green spool. And I know Karen talked about this a little bit this morning, is really, it's our original thread. It is really the best bet for machine embroidery, especially if you are new to using cotton for embroidery. It's not polyester, so it's not going to be quite as shiny. It's going to have a little bit more of a matte finish, but because, and I say it's not quite as shiny, and there's like all this beautiful shine that I'm showing you. But because we run it through a mercerization process, which helps lock in the color and keep it color fast, it also gives it that little bit of sheen. So like, it's where you really get into those fine details. And I pulled out a bunch of samples of embroidery projects that I've done. I use a Bernina 770 at home, but I've used a Janome embroidery machine here in the office, and I've used others. Like I said before, I may or may not have a machine problem. We don't talk about that. But I wanted to really highlight the 40 weight in this segment, and reiterate some of the things that Karen was talking about. To find the end of your thread, pull the base off. Karen called it a flange, but I call it a base. I don't think it has an official name. And it just pops right back on there for storage. That means in your thread drawer, you don't have tails hanging out all over the place. This is one of our large spools. It comes from, this color is 6731. It's a really nice sort of chocolatey brown. It's not a true brown. It's got a little bit of pink in it. It's one of those sort of colors that changes depending on what you put it next to. It comes from our color builder collection. I have the 40 weight color builders up here. If you'll remember, the color builders come with a dark, a medium, and a light in each tone. I have below that, I have the color builders from this year. These are the Flora color builders with the variegated threads. But what's really nice about the color builder collections and machine embroidery is that it gives you a couple of tones in each color family. So when you are doing projects and you want a more tonal look, you can get some beautiful results. Here we go. This is an OESD pattern from Tula Pink. You may or may not recognize this owl. Well, it's not really, it's a butterfly. It's a moth, but it has that owl face. I can't remember which collection this one came from, but I used our pink color builder to do this. And so you can see how the dark, medium, and the light play really nicely together and give you some really neat designs. Again, it's not super shiny, but it does have a very nice sheen to it. The 40 weight 2-ply gives you really good coverage. Most embroidery files are written for a 40 weight thread. Not all of them. Some of them are, here we go. Let's see if we have any questions. Oh, good. A love for the machine embroidery. Most embroidery files are written for a 40 weight thread, meaning that they have the coverage that they have just programmed in is designed to use this thickness of thread. So in parts where it's very, very dense embroidery here, you know, the stitches are programmed in such a way that that 40 weight is going to give you that really nice coverage. And then in parts, well, this one actually, in parts where it's not quite as dense, again, it's programmed so that it gives you this effect. Some other embroidery. Here's one that uses a couple of different collections. This one uses the teal and the pink and the green collections I used in this one. Again, it's an OESD pattern or file, excuse me. But it just stitches out a little, it just stitches out beautifully. I love to hear, because I work some consumer shows. Most of the time, I'm a project manager here at Aurifil, and so I get to do a lot of different things. My days are never the same, and I really like that. But I do get to go do I forgot to trim. Get to do some consumer shows, and I love to hear people come in and say, "Oh, well, you can't use cotton for embroidery," and I'm like, Yes, you can. Please use cotton for embroidery. That's where we started. That's what that's really where it all began. Again, here is the Tula unicorn from her Pinkerville collection. Again, just some samples that I had sitting at home. These were practice pieces that were then, I did them on the other things. And so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these. I think actually I may end up putting, making some of those bags, like those boxy bags with it. But again, I used the pink, the purple, the teal, and the green color builders for this one. And it may have some white in there. No, that's the really soft pink. But you can see it gives you a beautiful, beautiful stitch out. It's just not quite as shiny as some of the other, as using a polyester thread. So it's going to be a little bit more, not formal, but a little more subtle. Here is her frog prints. Used the green collection with this one. It's just so much fun. So much fun. I love. You don't have to just embroider on cotton. This one is done on, it shows up so much better here in the camera than it does in the office. This is done on linen. So with a tonal design, and this I think gives it a very formal look because it's not quite as shiny. It's just, I know I keep saying that. This was a practice pattern. I went on and did this on a tablecloth for my my mother-in-law. But I love this, just this sort of very subtle look. It just gives it a very professional look. And then again, another tonal design with the from Tula experimenting. Oh, these are really wrinkled. I'm so sorry that these are so wrinkled. But you can see that the 40 weight for machine embroidery is just good. You can use the 50 weight. You can use the 80 weight. I love how Karen said that she uses 50 weight in the bobbin for all of those. And I did not mention that last time, but I do also. Cone of a nice neutral 50 weight, wind, tons of bobbins. I actually have a little sidewinder off to the side, and I pay my children to wind bobbins for me. So they sit, watch reruns, and wind bobbins.
I love that so much. Why do we not like to do bobbins? I don't understand it.
No, it seems like a not productive time or I don't know. I'm like, it's boring.
That's a good way to think of it. Yeah. Not productive.
Yeah. But 50 cents a bobbin is the current rate at our house. And I have, boxes of them. And so when they get down, I hand the child a cone and the box of bobbins, and they sit there and watch Phineas and Ferb and wind bobbins for me. It's a win-win. If you're just getting started using Aurifil for embroidery, the color builders is a great way to start. The large spools, you will get so much. These designs that I just showed you did not even put a dent in the large spools that I have. Another great way to start, and we talked about it the other day, is the Aurifil Best Selection Collection. I want to say you were running a special on these, I think. I don't know. I hope it's still going on. But the Best Selection Collection is a nice way to bring in a lot of different colors. They are the small spools. They have about 200 meters on them. 150 meters on them. Oh, thank you for putting that up there. That is a really good price. Wow. Oh, yay. Yeah. Y'all should jump on that one. But it gives you a little bit of a lot of different colors, a great way to find out where you are going to, what colors you're going to be using over and over and over again. I saw a question up here in the comments. Wait, oh shoot, there's so many reindeers. What's the difference between embroidery thread and regular thread for sewing a bag or something? From Judith. Okay, so Judith, there's really no difference. You can use threads. You can use the same threads that you do for embroidery as you can for like regular sewing, quilting, sewing a bag or something like that. What really is the difference is color, because in the embroidery, it's all about color. You're stitching out a design and the color is like the whole reason that you're doing this. Whereas when you're sewing a bag or a quilt or clothes or something else, the color of your thread may not be quite as important. Usually the fabric is the important part. And so I hope, Judith, that answered your question. The thickness of the thread will also come into it. So for embroidery, a little bit thicker thread is going to give you a little bit more coverage in your design in the thread in the file that has been programmed for your machine. And for if you're sewing, like if you're piecing or sewing together clothes or wherever, you want a thinner thread because you want those seams to lay super, super flat. I have a question up here. Is the embroidery thread 6 strands? So we do have a 6-strand embroidery floss. And we try to differentiate between the two by calling the 6-strand divisible threads. It's a floss. It really is like a cross stitch or crewel type floss. And that is used here. That is used only by hand. You cannot use this on the machine because the threads are not twisted together. They're made to come apart. And so if you were, first of all, it's really, really thick when you use all of them. Second of all, it's made to come apart. And so it's going to run through your machine weird. And you just don't want to do that. And the size of needle that you would need, because it is pretty thick. I think I have a spool of it over here. It's really, really, really thick when you have all 6 strands together. So we do have an embroidery floss, and I gave some away. We talked about it on Wednesday, and we gave some away. The threads that we've been talking about today, though, are twisted. They're made to go through your machine. And so you can use it by hand. It's really made to use by machine. Of course, you can use it by hand, but there you go. Do you sometimes combine weights in decorative stitching or embroidery? Absolutely. How do I not have sample. I have so much stuff here on this table. I don't think I have any. I know Karen did this morning. If you go back and watch her live or watch her segment on YouTube, she had some amazing examples of projects that used multiple weights. And that is a great way to add interest and dimension to your projects. I'm watching the time here. Good. Okay. Yes. Another question. Do you have a chart of what weight thread you should use for different projects? Yes, we do. Of course we do. And I know you guys, Trisha, I think put a link to that document. It's called the Aurifil Product Guide. And I know it's available on our website, and I believe we shared the file with you guys so that you could put it up on your site.
Yeah. Brian's looking at it and he's going to pull it up and share that because I know you guys did before. And if we can't do it immediately, we'll make sure that we follow up and post that too.
Okay. Otherwise, aurifil.com, you can find it. But yes, and so it goes through each of the, and I don't have one of those here either. Oh, I thought I was so prepared today. I have a lot of stuff here.
It's a Friday. It's okay, Kate. You're doing wonderful.
It goes through, it's a little booklet, and it goes through all of the different threads that we make. It gives you all the things that we recommend as far as needle size, what to use in the bobbin, recommended techniques. It is definitely, though, a rule of thumb. Please don't use it as a hard and fast. Oh, good. There it is. It's in the comments. Great. Thank you. The link to it there is in the comments. Feel free to experiment. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to to touch the tension knob on your machine. It really is okay, especially if you're using two different weights. If you're using a heavier weight up on top, as opposed to using a 50 weight in the bobbin, and you're using like a 28 weight or a 40 weight on top. You may have to work with the tension on your machine. I know that many fancy machines do have auto tensioning. And for most cases, that is just fine. But they're not made, they didn't program those tension settings for different weights. So if you're using something thicker and something thinner on the bottom, you may have to adjust it. You shouldn't have to, and the tension knob can be scary. It's not that scary. It's a little bit, you don't want to do huge jumps at a time. Just tweak it a little, do a little test stitch, tweak it a little bit more, do a test stitch. You'll dial it in. I have a very good friend, LuAnn Knight with String and Story is the name of her company. And she often does little master classes on tension. She calls it, do you have tension with tension? Or so, I can't remember. It's really cute the way she says it. But she goes through, how to dial that in, especially when you're she's a free motion quilter. So if you have different colors in your free motion quilting, you want to make sure that your tension is set properly. Let's see, I sort of got off subject, but that's okay, because I really would rather take the questions than just ramble on about what I think is important. I would like to know, you just need to make sure your pressure foot is up. Ask me how I know. Oh, Cheryl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I think string. I did say String and Story. She's got a little shop down outside of Atlanta. She does some online courses that are amazing. Kathy says, last night I had a problem with a certain color which continued to break. Any suggestions? Yes, email me at info@aurifil.com, and we will go through and troubleshoot it. Sometimes the darker colors like black, The black is the one that I have seen, but because they sit in the dye so long, sometimes they behave differently than the lighter colors. And so you may have to fiddle with your tension. It may be that the base of your spool is on a little too tight and it's breaking as it's pulling off of the thing. It could be something in the setup. It could be something with the thread itself. Don't know, but please email me and we will go through it. We'll go through all my usual things like, are you sure you threaded it right? Are you sure you have a clean needle? Are you sure there's no burr in your needle plate? Are you sure that your bobbin is wound correctly? All of those things that you can go through first, and then we'll take it from there. I've got a whole long list. And then if I can't figure it out, I actually go to Karen. Karen is a great resource. Please do definitely check out her segment from this morning. It's really, really good.
Yeah. I was so impressed by her segment this morning. I'm like, I am totally going to go back and watch that because there was just a plethora. It's like, God. What in the world?
I know. And that is her third, like when she says she could talk hours about it, we do. Like we will sit, because sometimes when we're like in Houston or at some of the shows, like we get to share a room and it will be a complete 4-5 hour geek out, nerd out, whatever about the science of thread. Somebody said, oh, thread is such a science. And I'm like, it is. Like we could go into the chemistry about it. I could go into the math about it. I could go into the history about it.
We did a little test with her yesterday, just, checking our audio and video and everything. And she's like, okay, I just have to warn you. I can talk forever. And then Brian and I are like, we can talk forever too. This is not going to be good.
Yeah, maybe have her on last next time. So then
yeah.
The next person.
Yeah, and Brian's back there saying, hi, Kate.
Oh, oh, there you are. Hey, sweetie. So were you taking finals for finishing up? Like, are you done ever?
No, I wish. No, I'm done with my freshman year. Okay. So
well, good for you. Going back next year?
Do what?
Going back next year?
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm going back. Start on January 17th. I'm taking 5 classes next semester. So wish me luck.
Oh, bless your heart. Wow. Yeah.
But he's going to learn all of the stuff and things, right, Brian? So all this goes smoothly.
Right. Yes. Oh, I think I saw a question scroll by while we were mumbling. Let me know.
Oh, it happens. Let's see.
There's a list of sponsors, a list of websites that they mentioned. Eva, however, if there is something that I have mentioned or whatever, shoot an email to info@aurifil.com, and I will try to remember what I said.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point too. If anybody is looking for information on the segments or you are wondering how to get in touch with them, just give us a call or email us at info@sewingpartsonline.com and we'll get you taken. What's that?
SewCreative Live page.
Oh yeah. It's right on the SewCreative Live page as well. So you'll see that whole list, but we'll definitely get the information that you want. And again, we're going to put these on our YouTube channel afterwards. So you'll be able to access everything there too. So
good deal. I used to, in a previous life, I taught math for 15 years, but my very first teaching gig was actually as a librarian. So if you come in and you say, okay, I was looking for a blue book and it was sitting over here, I can probably help you with that. So like if you come and you email, okay, so you were talking about this and you mentioned some random thing, I can usually figure out what it was that we were talking about at the time.
What I find funny is when I can't remember something from 5 minutes ago, but I can remember something from 10 years ago. And it's like, how does that even work?
And I'm really good with, I'm terrible with names, but really good with faces and like details. So, like I will meet you, I won't remember your name, but I'll be like, oh, and you have 2 kids and a dog, and you went traveling here, and you did this, and they're like, I don't know, but I can't. Don't ask me their name.
Well, Kate, obviously we could sit here and chat for a long time too, but we just want to say we appreciate you joining us for our SewCreative Live Christmas and the other ones, and we hope to have you back in 2023.
Definitely. So I'm going to do one more quick check for questions, and then I have a giveaway also.
Yep. We do have that giveaway. We've got 2. Cool. Let's do that then.
Okay, so 1, how do you launder? Okay, also on the Aurifil website, there are washing instructions, but it is an all cotton color fast thread. So machine wash, as cool as you can go. Most of the time I use warm actually when I'm washing my quilts and my things, because kids and dogs, so the things that I make for home and for other people, I expect them to be used. I do not want to come into your house and see that quilt that I made neat. I want to see it used. I want to see it stained. I want to see it rumpled. And so I wash my stuff on warm, sometimes hot, depending if there's been the flu running around the house. Because everybody loves to snuggle under the quilt when they don't feel well. Tumble dry. I believe the official washing instructions are not to use hot, though. The official washing instructions say warm or cool, tumble dry low, and I have all of that information is on the website. There is a nice little washing instruction sheet that I don't believe I shared it with you guys, but I will when I get back upstairs to do that. All right. I think, let's see, I was at a machine embroidery retreat, oh dear. I don't know. Fast is actually not one of the machines that I have. Of all of the 8 or 9 machines that I have a Husky that I inherited from my mother-in-law, which I believe is the same company. I use Schmetz needles. I know you had Rhonda on. I use them almost exclusively. And I don't generally change I know I'm supposed to change to an embroidery needle, but I don't always, because I buy them by the box of 100. So I have a box of 80s, I have a box of 90s, I have a box of 110s, depending on, and I use top stitch needles. I haven't had a whole lot of trouble. The thread breakage that I have is usually because my machine is getting ready to go to the spa. And so I know Karen mentioned that you should take your machine to the spa at least once a year. Mine, because I use it more than most, goes every 6 months. So I am not sure, but I do know people that use the FOF. And so I can reach out to them, Marianne, if you shoot me an email at info@aurifil.com. We can figure it out and I can get you in touch with those people. So I'm sorry I don't have more info for that than just that. Let's see.
We can definitely help with that, Kate.
Okay, good.
We have tons of information on needles for specific machines. So if you have any questions on type, size, all of that, give us a call. We can help you out.
Awesome. Thread conditioner. Generally don't use it. If I do, it's when I'm hand sewing, and I just use a natural beeswax. I don't, sometimes it's actually one that I make myself because I have friends who raise bees. So sometimes I throw a little coconut oil in there to give it a little bit softer, but our thread goes through. So when they make it, oh dear, now I'm running over. I said I wouldn't, sorry. We actually, because it's an all cotton thread, we want to make sure it's as lint free as possible. So we pass it over a flame and burn off all the little fuzzies. And then we give it a paraffin bath, which also helps keep those fuzzies all into the thread, and it makes it incredibly smooth. And so you shouldn't need a thread conditioner with it. Like I said, I only use it when I'm hand stitching, and it's usually because my hands are not as nimble as they should be. And sometimes my technique when I'm hand stitching is not as smooth as it is other days. Depends on the weather. Such a beautiful rain.
Isn't that the truth? Depends on the weather, right?
It does. Grew up 20 horses, and I've broken almost every bone in my body at one point in time. And so I'm fighting arthritis with a passion. Still have horses, but it's just, those things. It's not the years, it's the mileage.
There you go. All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and move on to some giveaways?
I'm so sorry. I have a couple of collections, small spool collections to give away. I went through and I picked ones that were maybe not ones that you, with different weights of thread that you may not be as familiar with. Horses are all on your body. Yes, they are. But they're so, you can't not have them. So I have this 40 weight collection, which is nice, beautiful, cool colors. It is from June's Cottage. Briar Hill Designs was this collection, but such a beautiful palette. There's even a variegated in there. I think, did she put 2 variegateds in there? No, just this one blue one. But yeah, beautiful 40 weight collection available. Should we do our little drawing?
We should do it. Let's go ahead and pull it up, Brian. All right. Let's see who the winner is for the first one. Thank you for donating these, Kate.
Yeah.
So nice. All right. I see some familiar names in there. Lena Lamb. Congratulations.
Cottage. Then I have another 40 weight collection. This one is a little more pastel. A little bit softer colors. Got some warm and cool in there. Should be able to do lots of cool things with this one. Sweet Melody collection from Carrie.
Sweet Melody. Let's write that down.
Yeah.
All right. And our winner is Cynthia McCarty. Congratulations.
And then this one, Painter's Garden from Nancy Rink, has some 28 weight, which I know Karen talked about. It's our favorite. And some 50 weight in there. So a little bit of both.
All right. And the last one. Watching the spinning.
I know, I love it. It's addictive.
Happy Haas. Congratulations.
Painter's Garden. And then everybody that has won something from us will also get, and I'll throw one in with the subtle sampler too, because I'll be mailing that one out. We'll get a little sample pack, and it's a small spool of every weight that we make, including the floss, and so the divisible floss. So you can really get in there, try this stuff, try the different weights, please, because it can add so much to your projects.
Oh, well, thank you, Kate. That's awesome. We appreciate that. All right. Well, I wish we could talk a little bit longer, but we'll have to do it again in the future.
We'll do that. Yes. All right, sweetie.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye, Brian. Good luck.
Bye.
We got one more giveaway.
We do. We have one more giveaway. We were doing a $150 Sewing Parts Online gift card. So let's see who wins that one. Let's see. Get all the goodies. You'll be able to get some gifts. Perfect. We've got Gloria Brett. Congratulations. All right. Well, we got just a reminder. Keep an eye out for the surprise word on the next segment. We are going to be giving away this amazing $240 Floriani stabilizer kit. So make sure to keep an eye out for that surprise Christmas word. And next up, we're going to bring Trevor Conquergood with R&K. He's going to show us some Total Control U software. He's been waiting in the wings, so why don't we go ahead and bring Trevor up and he can tell a little bit about himself. Hello,
Hi,
Trevor, how are you?
I'm awesome. So excited to be here today. It's that time of year, you know, and up here in Canada, there's lots and lots of snow. How about you guys? Is it cold?
It's a little windy and a little muggy, or it's just weird in Tennessee. But I'm originally from Minnesota, and I'm jealous of your snow. And I'm going to back to Minnesota for Christmas. So
It's one of those times of year you don't mind a little snow just around Christmas, right?
That's right.
When it gets real cold up here, we stay inside and make our own snow. And so I've been making snowflakes for all my friends and family. They're from our Floriani. If you own our software, you'll have all these cool Mylar snowflake designs. So I'm here today to talk to you guys about the Floriani software because, you know, Tricia, I think everybody that owns an embroidery machine should have our Floriani software because it can save your embroidery. It can absolutely, will save your embroidery. And that is really because the software kind of knows all the answers. And so I was going to show you guys a little bit about it today. You know, it's a half an hour, so I can only kind of go so far, but I have picked out some fun things to talk about. And so, anyway, thanks for having me on. I'm so excited to be here, and Merry Christmas to everybody, or Happy Holidays.
Well, if you have any questions for me, Trevor, I'll be in the background, but we'll let you get to it because you've got a lot to show in a short amount of time.
I was so excited about that box that you just pulled out that you're going to give away in that little spinning wheel. So we'll get to that at the end. But basically, I'm going to present my screen. So basically, I want to click on share screen. And then right about now, it should be kind of coming up with my computer software, right? So just let me know if that's not what you're seeing. But this is called our Floriani embroidery software. It's actually called FTCU, which stands for Floriani Total Control Universal. And it really is kind of an amazing program. I'm just going to go ahead and open up an embroidery design. So maybe I'll look in some of my favorite ones, you know, that I have my little library on the right-hand side. You can browse your entire computer and open up any embroidery design, like any format for any machine, and you can save the designs for any machine. And so I know the bunny is, I should have picked a Christmas design. That was silly. But what I wanted to show you is why I said that it can save your embroidery. A lot of times people ask me, hey, Trevor, how do you embroider on a t-shirt? And I always stop and say, well, I don't know. What are you going to sew on it? Because I always consider two things. What are you sewing on the t-shirt? So we know it's stretchy, and there's, you know, obviously we're going to need sort of something to deal with the fact that it's stretchy and lightweight, but then it's how much stitching are you putting on it? And so the software, when you open an embroidery design, it doesn't know what you're sewing on unless you tell it. And so there's a special tool called Save to Sew. And so that's kind of why I'm like tongue in cheek, will save your embroidery, because you run it through a tool called Save to Sew. And when you click on it, the very first thing it says is, what are you sewing it on, Trevor? And you can pick from a list. And this is like all of the Floriani sort of secret recipes, if you want to call them that. But, you know, if you knew that you were going to sew this design on fleece, that's a very thick fabric. And it might need special treatment, you know, that the design, well, let's face it, when we make a design as a professional designer, I don't know what you're sewing it on. So I make it with generic settings that are kind of based upon kind of the most average fabrics, like a t-shirt. But you want to put it on a fleece, now maybe I need to make some changes. And so the software can do that for you. And you can just choose new style settings. So this is basically like saying, yes, it's okay to change the embroidery design, and it can change the density or change the underlying stitches, change the pull compensation, whatever it wants. But you say next, and the software goes to work on your design. And it basically says, you know, oh, on fleece, it might need more underlay or whatever kind of things. And so while it's working on my design, the software comes back and says, since you're sewing this on fleece, Trevor, here's the Floriani recipe to embroider on fleece. And so they're recommending that we hoop up some perfect stick tearaway stabilizer and that we stick that item onto the perfect stick and that we that we place some heat and gun over top. And so that's like a recipe. And by the way, don't forget to use a size 11 Floriani chrome embroidery needle, because our needles are got a special chrome coating on them and it makes them sort of last longer and run a little cooler. Anyway, that's your recipe. And if you're like, what the heck's perfect sticks tearaway, you can click here to watch a YouTube video or click here to get the product info. So it really does help with not only fixing the design, because now I can click finish and it's actually fixed the design, but gives us the recipe on how to embroider it. And so, all right, it's asking if you want to save the design, and you could be like, this is the bunny for fleece, and then you could have another one, this is the bunny for a t-shirt. But the point here is, I guess two things have happened. First of all, look in my design notes. All of those instructions are now placed in my design notes, and you can make your own notes. You can type in here, don't forget to change the color or whatever notes you need to make. And that way, when you do your printed, I always do a printed sort of design sheet so that when I'm sewing it, I can see at a glance what color's next and what part of the design. And here's all my notes about what kind of stabilizer I need to use or whatever notes you put into your own design. Anyhow, so all that said, if I look really closely at the design, you can see, now I'm just going to click undo. So originally there was sort of a little less underlay. And when I say redo, you can see how the software has made changes to the design. And then so I think that's a pretty cool thing for a new person that's just getting started, knowing that you can browse your entire computer, find your embroidery designs, and then, open them from there, and then use the tools to kind of make them better. So I think that's the first thing I want to say. A lot of times people don't necessarily want to create embroidery as much as they want to take the designs they already own and like repurpose them and use them in new and different ways. And so another example of that, let me just click on like a new workspace. And so you could work on as many designs as you want at any one time. That just makes little tabs like this. And I'll just open up, this is like a little library of shapes. They're artwork shapes. And when I say artwork, I mean like vector artwork. Like if you have SVG files, that would be like what we collect now for our digital cutting machines. Those are like embroidery designs waiting to be filled in with thread. Notice that the little ice cream cone simply says artwork. And if I click on the top of it, I can select it, or the bottom and select it. And whatever I select, down at the bottom are all the different styles of embroidery. I could make this into a run stitch outline, and let's just turn on 3D so you can kind of see that. And now I've actually made an embroidery design. Now if I click save as, I could save it to any format, PES, Jeff, VP4, whatever you want. And that's an embroidery design. All we've made so far is a little run stitch around the top. If I click on the next one, it'll make it like a border kind of stitch. If I come over here, I can fill it in. Now I've got a fancy fill. So when I click on the fancy fill, it kind of like makes, I don't know, like a decoration in the background. So notice that I can come in my properties box and choose from all these different decorations. And so if you want to put a cool pattern in a background to make it look cool, there's every click's another kind. Right now it's a motif fill, and I'm in control of the size of the motif. Or once again, I can choose from what seems like hundreds of them. And so I always like to say the Floriani software is artwork-based embroidery, because you need a piece of artwork to fill it in with thread. And once you have a piece of artwork, it's really one click to filling it in. Here's a gradient fill. This one's like a wavy fill, and this is the wave with the gradient. So now it's doing like cool, funky things. This is like two colors of gradient blending together to do like a two-color blend with wavy lines. And you really can take control of all this. It's very easy to do, especially if you have a shape, because you just click. And for example, if you wanted to make this into an applique design, well, here's the tool for applique. So when I click on applique, the software automatically creates Color number 1 is a run stitch. The machine stops. You place your fabric down. Color number 2 sews that run stitch again. The machine stops. You trim the fabric. Now color number 3 is a satin stitch border. And if you don't want a satin border, you can click on that, come over here, make it a blanket edge, and it could be really, you take control, but you need a shape. So it's why I say when you want to create something, it's artwork-based embroidery. And of course, you can open your embroidery designs and literally convert them, into take something that was a fill and make it an applique. Even the designs that you already own, you can edit them. So it's a lot of fun. I was told you we were making snowflakes. Well, they come from the library. See where it says free monthly designs? Because when you own the Floriani software, you get to become a member of our club. And every month you get new free designs. So here's the month of December. And here's all the different years of the club. And if you buy the software, you get all the, designs going back to kind of like the beginning of the club. So there's one of this is like my latest lace snowflake. And you can stitch it on the water dissolving material and hang it on your tree. Or I like to hang them in the window, especially when you put the mylar underneath them, because we'll put kind of mylar underneath that first color, and then it gets captured and mylar is all sparkly looking. It's kind of a neat product. Anyhow, you guys, there's a lot of beautiful, beautiful designs that you get when you go on the RNK Software Club. Like this is our website right here, rnksoftware.club. And so when you buy the Floriani software, you're automatically a member, and there's tons of videos. We do a new video every week. You'll get an email with like the latest, weekly video, and you can just click here to watch the latest weekly video kind of thing. And then if you log in, so I have to sign in, you get your sign in when you sort of first register your software. You're automatically a member, and it's free to join. If you own our software, you're automatically a member. But once you log in, for example, if I go to the Floriani embroidery software page, I've got my free monthly designs. I can click right here. You can download, the latest free monthly designs. You can download the whole kit and caboodle in one big, like right here will get you all of the designs, or browse by year and just get monthly, and so here's December's designs, and those were November's designs, and October and September. And so there's a lot, and it goes back for years, all the way to 2009. Anyhow, going on, let me start. I want to come back to this for a minute, Tricia, because when you create, if you have an artwork, it's real easy. But what if you don't have artwork? What if you only have a picture? Maybe you took it with your iPhone, or maybe it's a clip art that you found on the internet. And so there's a truck in here with a Christmas tree on the back. I thought I have at least something that we can be a little Christmassy here. So the snowflakes and the Christmas tree truck. Well, notice that when I open that up, it's a JPEG. It doesn't have any shape. See, in my sequence view, it's sort of void of any areas. I can't like take my select tool and click on that tree and then fill it in like I did with the ice cream cone. And that's because it was made up of little dots of colors, and really that's what this is made of. If you look really closely at it, you can kind of start to see that really it's just dots of colors, and it's really nice, clean clip art. And so somebody needs to digitize this, Tricia. Like, it could be me, or it could be you. Anybody can do it. There's a magic wand that you can use to auto trace it, or a wizard hat that'll like do the full auto digitizing. The magic wand's kind of one of my favorites, because I can just click on something and it traces it. So notice once I clicked on that tree, if I hide the picture, see that now I have a shape for the tree, and I can select that tree and say, make that a fill, or here, let's turn on 3D. First of all, I like green Christmas trees. We don't have many red ones up here in Saskatoon. So I'll scroll through these are all the Floriani colors. So I'm working right now with like the entire 360 color palette. I'm going to put a fancy fill on that tree. And so it's going to make it look, well, it's probably going to put little diamonds in there or something like that. Can you see them? They're like really small in there, but you could put any kind of pattern you want. Maybe for a tree, there might be like a cool kind of wavy pattern that would look good, and you could adjust the direction of it to make it kind of have the right waves or whatever. There's so many fun things you could do to try and make it look creative and interesting. But to finish the design, you just have to take your magic wand tool again, click on the truck. Now it's going to outline the truck, and it's even going to outline like most of the word, because it goes, you know, when I click on an area, it clicks on the inside and the outside of that area. So it did most of it. It missed, you know, if I just turn this back on, it missed the inside of the R's like this and that. And then it didn't do the tires yet, right? So this and that. And basically it doesn't take me long. And what I've done is I've made vector artwork out of that JPEG. Like literally that is vector artwork. You could save it to SVG format, send it to a cutting machine and cut it. If you want to embroider it, well, you're probably going to like choose some styles of embroidery, right? Maybe I'll do the wheels as like a turning stitch like that. Do the hubcaps as like a flat one like this or whatever. Choose the whole body of the truck. Decide what kind of style of embroidery that you want to fill it in, and go ahead and fill it in. Choose its color. If you don't use, I know there's a lot of amazing thread, and you might have noticed in my studio here, I have a lot of thread. And a lot of that thread is Floriani's thread, of course, but we know that there's lots of amazing threads, and you may have others. And so if I needed to pick a color from a different color brand, I'm just going to make my truck red. You could change to the brand. There's a button right here, and you can choose the different thread brands. And so there's lots of different thread. You can even use this to just match your design. If you want to open a design and it comes in Janome colors, and you're like, I want to know what the closest match is with any of these thread brands, it's literally one click away. Like if I just open up a new workspace and maybe I browse to my library and I go, you know, clicking through some of my embroidery designs, and I'll just click at random and find one, and like there's a cute little gnome here. And so since he was a Floriani design, he's probably going to come in like Floriani colors. But if I click right here, I could change them to be, you know, a different kind. Maybe you've got some of our beautiful embellished matte threads or something, so you choose embellished matte thread, and it finds the closest match for each color. It had the hat went from a variegated, let me hit undo. That was kind of a cool thing about the Floriani software. This is actually showing what it would look like if you did the hat in a variegated thread. Here, let's ungroup all this. See, that hat is color. We have the color chart in here for an entire, all of the Floriani variegated and mixed threads are in here. So if you're like, well, I'm going to do variegated, but I want to do purple variegated, I can choose that. And now it will show me what that hat's going to look like. Oh, I thought I clicked on that, and the purple variegated. See what I mean? So if you're like, I wonder what his body would look like in orange variegated, you can try it and then be like, maybe not, and hit undo. And that's kind of the cool thing about it. So, I mean, you get a lot of free designs. One thing I didn't tell you guys is that it's free updates for life. And I think that's one of the things that people love the most about it, is that you get, whenever we update the software, there's no cost. You just, you know, basically come and download it. If you buy it today, I know that sewingpartsonline.com have a very special offer. I'll let Trisha talk a little bit about that, and you guys might have to phone in to get the pricing, but there's one special thing. It's called the You Design It's. And if this is a Floriani special opportunity, if you buy the software, we're including all of the You Design It collections for no extra charge. So this is the monster collection. You choose your monster's body, whatever one you want, and then you put on whichever monster's arms that you want to put on him, and feet, and decide what's on his head, which kind of things. And so it's kind of fun, and you can make your own designs. And when you're done, you can just say, okay, well, there's all these different collections. So there's monsters, but there's also 15 different of these little You Design It collections. And I think I brought up, yeah, there's a clothesline one. And Trisha, this is so much fun. You get to decide what clothes are hanging on the line and what kind of little dirty laundry message goes with it. fun frames. These are all, you get 15 there. Think of these like interactive stock design collections that, you know, when you have the software, you can open up a pocket and decide what pocket topper goes on it, or you know, make a cool monogram or monster trucks. Oh my goodness, the kids will love it. You'll sit down, they'll make the design, you know, they'll pick which monster truck body do they want to do, and then who's going to be in the window and what kind of tires is it going to have, and on and on. It's really as easy as that, Trisha. It's a ton of fun software, I'm telling you. So here, where's the monster trucks? I'm leaning in so I can see with my tired eyes. There they go. So now you get all these different monster trucks, and you know, pick one. And so then it's, oh, okay, that's cool. Now these are all the different things that could go on top, and these are all the different, you know, tires. So these are the front tires, and you could have maybe that front tire, but then you want to do the back tire differently. So choose the back tires, and then say, we'll do, you know, a different kind of tire on the back, or maybe the same, you know, whatever. And then, you know, you can do the hubcaps. And so all of these things have kind of exchangeable things. Who's in the window, right? Is the dog driving the car, or was it a race car driver, or a monkey, or a cowboy? And so it's kind of fun. You literally sit down with the kids and let them design their own monster trucks, and then you embroider on their jacket, and you kind of, it's like making memories with the kids. So like I said, Trisha, I think most people that buy the Floriani software end up buying it because they want to make edits to their designs, right? They own a lot, and they want to open them up and change their colors and do the slow redraw. I didn't even show you the slow redraw. You can click a button and watch the design sew on your screen like a sewing simulator. And so it's kind of a lot of fun. It's called Floriani Total Control Universal. And it means it's good for any machine, any brand, and it's very cool software. It can save your embroidery. Like I said, you guys, it's got the special save to sew tool, and you can do applique of your little ice cream cones. You know, remember I was showing you guys how I can do a satin edge or a blanket edge. You can even use your digital cutter, make a matching file for your shapes if you want to cut them digitally. And then there's you can make your own lace designs. There's literally a one-click button to make lace. So we like to make it easy at Floriani, and yeah. So I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. I can't wait to see you. Hi, Trisha. How's it going?
Going well. I was like, I better pop
right?
on. Yeah, no, you did a wonderful job.
I got to warm my hands up now. It's cold out here.
As an intermediate embroiderer, you made that look so easy. It's very inspiring. So
no,
I just wanted to pop
easy.
on.
It really is.
Yeah.
I don't make it look easy. I mean,
It's
you
easy.
can go if you really want to go like all the way to where I'm at. You couldn't choose a better company, because you've got people like me and DJ Anderson and all kinds of really talented teachers that teach the Floriani software. And so if you really want to become a sort of like expert at it, I'm happy to teach you everything. But really, just out of the box, it's easy to use, Trisha. You could do it. And my mother-in-law could do it. How's that? And she's not Miss Embroidery. So I'm just kind of teasing. Screw fall out under the bus.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and do this fun giveaway, and then I will go over that fun special pricing that we talked about, because there is some
stabilizer.
Really good,
That's
awesome
a nice
price. Box.
It's even color coordinated. It says Florian RNK. Thank you so much, Trisha, for having me. I couldn't say I had more fun.
Coming. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pick our winner for this our awesome box of $240 value of the Floriani stabilizer. We can go ahead and draw. This is really cool. That software will walk you right through the steps and even tell you when to use the perfect stick tearaway, right? And you'll have it if you win. Linda, you'll have it available. All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining us, Trevor. And next time around, we'll see a few more designs as well. So I hope to see you in 2023. Bye, Trevor. All right. Well, to claim your prize, you guys, we've got Linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize and fill out that form. And as I had mentioned, we want to go over a little bit of pricing It is the best time to get the Floriani Total Control U. We have the normal price displayed as the $4,299 on sale for $2,999. But I spoke with my manager and we are offering a fabulous, I'm not joking, you guys, great call-in price. You want to go ahead and give us a call. We can't advertise it online, so just give us a call and we can tell you what that is. In addition to the call-in price, you're going to get the free 100 spool Floriani thread kit. Look at how gorgeous that is. If you tuned into our other events, we had some of those Floriani kits displayed. They're so gorgeous. I mean, we've got a spool here, but 100 of these. You'll be set up for a long time when you get your Total Control U software, right? Just a reminder that we do want to go ahead and keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word. Let me see what the next prize is on that segment. I believe we're doing a jelly roll bundle, which ties into our next segment too. So we've got an awesome package of the jelly rolls. So the next person that we are having is Amanda Mateo with Uniquely Mateo. She's a TikTok friend as well. As I had mentioned with Nichole, feels like I already know these ladies because I watch them all the time. So why don't we have her come up and she can tell us a little bit about herself.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, Amanda?
Oh, good. I'm surviving. I'm a little jealous when you're saying his hands were cold because we're in the 80s here in Texas. So I wish I could have some of
this. I was
kind of a
to
mismatch
ask where
for
you were
Christmas.
located.
Yeah, I am definitely in what I call the middle of nowhere, Texas. I'm at my parents' ranch in Texas. So it's nice and toasty. I would love some snow.
Well, it is so nice to see you. Did you happen to get to tune into Nichole's segment?
No, I didn't. I actually, I do my business from home. So I have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. So it was a little chaotic this morning before tuning in. But I did catch the last segment, and I've always been a little intimidated by embroidery. So I would say that seems very user-friendly.
I agree. Well, we appreciate you coming on, especially if you have to step away from your littles for a little bit. So why don't we go ahead and see what you have to say about the jelly roll rug?
Yeah, so really my obsession with sewing has accidentally been jelly rolls, everything. I wasn't big on sewing until COVID came in. And like most people, I got my sewing machine out, went a little sewing crazy. And my mom's an ER nurse. So we were making masks nonstop, which kind of sparked that creative side in me again, because I had just left my career to be a stay-at-home mom. So luckily, not long after we went mask crazy, my local quilt shop had a sewing class that was for jelly roll rugs. And for me, it just sparked a whole new side because it's very beginner friendly. One thing that I love about jelly roll rugs, there's not a lot of prep work. So for beginners like myself, whenever you have to cut your fabric and measure out a bunch of things, I find that intimidating personally. So what I love about jelly rolls in general is, for one, your prep work's mostly already done for you. You already got all your wonderful strips. And same thing with the jelly roll rugs is you also can get your batting pre-cut. So it's nice and an easy way to kind of ease into it. But one thing that I love that RJ Designs did with the jelly roll rug is they came out with the jelly roll rug tree skirt, which blew my mind because I was already obsessed with all things jelly roll anyways. But if you've already made a jelly roll rug before, or if you've never made it before, I would highly recommend, especially because it's December, to try, I'm going to go through the little hole here, a jelly roll rug tree skirt. And as I mentioned, it's very beginner friendly. And that's one thing that I love. If you haven't sewn in a while, or if you're a rock star, it might be an easier sew for you. Some things that I would be mindful of when you're doing a jelly roll of any size or shape or a tree skirt is a couple of things. One, when you are picking out whatever fabric you want, it is cotton fabric, and you want to go for smaller prints. One thing that you'll learn is your jelly rolls are 2.5-inch strips, but once you kind of fold it down, you're only going to see a little over 1/2 inch of your pattern. So once you buy your pattern from Sewing Parts Online and you're doing your fabric selection, when you see different wonderful big cameo shots, you're not going to want these. They're gorgeous, they're beautiful, but you're not going to be able to appreciate it in your jelly roll rug tree skirt. What I highly recommend is smaller, cuter fabric. So anything that has a smaller print on it, it's really going to showcase better for you. Even if you have an in-betweener, I wouldn't recommend going any larger than something similar to this, because I kind of made a little ruler that kind of gives you an idea. And this was just my little MacGyvering. This is what I always call my little preview window. You'll see out of all this wonderful pattern, once you get it down to your jelly roll, you're only going to see about that much of your actual design. So that's just one thing I would keep in mind after you get your pattern and you go through your pattern selection. And as again, I'll give you kind of another idea. This one had a lot of patterns on it. Let's see, there we go. And you'll see you only get different little previews of what you got going on. So you definitely don't want to get too big on your fabric selection. But with your jelly roll rug tree skirt, the first thing you're going to want to do is take your wonderful pre-cut. I mean, you are more than welcome to cut your own. I definitely, this one, for example, I did cut my own. But if you're a beginner or if you just aren't a fan of cutting fabric, definitely get your pre-cut. It'll save you some time. Once you get your pre-cut, what you would want to do is take all your individual strips and you would want to make that into one big long strip. And again, I don't believe I said this in the beginning, but one thing I also love about these and why I feel like I really fell in love with it is you can have endless sewing time. There's not a lot of stop and go. So as you get all your strips into one long strip, and you would do that by mitering. And what you would do then is in the pattern, it will tell you to fan fold just to get it all back together and bundled. Personally, for me, what I like is to roll it back up. And the reason why I do that, it is a little more time consuming, but ta-da, it gives you such a wonderful little preview of what your tree skirt's going to look like. So as you can see here, these are the same jelly rolls. So this is what it was like before. You can see all the different patterns. And after I rolled it back up, and you want to start with whatever you want the middle of your tree skirt to be. So once I started from that middle and worked my way out, this gives me that wonderful little preview. And I guess I have a lot of little celebrations. I'm easily entertained. So I like the idea of, okay, there's some light at the end of the tunnel. This is what's coming. But once you have it back all together into one very, very long strip, you're going to want to go ahead and get started to make your tubing. And the way that works is you would take strips of batting, which of course you can also get pre-cut. I go a little crazy and cut my own only because I do in bulk. I don't recommend cutting your own if you don't have to. But you'll take your strip of batting, put that alongside with your strip of whatever fabric you decided to go with, and you would fold it like a binding strip. So for people that are very familiar with sewing, that's probably something you've done a lot if you're binding your quilts and you're doing everything else. But after you fold your strip, then you would just kind of want to seal that together. And you're going to do this over and over and over until you get all the way through all your strips. One thing that the pattern does go over, and I would also tell you, is just in the beginning, be mindful of wherever you want that line to be. So for example, you can take, that's BJ, by the way. BJ's a little crazy. You can sew right down the middle, or you can sew right along the side. Neither is bad. They both have their perks. If you do what I call your little binding fold with your batting and with your fabric, if you go right down the middle, it is going to give you a more textured look. And for me, I like to do that because whenever I go right down the middle, it lines up with my foot. So I'm able to be more consistent with that stitch. But it will be more textured, and it will also, in my experience, it tends to lay flatter. And one thing with just the regular jelly roll rugs that people kind of get frustrated with is sometimes they bowl, sometimes they wave. There is a little art form to kind of get in that down. So if you've ever had that issue, I would recommend stitching down the middle just to help make that easier for you. But you can also do it on the side. And one thing that's going to do, it's going to give your rug a puffier look. And also when it comes to assembling, it'll help kind of hide that stitch for you. Neither's wrong, whichever route you pick. You just want to make sure you're more consistent, because the more consistent you are, the better your rug's going to turn out either way. And one thing I will say is Sewing Parts Online does have the pattern. And one thing that I do in addition to that is I also have online virtual sewing classes. So if you ever find this intimidating, or if you need that visual and you kind of struggle with patterns, you can also add that as well. But that is not in replacement of your pattern. You would definitely have to get your pattern first, and think of that as like an add-on. So in case you ever get stuck, the option is available, but that does not include the pattern. But after you get all your wonderful tubing done, you're going to have a wonderful little ball. Now this one, I'm actually making a little mini tree skirt for my Christmas tree that I have back here. So this is only 11 strips of batting. This is not your standard jelly roll, but I wanted to kind of give you an idea of what that wonderful tubing looks like. And as you can see here, I like to stitch down the middle. For me, I'm way more consistent when I do that. But what's also great about this is you can stop and go as much as you need to. If you have all the time in the world and you're ready to rock and roll, you can do this project in a day. And if you don't have all the time in the world and your schedule's really hectic, it makes it easy to stop and go. So whenever you have, for example, your little ball ready to go, or if you have what I call your cinnamon roll ready to go, it's easy to stop and go and move as needed. But after you have your wonderful little ball, then you're ready to assemble. And for me, that is by far my most favorite step. Just because, again, you're able to sit and just sew. You're able to kind of watch your rug and your Christmas tree skirt or tree skirt just reveal itself to you. And you would do that with a zigzag stitch. And I know this sounds ridiculous and maybe a little crazy, but I feel really fancy when I do my zigzag stitch. I guess because, again, I haven't been sewing forever. I'm not as experienced as many. But when I put that zigzag stitch, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the #1 sewist in the world, which is not even close to being accurate. But then you start to assemble and you rock and roll and you keep going all the way until you get to the end. And if you've already done a jelly roll rug before, usually that's where you stop, no matter the shape. If you did the circle, if you did the oval, but here you get to add some extra pizzazz to it. You get to elevate that look, which we didn't do before. So when I talk to y'all from the middle again. But then you would go ahead and cut your tree skirt and then do that wonderful decal, those wonderful little add-ons. I know it looks ridiculous. Hold up. But they're really friendly. And one thing that I've learned about people in general, everybody has their own look. Everybody has their own aesthetic, even when it comes to just decorating for the holidays. You have what you want, and you can't necessarily walk into any store and get something that coordinates with whatever you have going on in your home. One thing that's great about the Jelly Roll Rug Tree Skirt, you can do exactly that. You can get as crazy as you want, get whatever fabric colors you want, and make it 100% unique to you and to your home. The final thing that I would say that is amazing about Jelly Roll rugs in general and your Jelly Roll Rug Tree Skirt is they're washable. So, which, if you have pets, if you have kids, you know what I mean. So, or if not, if you just spill something, accidents happen. It's gonna happen. So any of these tree skirts are fully washable. What you would want to do is throw it in the washer on delicate and on cold, let it do its thing. And the biggest thing I would say is when it's done, do not put your rug in the dryer. Don't even think about it. You're gonna want to, but don't. So you're going to go ahead and throw that on the floor, and we're going to let that air dry. And that's going to do a couple of things. Once you have your tree skirt on the floor, as it air dries, that's going to help encourage it to lay nice and flat again. It's also going to help with the longevity of your rug. You don't want to have it tossed around all over in the dryer and beaten up on those threads. So definitely slap that on the floor, let it air dry. By chance, if it happens to have any wiggles or waves, that's fine. You can just iron that right on out on high heat with steam, and you'll be good to rock and roll again. There's so many rugs. I recently did a craft show, and I had all my personal rugs on the floor because I knew it was going to get a whole bunch of wear and tear, and that's okay. These tree skirts are made to be used. These rugs are made to be used. And so many people are so apologetic. They're saying, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm stepping on it. I was like, that's 2 years old, and that's been washed more times than I can count. You're good to go. The only other thing that I would definitely emphasize with any Jelly Roll rug tree skirt in advance is make sure you get a lot of thread. These projects eat through a lot of thread, just because to assemble this, as we said before, you're going to go through rows and rows and rows of a zigzag stitch. So that is going to go ahead and bundle up all your thread. So, but again, I think it's super, super beginner friendly. More so your rugs and your tree skirts, but don't let that scare you. The biggest difference is just making this wonderful little accents on there for you. But whenever you get it going, the other thing I would say, if you happen to have a wide variety of threads in your home, I highly, highly recommend to match your thread with your fabric. Just because whether you sewed right down the middle, like we're talking about earlier, or if you sew right along the side, your thread is going to show. So what I like to do is to help kind of conceal that by matching that thread color with your pattern. So in the beginning, like I said, I wasn't too big in sewing yet. This kind of created the monster in me and made me what I am today. I only had white, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And I would make rugs like crazy with solid white thread. It blew my mind how much of a difference it made when I started matching those colors. All the rugs I did before, they were fine. They were great. There was nothing wrong with them. But if you're able to coordinate and match those, it really does make a big, big difference in the product that you put out. But there's still time. I mean, it's December 9th. And like I said, if you can do it in a day, if you're hardcore and awesome and got the time, you can. I did this one yesterday. So this isn't necessarily a very long going project. The only reason why I would give yourself more time if needed is if your schedule's a little hectic, which most people, especially this time of year, it might, or if you're more of a beginner and you kind of need that time. The only thing I would be mindful of before going into this, and the only thing that may be a little stressful, is when it comes time to the assembly. And the pattern's going to give you lots of wonderful tips on that. And for whatever reason, if you're struggling and you need that visual, you could also hop onto my virtual classes, and I'd be happy to help you with that. But I do want to emphasize, if you ever decide to take one of my virtual classes, it does not include the pattern. Think of it as a little bonus, or think of it as an add-on, just so you can get that help. But clearly, I am a huge fan of the Jelly Roll rugs. It is kind of turned into my thing. So I highly, highly recommend this pattern. It has been a blast. But I will warn you, it might, if you're like me, it might become a little addicting, because I enjoyed it so much that I thought, oh man, I need one for every holiday. Okay. And then I've always wanted to be that person that does a different like Christmas tree for every season. And someone that recently did my class did just that. She started off in Halloween, made a wonderful tree skirt for that, made one for Thanksgiving, and I know she's currently making one for Christmas. So the only warning I would have is it's wonderfully addicting. It is an absolute joy just to, one, have most of the work already done for you, and two, be able just to sit, relax, and just enjoy the process of sewing and not have to worry about stop and go so much. I have ran into some people that love that, and they're all about the prep work. I wish I was as cool as they were. So for me, I enjoy the fact that things are already done for me, unless I'm looking for a specific layout or design. But they have been an absolute blast. I highly, highly recommend this pattern by 1,000%. But let's see, what else can we have for you guys? I'm trying to think if there's the other, go ahead. Sorry, I turned over and I messed up.
You turned over and surprise. No, I was just going to pop on and say, I have to admit that I found you because I was looking for a Jelly Roll rug pattern or ideas on TikTok. And I fell in love with your personality. You're just so spunky. You have a lot of heart. And it's so fun watching your TikToks when you're making all these crazy Jelly Roll rugs. And I'm like, that's so inspiring. So I just wanted to pop on here and let people know how to find you on TikTok so they can be inspired as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. On TikTok, you're going to find me under Uniquely Mateo. For whatever reason, if you forget that, as you mentioned, you can search Jelly Roll rug. Unfortunately, like you said, I'm a little bit of a fanatic. So it is very likely that you will find me that way as well. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I am a stay-at-home mom with this business. So with my TikToks, you're likely going to have a lot of little helpers. We're very much a family sewing people over here.
Yeah, and I was just talking to Brian too, and he's like, tell her I love her giant roll of batting. So I've got to ask you about this giant roll of batting.
Oh man, I would have to take you on an adventure. So as I mentioned in the video, I don't like cutting batting, but I go through so much volume, it only makes sense. It is unfortunately on the other side of the house, but it is taller than me. And it is, I mean, if I had to make a circle, at least this. So my parents are wonderfully creative and kind of, they're just hilarious. And I always had the struggle with batting. I don't want it to get tore up. I don't want it to get dirty. So we've actually mounted it to the ceiling of the other room. So I have to get a chair and kind of get up and just cut as I go whenever I need it. But
That's so
if you do a lot of volume, highly recommend. If you don't, don't be crazy like me.
Brian's like, we've got to do that on or get that in our studio so we have access to something like that with that big roll.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
really
Yes,
cool.
absolutely.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll definitely share this rug here. I want to pop this on really quick. We're going to cover our faces for just a moment. There is that tree skirt pattern, and it's available for $9.99. And as Rachel had posted, it is in stock and ready to ship. So as Amanda said, if you're ready and willing to knock it out, you can do it in a day if you want to.
Like I said, most people have jelly rolls laying around. So luckily, even if you have one you just want to try out, just rock and roll and you'll be good to go.
There you go. All right. Well, do we have any questions for Amanda, or are we going to let her get on with her afternoon? She said Texas. So you're still Central Standard Time then, right, Amanda?
I sure am. For anyone that knows Texas, I'm in the middle of nowhere between Corpus and San Antonio.
Oh, okay. I've only been to Texas one time. I went to, now I'm not going to remember the name of it. We did a girls' trip. Chip and Joanna Gaines.
Oh,
Do you know what
Waco.
I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yes,
you went to Waco. Yep,
yes,
yeah.
that's where I went. Let me double check and see if we have a question. Brian, you said we do?
Sure.
Perfect. It's on the screen. It looks like if you make a rug, do you put something on the back to make it stick to hardwood floors?
Yes and no. So with these rugs, what I would do, if you have carpet, you're good to go. You're not going to need it. But if you do have hardwood, if you have laminate, tile, you are going to want something to go ahead and put on that. Now, what I like is rug tape. And I like that double-sided rug tape that you can go ahead and put on the floor. I have had some people mention that the Dollar Tree and other people have kind of like rug mats. I have not used that. As I mentioned before, I have a lot of foot traffic and little tiny feet. So in the rooms, like in the kitchen where I have tile, I highly, highly recommend a double-sided rug tape just to keep that rug nice in its place. Because it will I got this. It will tend to slip if you have it on a hardwood or laminate. Now, granted, with your tree skirt, at least, you're going to anchor it down with all your presents and you got your Christmas tree, so you're good to go. But for any other style of jelly roll rug, 100%, I highly recommend putting something under that. I haven't found anything to spray on it or anything of that matter. What I personally do is just put that double-sided rug tape underneath it just to make sure it's nice and secure. Oh no, I can't hear you.
Oh, Trisha, you're muted on your end.
There we go.
There you are. We got you.
Okay. Oh, so I started making a jelly roll rug because I was really excited to start learning how to sew. And then I realized a lot of sewing is not actually using your sewing machine.
Yes.
But jelly roll rug seemed like it was a good opportunity to actually like sit down and just sit and sew for a long period of time. So I tried one out and I failed miserably right as I was getting to actually curving the tubes together.
Yeah.
So do you have advice for starting that part out? Because I couldn't do it.
Yes. Now I will say for people, if someone runs into complications, that's 1,000% where it's going to happen is once it comes to the assembly. A couple of things. One, you're going to want to get a good iron. And you are going to have to, no matter your shape, iron, especially in the beginning, every time you come around that bend. It might seem excessive. It might seem kind of a little tedious. It's 1,000% worth it. Because if you start off in the beginning and start to get people get two things. You're going to make a beautiful bowl that you don't want, or you're going to get wavy. So one thing is stopping and ironing all the way in the beginning is going to be critical. Now, the farther you get out, it's not necessary. It's always in that beginning step. And the second thing is, and even in my classes, I tell people, bear with me. We're going to get through it, because it is kind of it's a learning curve. Because, for example, for your tree skirt, in this beginning, you're going to have, where as you can see, all these kind of arches, they're much tighter in the beginning, and it gets nice and more spread out the farther as you go. These tight ones is where they're going to get you. And what you want to do is ease that fabric in a little extra as it's assembling. Because let's say this is your tree skirt, right? It's going to take more fabric to go around this top part than it is this bottom part. So as you're assembling it, you're going to want to put a little extra fabric just so they come up even. It might feel weird when you're doing it because you're thinking this is wrong. They're not 100% right. But that is what you need, because they're not 100% even. That first bend is a little tighter. That second one gets a little bigger. So it's going to take a little more. So ironing 1,000% is important. And the tighter you are in that step, the more you're going to want to ease in that fabric. And this is the other thing. The farther you go out, you're not going to have to ease that anymore. So rule of thumb, if you're getting a bowl, you are not you're not easing that fabric in enough. You're not giving it enough of that cushion. If you're getting waves, then what you're doing is you're giving it too much. So that's where it kind of has that learning curve in the beginning. But those are your kind of two rule of thumbs. A lot of people, if their beginning starts off awesome and they move farther out and it starts to wave, it's because they're still easing in that fabric too much. But on the flip side, if you start off right out the gates, which is what I did, the first tree skirt I ever made, I wanted to throw my machine out the house, because it took me 3 or 4 times to get this center spot started. And I actually reached out to RJ Designs, which is Roma is the wonderful woman that designed it. I was like, I don't get it. I was so frustrated. And that's where she was telling me about easing in that fabric is going to be critical in helping in those beginning steps of the assembly part.
Sweet, that makes sense. I think that I'm gonna give it another shot, and then maybe if I don't get it, I'll message you on TikTok and get your help.
You guys can message me anytime, or anybody that's on here. If it's one-off questions, I'll help you all day. Now, if you get really frustrated, I do offer those virtual classes as well that can give you a lot of visual. And luckily, I've made all the mistakes. So fortunately, hopefully, if you're struggling with something, that's something I'd be able to help you out with.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. That's always nice to know we have somebody that's there to help us out.
100%.
All right. Well, thank you, Amanda. We appreciate you coming on, and hopefully we'll have you back in the future.
Sounds great.
All right. Well, you have a great time in Texas.
Yes, ma'am. That's the goal.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, if you want to get your Jelly Roll tree skirt pattern, you can do that on our website. It is on sale right now for $9.99, but you can use the Sew Season 22 coupon and get an additional 15% off. Just a reminder, that is eligible for over 34,000 SKUs. So you can get lots and lots of goodies for Christmas. Let's back up and look at a couple of things while we're waiting on our next guest, and that's going to be Bernie and Shelley Tobisch. They joined us on Cyber Monday, and they are going to show us the precision piecing products, offer a whole bunch of tips on accuracy, and they're both authors, so they're going to show their books. They are just a fountain of knowledge as well. So also this afternoon, just remember that we're going to be doing our grand prize. We don't want to forget about that. Brian, would you mind putting up that overlay on what our grand prize is going to be? Sure. We added a special goodie at the end of yesterday. So originally we were going to do the Triumph, which values at $7,500. We are throwing in an additional $500 Sewing Parts Online gift card and a $500 ineedfabric.com gift card. I mean, you've got everything you're going to need in order to get to sewing and serging and doing all sorts of good stuff. So we have a couple more segments where we're going to be doing giveaways. We have this giveaway right now that we did after Amanda's. So we've got some jelly rolls here, the 2.5-inch strip. So why don't we go ahead and do this giveaway Want to pull up that tool? Thank you. All right, well, let's pick our winner. And we'll see who gets to try making their own jelly roll rug or jelly roll tree skirt. All right, Paula M., congratulations. You are the winner. And for the next giveaway, we're doing something a little bit special because if you look at the terms and conditions of our giveaway, it's for US only. But because Bernie and Shelley are from Canada, we decided that we're going to open up to the Canadians as well as United States, right? So they're donating a beautiful basket, which, Brian, you want to show that too? We've got an overlay for it. It is a whole bunch of their goodies, which they'll be showing us. It values at $230. So we're going to open that up at the end and see who wins that. So make sure to keep an eye out for the surprise Christmas word, and we'll get right to it. All right, well, let's go ahead and pull up Team Tobisch. Can we call you Team Tobisch?
Absolutely.
How are you guys doing today?
Very well, thank
Great,
you. How about you?
Good. Well, we are so happy to see you back. We enjoyed having your segment on Cyber Monday. Did you guys have fun last week?
Oh, we had so much fun. Yes, thank you so much for inviting us.
Oh, you're very welcome. We're so happy that you're able to come back with us. So I know that you've said before you have a lot of information to cover and you just want to get right to it. So if you don't mind, if you want to tell a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be showing us.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. I guess depends on what time zone you're in. We're happy to be back here. Shelley is a very prolific piecer, and as you can probably tell from the quilt hanging behind us here, she's into accuracy, and accuracy means different things to different people, but for us it kind of means, you know, corners that meet and points that meet and those kind of things.
And it actually, for me, I'm into accuracy, not perfection. And there is a difference between the seeking perfection and seeking accuracy. And for me, to me, perfection is like the perfect sunset or the perfect sunrise or the perfect day. And when we see a perfect sunset, well, one day it could mean one thing and another day another thing. A perfect day could be at 6 years old. My perfect day was when Santa came to visit me. But today, although that'd be great too, maybe my perfect day is getting to sew all day. So that depends.
Sometimes I'm the perfect husband. Some days I'm not.
Absolutely, he is.
More often than not, I'm not.
Anyway, but when it comes to accuracy, because we have our rotary cutters and our rulers and these great, nicely woven fabrics, accuracy is something that can be repeated with success over and over and over again. So I'm not looking for perfection because perfection is like a one-off. Accuracy is repeatable over and over and over again.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we have the Acorn products, and how they came about was really not to sell anything. It was for Shelley, who, as I said, loves to have accuracy in what she does. And so we developed the seam-aligned glue and the fabric treatment for her, and the pressing pen for her. And because at the time we had we called it our Top Stitchers Club, and we had about 100 sewists in there, and they saw what she was doing, and they all wanted to participate in that. So once that got started, it just became a bit of a snowball. So we're here to show you about that. So I'm going to ask a question, and maybe if you want to throw your answers, just to see how I like to get sort of percentages. How many of you are fabric washers, and how many are not? Shelley is, and Shelley.
Pre-wash before you ever put it into a quilt.
Yeah, Shelley is, and she'll.
I'll admit I am. I wash every single fabric that goes into my quilt, either by hand or by machine, and I dry them all in a dryer.
And why do you do that?
Because I like surprises, but I don't like surprises in my fabrics. I want to know that I'm starting with on the same solid ground when I start to cut and press.
Yeah,
my
so this has a
fabrics.
lot to do with fabric shrinking and colors running and that type of thing.
Absolutely. And I like the hand of the fabric after it's been washed and dried and treated. And that's important. I don't know if you're aware, but when our fabrics arrive in the port, because they've come across from another country, they are fumigated. And so what can happen is the chemicals that are used to get rid of the bugs can get into our fabrics. And I like to make sure that any chemicals are removed from my fabric also. So shrinkage chemicals, extra dye.
Yeah, and one thing I've seen is that different fabric lines can also shrink at different rates. So if you're piecing something and you haven't washed the fabric, then when you go wash your quilts, I could sort of see where one area of that quilt might shrink a little more than another
Absolutely.
area because of those different shrinkage rates of shrinkage. Yeah, it's we're not trying to change how you do things, but it's nice to see your answers on here. So that's really great. So did you want to?
I will go over.
Shelley's going to show you how she preps fabric because prepping is such a big part of having success. I know that from varnishing a sailboat. When I learned to prep, my stuff all came out better. So I am going to switch over to the, this will take me just a second. I'm going to switch over to the prep cam and we'll see what happens here. All right, you're on. Let us know if the microphone, if the sound changes, please do let us know.
So I went shopping the other day and I bought some new fabric. And so what I'm going to show you is how I take my fabric from here. So this is fabric fresh off the bolt or fresh, just fresh out of the band. So I'm going to show you how to take it from here to all wrinkled and washed and dried and nice and fluffy to here, all nice and pressed and the wrinkles are gone. So you can see that what I've done is from being limp, I have taken the fabric and put the body back in it that it had when I bought it off the shelf. How do I do that? I'm going to work with Easy Press fabric treatment. And what I've done is I've put the fabric treatment into my mist bottle. And, oh, hang on.
Yep.
I've put it into my Easy Press mist bottle. And now I'm going to spray and press my fabric.
And so this fabric treatment is our product. It would be used wherever you might have used a starch prior, but it's not a starch. It can add body back into the fabric and some other properties that Shelley will likely explain.
So this is a continuous mist, and you can put on as much as you'd like. And hopefully you can see the product beginning to seep into the fabric. And what I like to do is I like to spray the fabric, and then I wait for about 15 seconds so that the product can soak into the fibers. This is important because if you ever take an iron and put it directly on top of product, any kind of product, even if it's just water, what happens is the product will just be steaming underneath the iron and it's not actually getting into your fibers.
You just kind of boil it off.
Yes. I'm going to spray one side. I like to then flip it over and press the other side, merely because I like to look at the pretty side. So as I start to press, I'm actually pressing. I'm not ironing. I'm just going to set the iron on the fabric and let gravity do the work. I'm not pushing down. I'm just letting the iron rest on the fabric for a few seconds. And as I'm moving the iron from top to bottom and side to side, what happens is I slightly overlap the area I started with. I can feel with my other hand and see if it's beginning to dry. And if it is, then I know that I can start to do what I call swirl.
The idea here is that Shelley's not stretching her fabric. She's not pressing down on that iron. She doesn't have to beat the fabric into submission. The weight of the iron and the heat are going to take care of this.
By swirling, I removed any hills and valleys that might have been left in the fabric from the washing process. And then once it's dry, I have a nicely pressed fabric that has the body added back into it. So where I started here, now I have nicely pressed fabric. You see that okay?
Yeah, yeah. Would you mind maybe just, we have a second, just show what happens when you iron rather than press?
If I iron rather than press, what can happen is, I'm just going to hurry this along.
Yep.
I have a little sponge brush. If I'm in a hurry and I just want the product to work in really quickly, then I use it. So if I'm going to just press.
You see what's happening to the fabric there? It's completely stretched out of shape.
It's hard to capture it on.
Oh, I can see that quite clearly. So pressing and ironing, you know, there may be a distinction between those two.
Here. See how it's warped?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all warped here.
And I call that beating the fabric into submission. It's not necessary.
And then what happens?
It's going to take revenge on you later.
When you cut and sew this into a quilt, if it has been stretched, it will shrink, or it will behave differently, all stretched out, and then try to find its original shape, and your block could be skewed. So just a gentle touch is all you need there.
All right. Thanks, Shell. I'm going to switch back to the people cam here for a moment. Bear with me for just a second. So some of the properties of our product there are that it does add strength to the fibers while it's in. You're going to find cutting becomes much more accurate, and it also adds an element of stain resistance while it's in. And we learned that at a quilt show where somebody wiped some chocolate onto one of Shelley's quilts, and we were able to just clean it off with a damp cloth. We were quite surprised. We weren't expecting that. So I'm going to show you something for those of you that don't want to wash. You know, we kind of think that the shrinkage portion of this is a big problem. So I have 3 pieces of fabric here that we've been dragging around with us for a number of years. And hopefully you can see this. These are off the bolt. These are unwashed. They're the same length, or they started out the same length. So this piece here that sticks out at the bottom, nothing done to it. It's just been hanging out. I think if I hold that in front of my shirt, can you see all the fraying of that, for example? Okay. The next piece we treated lightly. So I'll just show you this. All right, so this piece we treated lightly, and you can see it shrank that piece of fabric by probably an inch, or maybe a tad more than an inch, actually. And if you look at this, like I said, this was treated lightly. Look at this in front of my shirt. You can see the fraying is considerably less. All right. And then the third piece, it was treated a little more heavily because Shelley does like a little bit more body. A little bit more body. And you can see that treating it a little extra shrank it maybe another 1/4 of an inch or so. And there's almost zero fraying on this. You can see that. So because this fabric is quite stable now, Shelley's cutting gets to be much more accurate. So without changing anything but how she prepped the fabric, she's already gained some accuracy here. All right, so are you ready to show the next step here? So that is the fabric treatment, and it comes in a combi pack. Let me just show you that.
Shelley?
Yes.
Shelley, do you mind if I ask you a quick question? You might have covered it, but I just want to double check just in case. We have a viewer asking if you are using a dry or steam setting when you're doing your pressing.
I'm using a dry iron on, and that's such a great question. Thank you. I'll see if I can hold my iron up.
Maybe when we switch camera.
Oh, okay.
We should turn this one off.
I do use a dry iron on a wool setting. And the reason I use it on wool is that cotton setting is hotter than what I need. And I mean, I could use it on cotton, but I don't need to. So what I did is I just played with the iron until I found the perfect sweet spot for the iron. And then I always know where to set my iron so it's at the exact setting I need for.
That's really
piecing.
actually an excellent question. Irons, even same brand iron, same model, may not have exactly the same temperature at a certain setting. And I have seen people with any product scorch their fabric because they think that, oh, I had this iron before, this one's going to be exactly the same setting. So it's actually a good idea to start out low and find out how your iron works, and is it right? The thermostats aren't 100% accurate. And you know, I mean, any product, you can put water on there, and if you set your iron to the incinerate temperature, it's going to scorch your fabric.
Even with water, it can create like little lines on the fabric. So it's a good idea to just find that spot where it's not too hot and you get a nice press.
There's something to be said about testing on scraps, right? Test on scraps.
Always test on scrap.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
All right. Well, I'll let you resume.
I want to answer Angela's question about using the fabric spray after washing only. You don't need to. You can use it on fabrics right off the bolt, and it will help you pre-shrink those fabrics.
Isn't that what you?
Yeah, it's kind of what I was showing you there. Those fabrics that I showed you that we had shrunk, they were not washed. They were actually just right off the bolt. And in answer to, would this mess up your wool mat? No, what stains your wool mat can be heat. But Shelley does always put a piece of cotton over her wool mat because she likes that feel of cotton on her fingers, and she doesn't like the feel of wool. But no, it doesn't mess up your wool mat. Yeah. So I see there's lots of people using a dry iron. That's actually a nice way to do it. Here's a wool mat. So
that's never had the iron touch it directly.
This has never had the iron touch it directly, but you can see a stain. That's just from the heat of an iron. When we did classes, often people would turn the heat up really high. But yeah, you can use a wool mat with this stuff. Yeah. Oh, scan and cut. Thank you so much for asking. Believe it or not, somewhere here I have a sample that was right here. We were asked if we could make the fabric stiff enough to use on a scan and cut. And there's the sample. You can make that fabric as stiff as you want. You could make this fabric stand up straight, just like paper, if you wanted. So here's a sample. This is, I mean, I don't know if you can hear this, but this is stiff as a board. And so sometimes when you're doing a machine embroidery, for example, you may find that, boy, to get this right, I have to use a very, very thick stabilizer. So sometimes by stiffening your fabric first this way, you might be able to use a finer stabilizer so you don't have that real thick pad stitched into your embroidery. All right, I'm going to switch you over. Oh, I was going to show you. Yeah, this is the combi pack that this comes in. So it has a 16-ounce bottle plus the mister bottle, and afterwards you can just buy refills. And our most popular product right now is the gallon refill for this stuff. So anyway, thank you. That quilt in the background is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I had a lot of fun working on that. A rainbow of colors. It's called Here Comes the Sun.
There was a point where she was working on this, though, where I had to kind of slide food in front of the door, knock, and run away. So.
I was on a deadline.
All right, I'm going to switch over to the glue can here. Give me just a moment. And you're on.
Okay, so I just want to explain what happened here. You can see that my fingers are all fluorescent pink. I had a battle with some ink, and I was dyeing some fabric, and yeah, that happened. So please ignore my fluorescent pink fingers. And so what I'm going to show you is how I do my piecing, pinless piecing, working with Seam-Align glue. It comes in a 1-ounce bottle. Most common like this, a 1-ounce bottle, and it has a little precision tip that when you squeeze the bottle, the glue comes out in precise, tiny little dots. So I will show you how to do that. when I'm demonstrating, I demonstrate on these 1-inch wide strips because they really show how well everything works.
But we don't want you to think that this is just for small pieces. What this does, the main object of everything we're doing is to keep your fabric from shifting and have them go through your sewing machine evenly so that your accuracy improves. And if you think about it, the bigger the pieces you work with, the more they're inclined to shift. And pinning is a pain, and you have to stop and keep pulling the pins out so you lose your flow. So we came up with this fabric-friendly, water-soluble, non-toxic glue, and you'll see how this works.
So one thing, I like to show this. I did not start my glue when I started this demonstration, and there's a little bit of dried glue in the tip. To get rid of that, all I have to do is just give it a little poke. The glue is gone, and I can start to work. So I like to just put these tiny little dots of glue along the seam allowance, in the seam allowance, and they're positioned about a 1/2 inch apart. You don't have to measure that, just eyeball it. I know the quilters in us get nervous when we say eyeball, but that's okay. This is one place you can. Then I place my pieces right sides together, and because I'm looking for accuracy, I want to make sure that my strips are lined up exactly along here. So I'll look at the front and check the back, because what looks lined up in the front may not be lined up in the back. The next thing I'm going to do is just press with my iron. And I'm going to press for about 5 seconds, and that sets the glue. Then what I'll do, oh, my iron's still just kind of heating up, is I'll take a clip. And I like to put a clip right here on the side, and that tells me the side the edge that I glued. Because we like to, as quilters, we like to do assembly line quilting. So as I'm preparing my strips, I can just glue away.
So you can see it's a tiny amount of product here.
And then
for Paula, there's almost 0 scent to this. I have trouble, and I just did it again to be sure, but I can hardly smell anything. It's very, very faint, if anything at all.
And thank you for that question, Paula. That's a great question. I'm very sensitive to smells, to strong scents. I can't take perfume or anything. And so I needed to make sure I had a product that did not have a smell.
So what happens, Shelley, if I know this is extremely rare, but what happens if you make a mistake in your gluing?
This is Seam-A-Line has a gentle hold fabric glue, so I'll use that one. What I'm going to do is just if I've made a mistake here, I'm just going to take this and pull it apart.
And you'd be surprised how there's nothing left in your fabric.
You can see I used a dark color on purpose so that you'd be able to see if there was any residue from the glue.
And Cynthia, it does release to press seams open. Absolutely. Shelley,
I'm going to show you that.
A little bit. Yeah.
And then the reason I wanted a gentle hold glue is when I was working on a quilt, I made a mistake, and I was working with a very old fabric. It finally made a scrap quilt that this old fabric that a friend gave me would work in. And I only had so much of it, and I made a mistake. And when I tried to pull it apart, I destroyed the fabric because the glue I was working with didn't release. And anyway, let's just say I called Bernie and told him, and there might have been tears involved. Okay, so if you make a mistake, then you just re-glue it, and I can add my clip. So now I'm going to sew these together.
All right, let me switch to the machine cam here. Give me 1 second. There we go.
When you're piecing, it's a good idea to lower your stitch length down to a stitch length of 2. And by using a shorter stitch length, you end up, when you're subcutting, your threads will not come undone along the edges of the units or the block. So working with a shorter stitch length is a very good idea. I always like to start my sewing with a header. And what I'm going to do is I just have 2 pieces of fabric that I've placed together. and I'm going to lower the presser foot, and I hang on to the top and bobbin thread, and I start stitching. This way, the beginning stitches are caught into this fabric, and I don't have to worry if they're not knotted together at the very beginning, because by the time I get to the end, they are, and I have a nice stitch. I stitch until the needle is just off the edge of the fabric. Raise the presser foot and line up the patchwork right along the edge of the foot and snug up to the needle. And then I'll begin to sew. This way, my seam is going to be the exact width that I want from the beginning through the middle and to the end. When I come to the end, I'm allowing the machine to feed the fabric, and my fingers are just here in the front, not to the side. I just let the machine feed the fabric. And I'm going to sew until I get right to the very end of the strip. And when I run out of fabric, I'm going to place my finger along the edge of the presser foot, continue to stitch, and stop with the needle right off the edge of the fabric. And then I'm going to, for the next strip, raise the presser foot, snug the strip up to the needle, and continue to start stitching again. And this is in real time, just allowing the strip to feed. Coming to the end, finger at the edge of the foot supporting the fabric, so you can see it's not pulling away from the edge of the presser foot. So the stitch width is the same, not the width, the seam width is the same.
Yeah.
And then I get what I like to call the footer, 2 pieces of fabric, stitch to the end. Now, even though I didn't leave a big gap between my pieces, there's plenty of room for me to get my Karen K. Buckley scissors in there and snip between the strips. And now my footer is ready. Oops, stepped on the foot control. To be a header.
So there's a number of reasons Shelley does that the way she does it. And I'll just go ahead and explain a little bit. When you put your fabric right up to the needle and lower your foot, she knows that from her very first stitch here, that is accurate seam allowance. Okay.
Can you use these?
So because where your seam allowance usually will vary is at the very beginning and the very end. So she knows when she does that, she has this exact seam allowance. And you notice we're not calling it a 1/4 inch, we call it a patchwork seam allowance. So I want to show you a little something about feeding, because in our classes, often something that we see quite a bit is people struggling with fabric turning from side to side, and people struggling to keep the fabric straight. So I just want to show you something here. I'm not going for an accurate seam allowance here. I'm just going for a demo here. So I'll let this happen. If you guide your fabric from the front like this, where your fingers are in front, everything wants to feed straight. But watch what happens the moment, and I promise you, I'm not applying pressure here. I'm just moving my hand to the side. You see my fabric just turned just like that? I'm going to move the camera to the front. Pardon me if I apologize if I make anybody dizzy by doing that. I'll just line that up here. That should refocus itself. So I'll do this again. So from the front, whoop, my apologies. From the front, everything just goes nice and straight. But the moment I put my hand here, and again, I'm not doing anything. You see my fabric turning. So what I see happening is people constantly correcting, and the fabric is going from side to side. I can, just by applying a little bit of pressure here with my finger, I can actually make my fabric sew in a circle. I don't have to work hard at all to do that. So if you are one of those people that likes to hold the fabric at the side, you may find yourself constantly correcting as you're sewing. Whereas if you were to just let the fabric slide under your finger here, you will see that the fabric wants to feed straight. Now you have a very big header to start out again, Shell.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to switch back over to the glue cam, which is now going to be the press cam. All right.
All right. So now what I'm going to do, I want to press my both seams together to one side. I will demonstrate when you're pressing seams open, because I know that just like there's some of us that don't want to wash our fabrics, there's also some of us that don't want to press both seams to one side. So I will address that. To press the seams to one side, I have the seam that I want to press the fabric towards me, and I'm just going to finger press. And what I'm doing is I'm snugging the fabric right up to the line of stitching. And then I'm just going to take the iron and begin to press. And you can see that my fingers just continue to follow along and press the fabric up to the seam.
And you can see she's not standing on the iron to get a better press. She's just letting the weight of the iron and the heat of the iron do the job.
Oh, I wanted to show because I just was reminded of it. This is the bottom of my iron. I use a dry iron on wool setting. So again, I'm just going to finger press and then press all along. So what happens though is now that I'm done piecing, you can see that my strips aren't completely flat. They're not bad, but they're not completely flat. And what I want is to create a completely flat seam like this. So I'll show you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is take my Easy Press pen, and my Easy Press pen has the Easy Press fabric treatment in it. And I have a felt tip on the end, and I've pushed on the tip until it's damp with product. Now what I'm going to do is just highlight the high side of the seam. I'm using a very fine amount, a very small amount of product on there, and applying a film. And then I press for a few seconds, and ta-da!
And boy, is that going to make a difference when you start subcutting these. Shelley's going to be making up a little 9 patch, and you're going to just see how much more accurate that makes everything.
So I want to show you that again on highlighting text. So if I'm going to highlight text, I'll just take my highlighter and do the same thing. I put a fine film of ink over top of the words. But what I'm not doing is this. I don't need that much ink to highlight. I just need a nice fine film. So I'm going to show you once again. I just take my pen and I highlight the high side of the seam, and then finger pressing along, I press with the iron. It takes about 3 seconds.
Cynthia, you're not adding anything here that's in any way toxic. You won't even know it's there.
Okay, now what happens if I want to press my seams open? Actually, you know what? I'm going to use one of these that I just did. So I just have
Shelley's very sensitive to chemicals, and that was one of our criteria, that this had to work for her. And I can tell you, if it works for her, it'll work for almost everybody.
Everything gives me headaches. This does not. So what I'm going to do is I have an Appliquick rod.
This is if you want to press your seams open.
Yeah, or you could use any tool you like. My Appliquick rods are always handy. So I just slide the rod in there, separate the seams. You can see how easily the seam align's released. And now what I'm going to do is just finger press that seam to one side. And here's where you can really tell, you can see the story where that fabric is not flat. So I take my Easy Press pen and apply a light film right between the seams. And I just press.
And this pressing is such a light touch. It's a very, very light touch.
And now, ta-da! That's pressed flat.
So maybe when we call this press as you go, Here's why. So you can see that this is how it comes out in the end. This wasn't pressed afterwards. It comes out this flat. And even if you look at the back, you'll see these are all nice and flat here where you might normally have a lot of bulk. There isn't a lot of bulk. And so if you're a long armor, or if you take your quilts to a long armor, they love this process because it's so nice and flat. Here's another example. Here and here, there would normally be a lot of bulk, but because this takes the seams and makes them so flat, it's very easy to sew over when you're machine quilting. And the accuracy speaks for itself.
Also, because it helps with the easy press, helps to reduce the amount of fraying. You can see on the back of my blocks that there's not a lot of fraying going on in the middle of the blocks. Okay, let's talk about subcutting. So I'm just going to move my board over here. And because I want to create pieces, or I want to start with a nice fresh cut end, I like to use 2 rulers, and I call this the 2 ruler method because I'm creative with names like that.
So this is if you're squaring up your piece initially, right?
Yes, to square up my piece. I never use the lines on the mat. I only work with the lines on the ruler. I'm working with these itty bitty 8s rulers, really like these. What I'm going to do is take the lines here on the ruler, and I'm just going to line up 2 lines along the center seam. And you can see how it's kind of wonky here. I'm leaving enough room where I can make a nice fresh cut. And I just take the second ruler, butt it up to the first, move this ruler aside. Now I want to be super clear about this. What happens sometimes when you're cutting and you go from one end to the other? By the time you get up to here, you can be stretching the fabric. You'll see your fabric kind of grows up here, and then when you make the cut, it snaps back. And then you often get a wonky cut. So to avoid that from happening, I'm going to start just by scoring the very top of my fabric up here first. Then I'm going to go down here and roll up to where I scored the fabric. In this way, I get a nice fresh cut up there, and it's nice and straight. You could see I left this other ruler sitting on the strip because these are narrow strips. If I have this other ruler laying on top of the strips while I'm cutting, it helps to keep them from shifting while I'm making my cut. Now what I'm going to do here is when I make a cut, I make sure that the full line of measure is on the edge of the fabric. And what I mean is I'm going to cut a 1 inch subcut, and I make sure this black 1 inch line is fully on the edge of the fabric. It's not here where there's fabric beyond, or here where there's fabric between, or space between. It's just resting right along that fresh cut I made.
So that entire line of ink has to be on top of the fabric.
So I make my score, come back, and cut. And I have a nicely cut unit. And then I'll show you in real time. Oh, this one's already been freshly cut. So I've got the full line of measure right on the edge there. I score the fabric here, and then, whoops, if I want to make sure I have my other ruler there because it will shift, and cut. There we go. And now I'm going to show you lining up these strips.
Here's where the seam align really, really makes a gigantic difference. Well, and the pressing pen, actually.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place a dot of glue in the corners. And then I like to put a dot of glue where my seams, I want to match my seams. And because I'm me, I'll probably put some in between everything too. And now I'm going to line up my 2 pieces, my 2 units, and I'm just going to make sure, just like I did with the strips, I want to make sure that I arrange everything so that my strips are lined up exactly front and back.
Cynthia, the pen is refillable, and we use the Easy Press fabric treatment.
The same product that we showed in the beginning.
Same product we prepared the fabrics with. Now, one thing we didn't tell you that we should probably tell you is why Shelley puts the full line of measure from the ruler on the fabric. And that's kind of an important thing to know.
Absolutely it is.
This has to do with accuracy and having your blocks measure out the size you want them.
So let me use one of these over here because I think you can see it better. So when you're pressing, do you see how there's just that tiny bit, there's this little ridge created when you press the fabric over the seam, over the stitching line. And that is called turn of the cloth. And by pressing that seam over the fabric over the seam. And I need to account for that turn of cloth when I'm cutting or when I'm sewing. And the easiest place to account for it is in your cutting. If you have blocks that are coming out too small, often it's because we've cut away that tiny little bit of fabric we need for the turn of the cloth.
That quilt that's behind us has hundreds and hundreds of seam allowances in it. And you can imagine that one fold multiplied by that many times, how that would subtract from the size. So just that simple trick of laying the full line of measure on the fabric accommodates for that. All right, back to the machine cam.
We need to move this before we
yep, let me move that camera. Bear with me for a second here because I do have to move the camera. I think, yep. My apologies. I hope I'm not making anybody dizzy there. Okay, there we are. You're back in biz.
Okay, thank you. Right.
The seam align is not permanent. It's a very, very light hold. You can just pull it apart. And you'll notice that there was a number of properties. I'm just going to, before Shelley does this, I'm going to switch to the people cam so that I feel I'm talking to you more directly. There was a couple of criteria that we wanted to meet. One was, of course, Shelley's desire to have her fabrics not shift and have everything be very accurate. And so that also meant that she could pull it apart if she never makes a mistake.
Oh, I make tons of mistakes.
When she makes a mistake, she can pull that fabric apart easily. And that's what we did. And from my perspective, because I'm a sewing machine technician, I've done this this is my 47th year. I don't like picking glue out of people's machines when they come in for service. I don't want glue in the feed dogs. I don't want glue in the hook area. I don't want glue. I've had glue up in I don't know how it got there, up in the head end of the machine. So for me, it needed to be a very clean process that was friendly to your sewing machine. And if you've ever sewn with some of the stickier glues, you'll see that ring of glue around your needle. That doesn't happen with this, because that ring of glue around your needle can affect your stitching. So to me, that was super important. To Shelley, the water solubility, the non-scent, the idea that, and it's completely biodegradable. It degrades into water. That's what it degrades into. Anyway, I hope that makes some sense. I'm going to switch you back to the machine cam here, and then Shelley can show you how using this will help to keep her pieces together. There we go.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just slightly raise the presser foot, line the edge up that I glued right along the edge of the foot and snug to the needle, and I'm going to stitch. Again, keeping my fingers in front of the presser foot.
So right there where she sewed over the seam, that's often where your seams want to separate. Those two pieces that you nested together, they want to separate there, but because she glued right in that spot, they are not going to be, they're not going to separate. I can't tell you. Burst of speed. I can't tell you if it'll work on vinyl because we haven't used them, but we've used them on most other fabrics. But I have a feeling not on vinyl. It is probably not going to hold enough, and you probably want to set this glue with heat, and that may not work well with your vinyl. There may be better options for sewing with vinyl, for gluing vinyl.
One double-sided Wonder Tape is great.
Double-sided Wonder Tape. All right.
It washes away.
Let me swing you back to the next cam here where you'll see how big a difference the pen makes here.
So before I press this, what I'm going to be doing is I'm pressing that seam to the center. So this is going to be my center strip, and I'm going to press the seam to the center. I discovered that these tiny little 9 patches, if you ever find yourself wanting to do these cutie patootie little 9 patches, here's a patch done with the seams pressed away from the center. Do you see this little wow?
It looks curved there.
It does. To avoid that from happening to you, this block has the seams pressed towards the center. And look at the difference. There's a little wow here, and there's no wow there.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. So now I'm going to just finger press. You can tell that I do a lot of finger pressing. This is just part of the whole process. And here's where the true story comes up is when you start to sew your strips together, that is not flat, and I want that flat. The flatter it is, the more accurate it will be for me. So now I'm going to just apply a light film of easy press to the high side of the seam. And I'm going to take my iron and press. Just takes a few seconds. And ta-da, way better.
And that makes this just so much easier to work with when you're adding your next piece on. And as you're building your block, it just makes this all so much easier.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about half square triangles and a few other products that I really love. So for my half square triangles, because I'm a quilter who really enjoys paper piecing, I like sewing on the lines. So when I'm setting up for sewing my half square triangles, I like to use these Quilter's Magic Wands. Now, Bernie's going to throw me under the bus, but it is Christmas time, so you got to be nice.
I'm going to switch cameras for this because I think, well, people need to see this. And they also need to know if they suffer from this affliction, right? So Shelley suffers from this affliction. It's called, there's more since I last saw these. It's called FSS. And what it means is full set syndrome. And I don't know if the rest of you suffer from that, but Shelley absolutely suffers from full set syndrome. So
dear.
Whether it's rulers or whether it's scissors, that type of thing, it is an affliction, and the quilt stores love her.
They do. They do.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. Afflictions aside, aren't they pretty?
Yeah, pretty.
It depends on the mood that I'm in or the color I'm working with. What color? I'm looking for the green one.
Oh, it's a green day today?
It's a green day.
Oh, I see others. I think others suffer from full set syndrome.
Excellent. I'm not alone.
No,
okay.
I'm reading in the chat here, and there you are.
Thank you for your support.
You have a support group.
Awesome. Okay, so the one thing about this Quilter's Magic Wand that I love is of course it's colorful. I also love that it has this line etched into the center. But one thing about the Magic Wand is it can be slippery. So what I like to do is this is called C&T Maker's Tape, and it has a little bit of a rough outside edge, and it's tacky on the center. So what I do is I'll cut a strip of my C&T Maker's Tape, and I apply it to the back of my wand. And by doing that, it makes it so that, check that out, it's not good. Oh, sorry, I'm moving the camera, but my ruler's not moving. It's moving. So now what I can do is I can still see through to where that etched line is. And I'm going to place my ruler from corner to corner, and I'm going to lightly draw with a pencil on each side. And then I'm going to stitch on the lines. So here we have stitched on the lines, and then I can just cut right down the center of that too. So I get two half square
You glue
triangles.
these together first.
Oh,
don't you?
yes. Oh, I'm running ahead of myself. I apologize. Thank you.
And this is another place where the seam line comes in really handy, because you're now stitching along the bias, which kind of tends to want to make the layers stretch a little bit. In particular, the top layer, because it has more friction. The under layer is being helped by the feed dogs. The top is being dragged under your presser foot where there's friction. So especially on the bias, that top layer will want to grow. And by adding those little drops of Seam-Align Gentle Hold fabric glue along the center diagonal, it limits how far that top fabric could actually stretch. So everything comes out way, way more accurate.
Thank you for reminding me.
No problem. That's why I'm here.
Well, exactly. Okay, so then I just press to set the glue, and then I stitch on the lines and cut down the center. So let's see, what color should we do today? Oh, that's pretty. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press towards the seam allowance, and I always have that up and towards me, and I'm just going to finger press. Now when you're doing the finger pressing, you want to make sure that in these corners here, you have the fabric snug to the line of stitching. Often if there's anything that's going to go awry, it's right there. You can end up with a crease in the fabric and the fabric's not snug to the line of stitching. So I've just applied the heat, and now I'm going to place some easy press right along the high side of the seam, very gentle touch. And again, I'm just using the tips of my fingers. They're the most sensitive part of your fingers, and so you can feel, after a while you get a feel for when it's snug. And then I just press that. Now I wanted to show you something quickly. How am I doing for time?
You're doing well. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. So I wanted to show you that I like to actually, sometimes I can end up trying to do patchwork, and my center seam is really bulky. So in order to eliminate bulk in my half square triangle, I can do what I call grading the seam. And you can see here that this seam is wider than this. And all I had to do is just trim it down. And again, this is where you can use this is where the raw, it's nice that the Seam-Align is a gentle hold, because I can just slide my rod in there, lift, and now I can fold my seam back, and I can get a ruler. I actually use here. I've taken some tape. I have just a masking tape. Certainly you could use the C&T Maker's tape along here to make the seam the width I want, and I butt the seam up to the folded fabric and I trim, and that's how easily I can create a graded seam. It eliminates a lot of excess fabric. I don't do all of mine like that, but I did want to share that little tip. If you're doing pinwheels or something and it's just not coming out the way you want it to, that sure helps. Okay, let's trim this. So what I'm going to do is get my...
The magic wand is 1/2 inch wide.
Thank you. Good question.
Someone just asked that.
So what I want to do, this is double-sided tape. And I'm going to place this double-sided tape on my mat, and it has one side is tacky when you pull it off of the roll. My word went away. And now what I'm going to do is take the bigger triangle and place it on top of the tape. I'm going to use my itty bitty 8s ruler. Now what I've done with this is I have taken again the C&T Maker's tape, and I've placed it right along the 45-degree angle of the ruler. And I'm just going to take that ruler and snug it right up to the center seam on my half square triangle.
She's created a ridge on the underside of the ruler that's right on that 45-degree line, and that little ridge snugs right up to the ridge on her patchwork, on her half square triangle. And now that's very, very secure, and her cuts are going to be perfectly straight.
Nothing will shift. And it's by adding the double-sided tape that helps to keep everything from shifting. So when I was showing you that trimming these strips, the units for my 9 patch, I showed you scoring the very top. I'm going to once again do that up here. I'm just going to put the ruler right up along the edge, the cutter right up along the edge of the ruler, and push down.
Especially there, because you've got
score.
some thickness there.
And then I'm going to roll the cutter up to that cut. And then this way, I get a nice fresh cut at the very top. And I have a point on there that I could cut my finger on. Okay, and so now I'm going to take this and turn it, and take my ruler and turn it. I like to use this itty bitty 8s ruler because I'm going to cut a 2-inch square. And this ruler is from 1 inch to it's 6 inches. And so it's not 6.5 inches. Sometimes if you buy rulers that have the extra 1/2 inch, it can kind of throw things off with your eyes.
Confusing. It can be confusing for this process. Yeah.
And here's an important point. I'm taking my ruler and I'm placing the full line of measure, that 2-inch line, right along the cut edge of the fabric. I score the top, come down, roll forward, score, and roll. And now I have a really nicely cut half square triangle with a graded seam.
Beautiful, Shell.
Thank you.
All right.
I love half square triangles. They're my favorite unit.
We've got about 1.5 minutes
Okay.
to shamelessly promote our books.
All right.
So let's start with yours.
Okay.
Shelley's book is called Easy Precision Piecing, and I think almost everything you saw here is in the book, as well as a number of quilt patterns, including the block builders for those, which we didn't even talk about.
No,
because no time, but anyway, it's all in there. Fantastic tips.
The basket has block builders in it.
Yep. Yes, the giveaway we're doing today has the block builder base in it.
I want to add one more thing.
Yeah, please do.
Just before you do that.
Yeah.
I do want to mention that sometimes people think that the glue is only for working with small pieces, but because I'm demonstrating, I use the small pieces to demonstrate. But when I was putting the borders on this quilt, those are long pieces, and I would not be able to put them on as accurately as I did without my seam-align. Also, when I was sewing the triangles to the trunk here, this is a long bias seam. And so I used my seam-align along here so the seam wouldn't grow while I was stitching. Makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. My one book is called You and Your Sewing Machine, and it's full of sewing machine troubleshooting tips for all the different machines out there, all the different sewing systems. It has a really, I'm bragging, it has a really good troubleshooting section in it. I'll just call that up. So you find the problem in the yellow column, and then the next column tells you the probable cause, and the next column tells you the probable answer and what page to find that on. And then they did a small version of it that you can take to retreats and classes and that type of thing, a lay flat version as well.
There's Trisha.
This doesn't, yeah, Trisha's got it there. This doesn't have everything that's in the one Trisha's holding, but, yeah, that's right. The one Trisha has everything that's in here, but this one doesn't have everything that's in there because it's a smaller book. There you go. Oh, did we make it? Yes.
You can shamelessly promote all you want because your books are fantastic. Your products are fantastic. I'm in love with this book.
Thank you.
Oh, that's so
So
sweet.
you're welcome to totally promote. And Shelley, I just have to tell you, you know how we were talking about the tip with, scoring the top and then rolling up to the score and why it's beneficial. I tried that just a few days ago and I'm like, thank you, Shelley. This works
Oh,
great.
you're welcome.
So I was thinking about you.
That's a good little
Thank
tip. It makes
you.
such a difference.
It
doesn't
really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can go ahead and do the giveaway. You guys put together that beautiful basket.
Oh,
Thank you so
fantastic.
much for donating that. It is a $230 value. And like I had mentioned before, we're doing something a little special since you guys are in Canada. So we're going to open up the giveaway to both Canada and the US. So I want you
Wow,
guys to
that's
stay on while
wonderful.
we're
You
picking
bet.
the winner for that awesome basket. All right, let's see who it is.
Pick me. Oh.
Pick you, I know, right? We all want to win over here too.
Shelley breaks into a sweat when she's down to 4 gallons of fabric treatment.
Got to get the big gallons. Lynn Williams, congratulations.
Yay, congratulations.
Tricia, would you mind if I just answered a quick question? Someone asked
Sure.
about if a certain brand is included in the book. All the different sewing systems are included in the book. I didn't name brands because I just didn't want to name brands, but you will find your sewing system in the book. It'll apply to all the brands.
The best machine is your machine.
Yes.
There you go.
The one you like.
Yeah, no,
is the best.
very,
Yeah.
very good book. Yep, we have it on the website right now with the sale price of the $24.95. So
Awesome.
you can also use the Sew Season 22 coupon for the 15% off. As I mentioned earlier, over 34,000 SKUs that's eligible for. So pick up a couple books and some precision piecing products, right?
Absolutely.
Well, thanks again for
All right.
having us.
Well, thank you for coming. And if you don't mind, I think Brian and I are just going to call you Team Tobisch from now on.
Oh,
Awesome.
that's what we are.
That
We are
works.
Team Tobisch
That works for
everywhere we
us.
go.
That works for us.
Yeah, we were over here admiring how adorable you are. So keep it up, guys.
We practice every morning.
That's right. Well, you have a Merry Christmas and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
Thank
to
you,
everybody.
you too.
for
Thank
watching.
you for inviting us.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. I just love those two. And they've got great products, so you can always pick those up. And then we just want to go ahead and do a reminder on the surprise Christmas word for the next segment. It's going to be popped up on the screen or in the ticker. And we'll do another giveaway at the end of LuAnn's segment. And then we're going to go into some giveaways at the end. And of course, you guys are going to be wanting to keep an eye out for the Christmas word for, what is it, Brian? The Triumph. Grand prize, the Triumph. Remember that we are going to be doing the Triumph, which is worth $7,500. Plus, we added a little extra something. I'm going to pop that overlay up on the screen. Yesterday, we surprised y'all and let you know that we're going to add in an additional $500 gift card to Sewing Parts Online and a $500 gift card to ineedfabric.com. And just to clarify, that's going to be the grand prize, like together, not just the gift card, not just the other gift card, not just the Triumph. All three of those together is going to be the grand prize. So were you wanting to add something, Brian?
Just that we're giving away a $100 gift card at the end of LuAnn segment.
Yep. LuAnn segment, we're going to give a $100 gift card to Sewing Parts Online. And then we've got a few other goodies in there too before we move on to the grand prize. So we are going to invite LuAnn back again. LuAnn, let's pull her up, Brian. Hello again, LuAnn.
Hello, it's nice to be here again on a Friday afternoon.
Yes. Well, for anybody that's just joining that didn't catch day 1 and 2, LuAnn has been here a couple of times with us. On day 1, she showed us the TL series. She showed us how to quilt with it. And we also discussed how you can do it with bag making and garment sewing. And then yesterday, she came on and showed us how to tell the difference between a cover stitch machine and a serger. And we'll talk about those machines afterwards too. But today she's coming on to show us what, LuAnn?
We're going to talk about the DX4000.
Great machine. So I know you've got lots of goodies to show us on that machine. So I'll be in the background if you have any questions, just like we did yesterday. So we'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much. So yeah, today we're going to look at our sewing machine. This is our DX4000. We give it the name Kokochi, and that's means good feeling in Japanese. So first off, this is a 12-inch sewing bed machine. So from the needle over, you have 12 full inches of sewing space. Plus you have extra space over here on the side too. So you have a large area to sew with your projects. We also have extra height here, and it has this wonderful bright LED lighting. We have a feature on this machine that I can adjust the brightness of the lighting. So I have it dimmed down a little bit, and I'll adjust it up and show you how bright that lighting actually is. So let's look at some of the features of the machine. First of all of your stitches are located on this flip chart. This is the lid on the top of the machine. So you can just easily look up here, look up your category, look up your stitch number, and get it real quick on your screen. You don't have to go to the screen and start looking for your stitches and you have no clue what those 400 stitches up there are. So we actually have this up on the lid for you. We do have a built-in needle threader. Our thread trimmers are right here on the front. We put everything right here on the front so it's easily accessible as you're sewing. So here are thread trimmers to cut the top and the bottom thread. Needle up, needle down. We can go into this machine and tell it, do we want it to default up or do we want it to default down? But this will actually allow us to put the needle down in the fabric or bring the needle up in the fabric. Then we have our feed dog drop button right here to drop those feed dogs down for free motion quilting. Or I like to drop them if I'm sewing with a real silky fabric, so that when I slide that fabric up under there, those feed dogs don't snag that fabric. This also works as a lock button. So you can lock your screen if you're going to walk away and you or someone else can accidentally hit it and change your settings. Then we have our presser foot lift here in the front. We also have a presser foot lift in the back. We can set this machine to automatically lower our foot when we start to sew and raise it, and that's how we have it set today. But it is conveniently located right here in the front of your machine. Speed control. We have a slider for your speed control. We have our automatic tie off. It's just a little dot on here that when you press it will automatically tie off those stitches. And then we have our reverse. We do have a button here. It's our start stop button. So if you unplug the foot control, you can use this to run your machine. I do that a lot when I'm piecing during the day and I'm going to be sitting here a long time. Or if I'm free motion quilting, I will do that too. This machine, we're going to talk about the accessories in a minute, but this machine has built-in top feeding system. I'll put the camera on it after we talk about the accessories and show it to you. But it is a pull-down feed dog right behind the machine that just locks into place. It's different than some other top feeding systems. This one is actually synchronized with our lower feed dogs. So when this is engaged, those feed dogs are coming together and pulling through. Instead of just doing this, that top one comes down, connects with those bottom ones, and it pulls that fabric through. So it's a perfect top feeding system. So we don't use a walking foot with this machine. This is our walking foot. It's just built in. We call it Smart Feed on our machine. So this comes with the large extension table here, and we give you a lot of accessories with this machine. So let me switch over and show you everything you get with this machine. All right, so it comes with this nice box with a place for you to put all of your accessories. Now, if you're not using the extension table, the machine also comes with a tray that slides on, and there is room in that tray for you to put these accessory feet. But I have mine in a cabinet, so I have this table on, so it's nice that I get this additional box that has the accessories. It comes with the straight stitch throat plate. This throat plate just snaps off. You do not have to find a screwdriver and unscrew anything. We put a little, what's called a key under here, and snap it up, and the plate pops off. So you get your straight stitch throat plate with it. And you also get something that is a Juki exclusive. This is unique to Juki. We can change out our feed dogs on our machine. This machine will do a 7mm stitch width, but when we're doing straight piecing or free motion quilting, I like to be able to access those smaller feed dogs. It gives you a more precise stitch. So I'll show you how we do this later on, but we can switch out those big feed dogs for the smaller feed dogs. And we've kind of turned this machine now into a straight stitch only machine. So it's kind of like the function of our semi-industrial TL machines. So we can take that feature of those and put them into this by changing out the feed dogs. It also comes with a slew of presser feet. This is your overcast.
Not sure I understand.
Oh. I touch my watch and she talks to me. So you have an overcast foot. We give you, this is called, it's a manual buttonhole foot. It's got a groove out in the back. So if you're going to do a manual buttonhole instead of the automatic buttonholes, you would use this. That groove is also an indention enough that you could do a satin stitch with it. And also, I'm not sure if you can see on screen, we have changed some of our feet. They're no longer the shiny silver. They have like a brushed type effect on here. And this will keep the glare from the light from bothering you when you are sewing. So as I look at some of these other feet, maybe you can see the difference. But with this machine, we've taken these feet and give them we've kind of toned down that glare that you can get. We give you your stitch in the ditch foot. This has the groove underneath there. So if you're going to do those ditch stitching, that comes with the machine. You get 2 1/4-inch feet. So we give you the 1/4-inch foot that has the guide on the side. And then we also give you the 1/4-inch foot without the guide. A lot of times you don't want that guide because it might drag across your fabric. So we give you both options. Now this one also, these 2 feet have notches on them. And these are to let you know the middle notch is exactly where, I think you can see that, where your needle strikes. Then there's one behind the foot and one in front of the foot. And those notches are 1/4 inch. So if you want to start 1/4 inch in from the edge of your fabric, you would put the edge of the fabric against this notch. And when you're doing binding or anything where you want to stop at 1/4 inch from the end of the fabric, then I would sew until this notch gets to the end of the fabric. And I know that my needle is 1/4 inch from the edge of the fabric. You get a roll hem foot. You get your blind hem foot. And we give you 2 different zipper feet. So this is a wide zipper foot. And then we also have a narrow zipper foot. So if you're a bag maker and you want to get really close to those zipper teeth, this foot comes with this machine. You get the closed toe decorative stitch foot. That's also a clear foot. And then you get the open toe decorative stitch foot. We give you the darning foot. This is the darning foot back here. You get a straight stitch foot. So when you're using those narrow feed dogs and you want that precise, beautiful top stitch, you can use this foot along with that. And we give you the ruler foot. You do not have to go purchase a ruler foot. This works as your free motion quilting foot, and it's also your ruler foot. So all of this comes with the machine. It's, oh, here is your automatic buttonhole foot. You plug this into the machine. When you put your button in the back of this foot back here, it's now going to, got upside down. When you put your button back here in the back of the foot, it's now going to sense the size of the button and make your buttonhole accordingly. And you get bobbins, dust brush, you get the little T screwdriver. We even give you a seam ripper in here, and it's all convenient in this box. So when you're not using them, you can actually close this box up. So
LuAnn,
those are, yes.
opening that box of accessories is like opening a Christmas present by itself, right? That's
It
crazy.
is. It's like, oh my goodness, look at all. Even when I got the machine, I was like, look at all these feet that come with it. You know, there's a lot of them. Like you don't get 2/4 inch feet with every machine. You get one or the other. And we gave you both of them. You don't get the narrow zipper foot. You get the regular zipper foot. So there's a great addition of feet in this box. It is. It's like Christmas morning when you open this up.
For sure.
All right. So that is all of the accessories that come with it. This machine also has the knee lifter to raise and lower the presser foot. And so now let's go over. I think this is the best way for you to see it. And let's look at the screen and talk about how you get your stitches and all the features that you can use on here. So first of all, get my chair over here a little closer. We have a nice large touch screen on this machine. Everything you need to access is right here. If you want to turn your thread trimmers on or off, you can do that. You don't have to go to another screen to do that. So let's just start at the top here with our categories. And this works. This is a touch screen and you can swipe back and forth. And we'll talk about the categories and all the different things you can do first. So at the top of the screen, there's one called support. You know, you buy your machine, you get it home, and you're like, I don't have time to go take lessons at the dealer. The dealer's closed today. I have questions. I need to know how to work the machine. Your instructions are all built into this machine for you. Operation of the main body. If I touch this, I can go learn how to use all these buttons that are on here. There are videos in here. Setting the bobbin. And sometimes it's hard to see with the camera. So let me see if I need to adjust it. I think you can see it. These are really good videos. It's going to show you how to put that bobbin in, how to set that thread in there. So it'll take you all through that. I'm going to focus that back now. If you need to know how to thread the machine, it's there. How to use the needle threader, all of that is there. So it's easy to go in and learn your machine. Here's operation of the panel, how to operate to get all of your different editing stuff, how to get your stitches, basic operations for sewing. How do I set my do my thread tension? How do I adjust the smart feed and the presser foot lift and things like that? I can go in here and if I want to learn how to mirror image my patterns or how to edit patterns, all of that's built in. Everything's built in to teach you how to use this machine. Another thing that's built in is the instruction manual. It's hard to see on the camera, but the entire instruction manual is built in here. And I can just scroll. It does work like an iPad where you use 2 fingers and you can enlarge it. I know it's hard to see on camera, but I can enlarge it so that I can really read that information on there. So all of that, we've got your support. We've got you covered. You go home with this machine. You have a question, I bet you it's in here, and you don't have to worry until Monday morning when the dealer, or Tuesday morning when the dealer opens back up. We have a setting called setting, and this is where you can customize your machine to do what you like. We have a bobbin thread detection on here. So when our bobbin gets low, the machine will let us know, and you can set it. Do you want me to let you know when you got a lot of thread left or just a little bit of thread left? So you can determine that. Foot switch functions. Our presser foot. Let me grab the presser foot down here. Oh, you would know I've got it. So our presser foot has the capability. So this is what the foot looks like. And this piece over here can be programmed to 7 different functions. So I have mine programmed as a thread trimmer. So when I am sewing and I want it to cut my threads, I have it set for thread trimming. I press this down and it's going to cut my threads. If I want it to be my needle up and needle down, reverse stitch, needle up, needle down, thread trimmer, presser foot, auto lift, I can use this to raise my presser foot, lock stitch, or I can put no function if I don't want it to do anything. So that's a feature we have with the foot control. We can program the side piece of the foot control. And that's just under your settings. That's just one of the things that you can do. So from using double needle, I can go in and select double needle. And you'll notice the word wireless. This machine is Wi-Fi connectability. We can go in and search the internet or look at things on the internet, and I'm going to switch over to that in just a minute. So this is sewing, and this is going to take us to our stitches. But I was talking about the internet, Juki Sewing Net. I actually have this hooked to my home internet. I can go do a digital tutorial and it will take me to how to set the bobbin. A lot of things that were in the support menu is also in this as well. And I'm just going to go back. Juki website. If I touch this, it will take me to the Juki website. It will take me to the Juki home site, the Juki America site. And then you can look up things like presser feet if you're looking for it, or there was a project we posted, or maybe there's something we posted and you wanted to look up really quick. You can do that right here on the machine. Your manual is also on here. Instructional video, if I touch instructional movie, and it does take a minute for this to load, it will take me to YouTube. I can actually go in here to any channel on YouTube. I could watch a movie if I wanted to, but you could actually go access YouTube, and you're not going to be able to see it on the screen because of the glare. You could actually go in here and access YouTube.
LuAnn,
You are not.
So just to clarify, people could watch the recap of Sewing Parts Online, SewCreative Live Christmas on their Juki machine?
Yes, they can. They sure can. Now, you can't watch it while you're sewing. You have to be doing either one. You can't have that on the screen. But yes, they could pull it up and watch it. They sure can. And so on YouTube, you don't have to go just to a Juki website. We actually, when we're at some shows, we will pull up some of our music channels and play music through the machine while we're sewing. So you can do that on the machine too. We all know we have smartphones that can do that, but you know you're killing your battery when you do that. You can do that on your machine and listen to music while you're sewing. You could put Christmas music on this time of the year. So we do have access to the internet with this machine. We can also, it shows us the last 10 stitches. It's the history stitches. The nice thing about this is if you went into this stitch and you change the width, the length, or the tension, it's going to remember that in your history. I like to do a lot of stitching with 30 weight thread, and it needs some adjusting sometimes with the tension. And I can, if it was one of the last 10 stitches I did, I can actually just pull it up through the history. I can also go into the machine and save it as a stitch as well. So let's go back to the sewing part. So this is my sewing screen. So I want to access all of those stitches. I'm just going to touch the number of the stitch, and now I'm into my stitch selection menu. I can do a combination stitch. I can search by categories. You'll see my categories up at the top. This works. I can scroll up or down. So I can scroll up or down. I can go sideways with it. So it works just like your iPad. We're all used to that. So we can do our swipe motions on here to get to the next category and to get to our stitches. So I'm just going to start here with our practical stitches to show you some of the features. Oh, here you can see some of the combinations of things that I was working on. So I'm just going to go back to a straight stitch. All right. Now we have the feature, says sewing start lock stitch and sewing end lock stitch. And you see those are lit up. I can change that and turn it off. So I don't want it to tack my stitches down. I just want you to sew when I start and stop. So I can independently tell it what I want to do at the beginning of my stitch and what I want it to do at the ending of my stitch. Because I'm on a straight stitch, I have the option of reverse stitch. Now what that means is, oh, I touched my pivot in there. So what that means is when I start to sew, it is going to start to sew and automatically back stitch for me. And I can do that at the end as well, or I can turn it off and have it not do anything. So it's nice to be able to customize that stitch. Here is my smart feed. Remember that built-in top feeding system? When we activate this, it kind of works like, we talked about differential feed where the feed dogs pull at a different speed. You can kind of do that on this machine with this setting. So I can take that feeding system back there and change it to the way that it's feeding, whether it's feeding faster or slower. So we can customize that. Presser foot lift on or off. If I want it to lift my foot when I'm sewing. Thread trimmers, I can turn those on or off. So if those are selected, when I go to sew and I hit my reverse, which is a pattern end also, it will automatically cut those threads for me. Needle position. We have this nice called integrated wheel, and you can actually just turn this and you can see what's happening to the needle. So you can set your needle position wherever you want it. You'll notice that this is changing. See, it may not show on screen, but now the 3.5 is white. And as I turn it, it's going to turn blue. And the blue will let me know that I had altered this previously. So that's how you change your needle position. We need to change our thread tension. Like I said earlier, I like to work with 30 weight thread, so I need to adjust that bobbin tension a little bit. So we can do that. All machines have an option for you to do that, but when you're adjusting your tension, you never really quite know where you're going to put that, what's happening with your tension. If you look, when I adjust this wheel, you can see that top thread being pulled down to the bobbin. So it's actually showing you what's happening when your tension is being adjusted. So if I had too much bobbin thread coming to the top, I would want to turn it so that bobbin thread is going down more towards the bottom of my fabric, the underneath of my fabric. It's nice to have that visual. And then we just touch anywhere off screen to get off of that. I'm going to go back into my settings and go to my presser foot lifting height is at 8, and my pivot on here, I have my pivot set where it's going to raise or lower that for me. All right, so let's go back to sewing. I want to go into some decorative stitches now. You set my presser foot pressure back. I had been playing with that earlier. All right, so let's go in and look at the different stitches on the machine. So those are your practical zigzag straight stitch buttonholes. We have just about every kind of buttonhole you would want if you're doing garments. Some people use buttonholes for attaching things that will hold your quilts. So here's some samples of some of the buttonholes. And there's just about a buttonhole on here for everything you want to do. Even a corded buttonhole for those knits, if you're going to put a buttonhole on knits. And all you do is select your buttonhole, attach the buttonhole attachment, put your button in the back, and it will automatically make that buttonhole for you that size. So our next category is applique. when we demo these at shows, more people are looking for applique stitches, and they don't just want one or two. They want a lot of choices, and we give you a lot of choices. We even have the zigzag built in. When people do a zigzag does this. It goes up here and then it comes down like this. Well, when you pull that together, it's still making that stitch where it goes down. This one is doing straight across. So it is a more true satin stitch. And that's actually stitch number 239 on here. Here's a little sampler I did, or a wall hanging I did, just to give you an idea of some of those applique stitches. You can use your decorative stitches for appliques. You don't have to use just a boring zigzag straight stitch or pin stitch. So here's just some samples that we did. This was a class we taught with some of the applique stitches. Tapering. Let's go over to the next category. You can take these stitches, let's just select these, and taper them on the end. There's a settings icon up here. And when I touch that, I can turn the tapering on or off. Let's turn it on. And if you can see all the different angles that I can select to start with and also to end with. So if you're going to do, say, an edge around a napkin and you want to stop in the corner and you want that to be tapered, you can actually select that on here, and now your stitch will taper. See how at the top it's tapering like that? So we do have several of those tapering stitches that you can work with. Quilt line. This is where you're going to find most of your quilting stitches. There are that wonderful serpentine stitch that everybody likes to use for the stitch in the ditch. There's a lot of other choices on here too. I'm just going to select the serpentine and show you these are the same icons we had. But down here at the bottom, I haven't shown you these yet. There's 3 knobs. There's 3 black knobs on here. One is a presser foot pressure, so you can release that foot pressure. One is a zigzag, and the other is your stitch length. Now, when I adjust the stitch length, look what's happening. It's changing that stitch for me, and it's showing me on the screen exactly what's going to happen. So these are some of the quilting stitches. The stippling is built in. I love this one that looks like some boxes put together on there. Scallop. These are your scallop stitches. We have one that's very thin, almost a straight stitch. And then we have the ones that have a wider zigzag. 1 point, these are decorative stitches. And then we have our decorative stitch category. We have beautiful stitches. I've been in this business for a long time, and I always like to go to machines and see if there's any new stitches I haven't seen. And this one and Juki company actually had some stitches that I had not seen on other brands. So beautiful, lacy looking stitches. I'll show you some of these in a minute. And then we also have vintage. So here are just some of the stitches. I like to do what I call stitch stacking. And so here's just some of the decorative stitches that I had used. And each one of these is kind of like an independent stitch. So you start with the one in the center, and then I think this is under the vintage category, and then there's a decorative, the vintage category. And I used the triple straight stitch here to give myself a straight line to use one of those scallop stitches. So here it is with the scalloping. I like to make my own trims when I do my own home deck. And here it is without the scalloping. So that's just some of the built-in stitches there. And then the next one is called feather and lace. And these are designed to look like lace when they have been stitched. So here are some of those stitched out. So if you look here, you can see this stitch with that little lace stitch, which is the one right here. And those have just been butted together to get that lacy look. And then there's a middle stitch and those two delicate stitches on each end. This is just one of the stitches, and I believe I added, and I believe that's just a built-in stitch. And here's one with one down the middle and then the two on each side. The same here, and then this. I don't have to go to the store anymore and buy ribbon. I can make my own and attach it to something. And that's where your vintage and your lace stitches are going to come into play. Now we have feather and lace on here. And look at the bottom. You'll see these 4 stitches. They kind of look like feathers. Well, remember I said this machine does a 7mm stitch. Well, if I combine these stitches, and those 4 stitches are meant to be combined, I can actually get a 14mm stitch. Get those up there where you can see them. So these 2 stitches have been sewn side by side, and now it's a 14mm stitch. So there's 4 stitches in there that you can sew like this and get a wider stitch for trims, for quilting, anywhere you want to use those. And those are our feather stitches that are built into the machine. And then we also have, let me go out of here. We also have lettering on this machine that you can go in and get. So I'm going to go into the combination mode to show you how you can go in and easily create your own. So I did a table runner, and I created my own stitches and added my own lettering. So this machine will do lettering. It says Winter Wonderland. I used a variegated thread, and then I just did some decorative stitches on here. So I created my own little piece on there. So you can see the rest of it. This is a project that we do when we go into dealer stores. I have double needle quilting. Yes, you can quilt with a double needle and the serpentine stitch. That's what this is. And then there's some decorative stitches on the prairie points here. A lot of different things you can do with your stitches. So I'm just going to go to create new data. And now all I have to do is just start looking for what I want to use. Here's my lettering over here. I can select my lettering and just go A, B, C. I want to go back and get one of those lacy type stitches. Let's go into the decorative and let's just choose this. And you'll see how easy it is that I can actually start creating my own series of stitches and combination stitches. So if you want to do your quilt labels, this is an easy way to do that. Create your decorative trims. I can go up here and I can save it. We do have a USB. I can exit out of here. I can go over here and it will automatically save it for me. That's all I had to do. It wants me to get the dual feed out of position. Let me just unhook that. And now I'm ready to stitch it. So let's go back to our combination and we'll just, I can pull up one that I had done before. Let's just pull that up. And we're ready to stitch. So I think I've shown you everything on the screen that you can do. You do have a settings up here if you're wanting to go in to do your mirror image. Of course, all of this, again, is built into this machine under support. All of your instructions are. So you don't have to remember, oh, I was watching her and I forgot how she said to do a combination. It's built into the machine for you to do that. So I'm just going to, just a stitch. So the foot dropped automatically, and I'm stitching this little pattern. I have my speed turned way down on here. Now, when I want to finish it, I could go to my pattern end, and it's going to automatically finish it for me. I had my thread trimmers on, so it automatically cut it. it automatically lifted the foot, and I have sewn my pattern, and I'm ready to go on to the next piece of fabric. And remember, I wanted to show you, let me go back to straight stitch. Practical stitches, straight stitch. I even have my 1/4 inch stitch built in here, so I don't have to, if I would just want to use the edge of the presser foot and not use the 1/4 inch feet, I can just hit the 1/4 inch stitch, and it's going to move my needle over so that the edge of my fabric against the edge of my regular sewing foot, it's going to give me that 1/4 inch stitch. Let's just go back to the regular straight stitch. I want to show you the smart feed, and all right, so let me get this into position, unmirror it. And see if my autofocus is going to work on here so you can see it. I don't usually use this camera when I'm doing this, so it may not that you can see it. But the dual feed is located back here in the back of the machine. There you go. You can see it. And when I pull this
LuAnn,
down,
sorry to interrupt you. It is upside down.
Yeah. That's the with this camera over here, that's the best the mirroring is going to give me. So
okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't usually, like I say, use this camera for. And it's in the wrong position too. So but anyway, I think you can get an idea. Here it is. You see this right here? That is my top feeding system that I'm just pulling straight down, and it's hooking into the back of the foot here. So this is how easy it is to engage it and disengage it. It's just 2 fingers, pull it down. And that's the smart feed. Your top feeding system is built in. So let me get the camera back on me and see if anybody has any questions about this machine or anything I might have missed.
Yes, it looks like we do have a question asking, is there also a printed manual or just the built-in instructions?
It does not come with the printed manual. You can print one out, but it doesn't come in. We give you several ways to get that, but it doesn't come in the box with it. So there was one thing I wanted to show you that I had not, and I'm going to use I want to show you how to change out those feed dogs. And I know this camera is going to let me get into that so that you can see this. You get those autofocus cameras. Okay, so I'm going to change my throat plate and put on my straight stitch throat plate. I'm just going to take the key here that comes with the machine, put it down in that little slot, and this is going to pop up. All right. Now my feed dogs, if you can see, there's your good vision. Here's my feed dog. I'm going to pop those up and take those 7mm feed dogs out. And I am going to put these back in. My fingers may be in the way, but all I have to do is set these prongs down into the base area and snap it down. Look how easy that was to change. Literally, those little prongs just go down into a place, and I have changed it now to my smaller feed dogs for my straight stitch throat plate. So here's my straight stitch throat plate. We're going to put this on, slide it in, and snap it down. And that's all it is to change your throat plate, to get in there, to clean it, to get the lint out, and to put those narrow feed dogs in. So now you can see if I'm going to do 1/4 inch piecing, that foot is going to fit right on those narrow feed dogs there. there's less room for play when you're using the smaller feed dogs. I didn't think it made a difference until I actually tried it with the 1/4-inch piecing, and that's not the only thing you can do it for, but it did make a difference in how the feeding of the fabric was. If you're going to make those bags and you need that extra stability, you want to put on the straight stitch throat plate with the narrow feed dogs in there, and you're ready to go. So that's a Juki exclusive. You're not going to see this on any other machine.
LuAnn, does this machine also have the box feed system?
Yes, it does. That means the feed dogs come up and then they move over. They don't roll. So they come up, they slide, and they drop. And that's better precision feeding of your fabric that way.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look and see if there's some other questions for you.
The other thing is this won't let you sew if you don't have the right throat plate. I have a message on my screen that says set the throat plate. It's been slipped out of position. So if you don't have everything down the way it's supposed to, and it looks like I've got this on a little crooked, the machine won't let you sew. It's going to protect you from yourself. So if you
that's
can't
so
harm
nice.
it. You can't harm it. Yeah.
We do have a question regarding lace stitches. Can they be sewn off the edge of the fabric to make a laced edge?
Yes, you can. I haven't tried that, but you would want to use like a water soluble, like a heavy water soluble that the threads are going to stitch onto. They also, those threads need to be connected to something else, either to an edge of the fabric. Some people will do lace thread on lace thread, but I think these work better if they're attached to an edge of a piece of fabric. But yes, you can just put a water soluble underneath there to support the stitches.
That sounds like a cool technique. Linda's asking, is this considered a semi-industrial machine?
No, it is not. The reason we use the word semi-industrial is the way the bobbin goes in, it's a different bobbin system, and just some of the way the technology in the machine, and that's going to be only to our TL series. However, I have used this machine to make those bags and to go over those heavy seams. We just don't call it a semi-industrial because it does not have the way it's made. It's not doesn't follow all those specs on there. But I have sewn real heavy fabric with this machine, and I have sewn lightweight. I have quilted with it. It's a beautiful machine. And I've sewn with a lot of brands. It's a beautiful machine. Stitches very well.
Yeah, it definitely seems incredibly versatile.
And it's a very quiet machine.
Very quiet?
Very quiet when you're sewing. It's not a loud machine. It's very quiet.
Nice. We also have another question regarding bag making, since you just touched on that. They're wondering, should they go with the TL 2010Q or the TL 18? Can you touch on that?
Well, that's going to be your choice. That's going to be your budget as to what you want to spend. I can say that the TL18 has that extra presser foot height. So if you're going to sew things really thick and you need extra room, the TL18 will give you that. If you're going to sew different thicknesses of batting, if you're going to quilt, that micro lift on the TL18 will give you that. But both are good machines. You just have to decide if those few extra features will work for you.
Correct. And the 18 comes with more accessories than the 2010, correct?
Yeah, it does.
We also have another question regarding the difference between the industrial and the home machines. Is their motor size different?
Oh, that would be a tech question. I don't really talk about the motors and stuff, so I can't answer. I'm not tech, so I've never had anybody ask about the motors in the machine.
Everybody's wanting all the knowledge.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's something that you could find out, and you could actually let them know, since you'll have access to everyone who watched this. Because you're comparing the semi-industrial machine with this machine, so I do not know how they're manufactured with the parts inside.
That makes sense. Yeah. If anybody has any questions that haven't been touched on, you can always reach out to our customer service. And, we have resources too. All these educators, we'll be able to contact people and see if we can get all of the information for you that you want. But
sure.
I think I think
So
that about
hopefully
covers
this
the
will,
question.
yeah, hopefully this will make it under some Christmas trees this year. I know I've seen
You
on
better
social
believe it.
media quite a few of those TL machines are already sitting under Christmas trees. So if
Yep.
you're looking for one that does more than straight stitch, check this one out.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for another great demonstration. We
You're
appreciated you
welcome.
joining us on all 3 days. So hopefully you can join us again in 2023.
Sure. And Merry Christmas to everyone. And thanks for joining me.
Merry Christmas, LuAnn. Well, that was a great segment. She had so many great machines to show us, and we're going to recap on all of them here in just a bit. But let's go ahead and do the giveaway for this segment, and then we'll start wrapping up on a few things. How's that sound, Brian?
I think it's a good idea.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and do our $100 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. We want to pull that up. All right. Here we go. We're getting closer to that grand prize. Who's getting excited for that? This one's pretty cool too, $100 to Sewing Parts Online. Marcia. Oh, Marcia's a return viewer. Thank you, Marcia. Congratulations. All right. Well, before we start recapping, we're going to talk about a lot of great deals because over the last 3 days, we have shown some awesome stuff. So keep in mind that we have available financing. Mark Martin on day 1 from Grace Company, he said it perfectly. Right now is the time to get stuff. We have the available financing. It's not a dream machine or a dream frame. You can get it now. We can help you out. We're going to have some amazing pricing. We're going to recap on all this stuff and start nudging your loved ones, being like, this is the Christmas gift for me. Did you have something you wanted to add, Brian?
We got to give away. We got to give them the word.
We've got to give a word. You guys know how this works, the surprise Christmas word, right?
This one's not a surprise this time. This one we're letting you know. It's
Yep.
coming up now and it's staying up on the screen.
Here we go. Let's share that word.
Ready?
Yep.
Boom. There it is.
Boom. All right. So you guys, there's the word. Start commenting. We are going to be doing several giveaways here on the end. What we're going to do is recap one day, and then we're going to do some giveaways. Day 2, giveaways 3, and then we're going to do the grand finale. So
if you want to win the Triumph, you have to put hashtag Merry Christmas.
Triumph. Yeah. Brian just mentioned if you want to win that Triumph and the $500 gift card to Sewing Parts Online and the $500 gift card to ineedfabric.com, you need to do hashtag Merry Christmas. I've been loving this surprise Christmas word throughout the whole event, though. How about you, Brian?
I do too. I think it's fun.
It's a lot of fun. Okay, so let's go over to our overlays and we'll start with day 1. Actually, before I do that, I just saw a question from Rebecca Newell. Thank you for asking that. She is asking, are we going to be replaying all of these segments? So we are going to post all 3 days on our YouTube. So you'll be able to go back, watch them, get all this great education and pick out your favorite segments. So, all right, let me find day 1 and we'll start recapping. It's going to go fast because we've got a lot to talk about. Okay, so let me take my notes here because I took a whole bunch of notes throughout this time because I was learning stuff too, right? Good, great educators. So let's start with that Baby Lock Array, the embroidery machine. This is a 6-needle embroidery machine. It has an embroidery field of 7 7/8 inch by 11 3/4. That is a great, huge embroidery field. It stitches 1,000 stitches per minute. Great for bags, pillows, towels, hats, quilts, all sorts of good stuff. This is normally $14,999, on sale for $11,999, but we have special event pricing on that. In addition to the special event pricing, with the purchase of the array, you get a $500 Sewing Parts Online gift card, and it's still eligible for the free bonus bundle that's worth over $1,100. So this is an amazing time to get the array. This is perfect for a small business or a hobby if you're looking to get into some really cool embroidery. Also, it's got the IQ Intuition monitoring app. So if your thread breaks or there's an error or when the stitching is complete, it's going to tell you on your phone. So that is pretty awesome. Let's go into the frames. Mark and Melinda had showed us a great demonstration of this cutie frame if you're looking to get into free motion quilting, but you're maybe on a budget or you don't have a lot of room, this works with a domestic machine as well as any of the machines that Grace demonstrated throughout this event. So the 16 series, the 19 series, and the 21X Elite. You are going to be able to use this particular frame if you're wanting. So we've got a couple of options for this. You can do the really special event pricing. So see how it's normally $1,200, but it has a sale price of $689. You can do a call in, and we can't advertise it. It's so low. You get a fantastic price. You got to give our customer service a call. You can do that, or you could do the $689 sale price, but you get a free motion starter kit as well as the 4 bungees. So whichever situation works for you. Now, let's say you already have a long arm machine or a mid arm machine and you're just needing to replace your frame. We have a frame sale going on right now. The Q Zone hoop frame is normally $16.99 on sale for $11.99. The Q Zone hoop frame, or excuse me, the Q Zone queen frame is normally $18.99 on sale for $13.99. And the Continuum frame is normally $2,999 with a sale price of $2,499. All 3 of those options have a special call-in price. So you can call our customer service and you're going to get an even better deal. Perfect time to take advantage of that financing. The Continuum 2, you can do an 8-foot, a 10-foot, or a 12-foot. So customize it to your needs, what you need to set up in your area. Let's scooch on to the Aero furniture. This is so cool. Now, before I get into the pricing, I just want to mention on Amanda Mateo's segment on her, the jelly roll pattern, the jelly roll tree skirt pattern. There we go. That's a big project. You need a lot of space. So she has a table that has her machine dropped into it and has the acrylic insert to give you the level sewing surface. That is perfect just for, or for projects like that, and for quilts and things along those that nature, and just in general, wanting more room and a flat surface. Excuse me, end of day, I cannot speak. But keep that in mind as you're looking at all of this awesome furniture. So the first one that I'm going to show you is the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. Notice that there's drawers on the left-hand side. You've got a great amount of storage with the Kangaroo and Joey. Normally that's $2,499 and the sale price is $1,799. With the purchase of all of these pieces, you're going to get the free quilt blocks, the Krista quilt blocks, for a $129 value. So that's going to come with the Kangaroo and Joey, the Wallaby, and the Aussie. So let's look at the Wallaby next. This one is awesome because it has the thread storage on the right-hand side, but you also have that opening on the left-hand side that you can store a serger or fabric. You got an extra drawer for all your goodies. You also can pair it with an acrylic table to have that flat sewing surface. Super cool. You could get the free quilt blocks, which will prevent your project from falling off the edge of your furniture. That normally is $2,199 on sale for $1,599. Of course, there is financing available, and you're going to get special event pricing. So give us a call and we can help you out with that. We all know my favorite. I had shown a picture of my dining room. We were joking that it's not a dining room any longer. It is my sewing space, right? This is what I want to put in there. It's the Aussie sewing cabinet. It's a full studio. When I say full studio, look at that. You've got storage, you've got shelving, you've got drawers, you've got space to put your serger, you have a space to move over and be able to press. It is such a nice full studio. Look at that price. It's normally $2,499 on sale for $1,799. And we have the special event pricing. Free quilt blocks, the Krista quilt blocks valuing $129 added on to that already amazing deal. Who's going to get their loved one that for Christmas? I'm hoping everybody is saying yes or commenting saying, yes, I am. Next, let's move on to the Bandicoot bundle. I'll probably mention this a couple of times because it is awesome. It's going to give you your cabinet, your pressing station, and your chair all in a bundle package. This is perfect for if you're just getting started and want everything all at once and you don't even have to think about it, or if you have a smaller space, or if it's just the right size for you. You know, everybody has a preference on what they're looking for. But the Bandicoot bundle is normally $2,547, on sale for $1,399. And again, a really, really good Christmas gift. We're going to scooch into the Juki machines. I've already told you that I'm in love with this machine. This is my new baby. It's the Juki TL 2010Q quilting machine, but it's not just for quilting, you guys. It's great for quilting, but you can also do garment sewing, and my preference is bag making. It sews through bulky seams like butter. No joke. It is amazing. If you've not joined our TikTok, I did a little segment on that the other day where I was folding up some foam stabilizer, upholstery fabric, and regular fabric all together and doubling it up, and it sews through so nicely. You always want to do a test run before you continue on. So you'll see how awesome that Juki is. That is normally $16.99, on sale for $8.99, which is already an incredible price. But guess what? Special event pricing, you're going to get even a better deal. So if you need to, we've got the financing available and you can get your perfect Christmas gift. As LuAnn had mentioned, we also have the TL18 QVP that does have the micro lift as well as the added accessories to it. And it also has the extra height under the presser foot. So if you're looking to do even bulkier items, you've got that room to put in the thicker fabric. That normally is $18.99. Incredible sale price already of the $12.99, but that's not the best price we can do. You know the drill. Give us a call. We can help you out. Our customer service is excited to help you out. Kate joined us and had shown us the beautiful Aurifil thread. Talk about an awesome Christmas gift. This is the best selection 50 weight cotton thread, normally $318, on sale for $272. And I believe that also has a special event pricing as well. If you're looking to get every color that Aurifil has in a beautiful, nice storage case, you can get the full selection Aurifil thread. That's 50 weight as well. It's normally $17.69, on sale for $15.12. And any sewist would love that gift for Christmas. Let's look at the Memory Craft 14,000. Now, I've got to find my notes on this machine because this machine was incredible. Let me turn my pages here. That normally is $9,999, on sale for $6,499. But I know we have special event pricing on that. This is a quilting and embroidery machine. It has a removable accessory table, so it's great for sewing garments as well. In the sewing side of things, you're looking at 400 plus built-in stitches, over 13 buttonholes. On the embroidery side of things, you have 350 designs. You've got a large embroiderable area of 9.1 inches by 11.8. My favorite, I love the one button needle plate conversion. It makes it so easy to swap it out for the correct plate if needed to switch to a straight stitch plate. No messing with any screws or anything like that. This machine, Brian and I were talking about how incredible this is, you guys. The MSRP on that is normally $9,999, right? Normal sale price is $6,999. Then we had our sale price of the $6,499. But we decided to do SewCreative Live special event pricing. So this machine is going to be like $3,500 off MSRP. Who wants to get their loved one a fancy machine for an incredible savings? I don't know about you, but I'm hoping everybody's nodding their head. I love that one. It also has 91 needle positions. And yeah, that one's just amazing. Lots of great stuff for that one. Next, we have the Baby Lock Victory. Melinda had shown us how cool this was. She was able to do, she did a Christmas bag within 5 minutes. It was awesome. She also was able to do the beading, or you can do beading and you can do piping, all sorts of good stuff on the Baby Lock Victory. With the purchase of the Victory, you get a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. And so you're already getting a great sale price of the $1,999, but there is special event pricing on that. So you get special event pricing and a gift card. That has the jet air, which feeds your thread through the little tubes with a burst of air. So it's really, really easy to thread it. A lot of people are a little intimidated by threading a serger. Baby Lock makes it super easy to do that. It's no problem at all. And let's see what else we have here. We are going to talk about some snap hoop monsters. It gives you that ability to do free motion sewing. You can also do quilting on your, quilting on your embroidery machine, which was pretty awesome. Eileen had showed us the weightless quilter, where you can take all the weight of your project off your machine, so you're not getting those pulled stitches, and it just lets your embroidery machine do all the work. That weightless quilter is normally $3.99, on sale for $2.99. Very, very cool. Let's shift over to the 16 series. So we're going to talk about quite a few different unique machines. On day one, we talked about the 16 series. So this is going to be a mid-arm machine. It is the manual option does not have the stitch regulator, but it's great to get you into free motion quilting on a frame. So that normally is $3,999, on sale for $3,499. That machine comes with a free Cutie or Q-Zone hoop frame. And then also we have the 16X long arm machine. That one is normally $4,999, on sale for $4,499. And I am almost certain all of these have special event pricing as well. Correct, Brian?
Yes.
Yes. So give us a call. We can get an even better price. And that also comes with the free frame. So you get a free Cutie frame or a Q-Zone hoop frame. Let's bump up to the 16X Elite long arm machine. That is on sale for $5,999. Excuse me, MSRP is $5,999 and sale price $4,999. But you're not going to beat that price. Or sorry. Okay, guys, let's back up. We're going to stop for a second, right? We're going to stop. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to get you an even better price. With that machine, you'll get the free Cutie or the Q-Zone hoop frame. And then on top of that, any one of those machines, you not only get the frame, but you would get a free ruler base and a 9-piece hopping foot set just for this event. So you're getting completely set up at an amazing price. The other thing that I want to mention is the automation. And I touched on this a little bit, but now is an amazing time to get this. I was speaking with my manager, and there is a significant savings. We cannot say it online, but I'm going to show you on the beginnings. The Quilters Creative Touch beginnings normally is $4,999, on sale for $3,999. The special event pricing on this is incredible. You're going to want to give our customer service a call if you've been looking to get into automation. Down at the bottom of the picture, you can see that it's not compatible with an iPad. So please keep that in mind. Also, you do need to have Windows 7, 8, 9 or higher in order to use this software. We also have the Quilters Creative Touch 5 Pro. That normally is $7,499. It was on sale for $5,999. Also, it has the special event pricing that is a significant savings. So I think that about wraps up day one. And we need to take a little breather. I'm like, rattle, rattle, rattle. Are we going to do a giveaway, Brian?
Yes, we have.
What do we have?
It's a gift card.
We have a gift card. I put my notes aside because I wanted to tell you all the good stuff about everything, right?
How much is the gift card?
I am looking here. I wrote it down here. I think it's the 100, but let me make sure. Let me make sure. Yep. 100 on this one. So let's go ahead and pick the winner before we scooch on into day two. All right. I'll take a little sip of my water, maybe. I think I might be out. All right. Carolyn Lynn Langer, congratulations. You won the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card, and you'll be able to get some goodies. All right. So let's scooch into day two. Here we go. I got to scroll up to the top again, beginning of the day. I think we started with the 19 series on that day. We sure did. So Grace joined us with the 19X machine. Now this is going to have the 19-inch throat space, so you're looking at a little bit bigger. So that's going to be considered a long arm instead of a mid arm. It is $7,299, but on sale for $6,499. And you can call us and get that special event pricing. The 19X also comes with a free frame, so you can get the Cutie or the Q-Zone hoop frame. You can also get the 19X Elite machine. This one has more stitch or faster stitch, and you get that free Cutie or Q-Zone frame. It normally is $8,499, on sale for $7,699. And just remember that there is financing available. As Mark had said, these are completely affordable right now. It's the perfect time to get your Christmas gift. You don't have to think about the frame. It's already paired with it, free with the machine. In addition to the free frame, you're going to get the free ruler base and the 9-piece hopping foot set. I just went over the automation. You can pair that with those machines as well. So again, just remember that they are really affordable right now, and financing is available for the automation. On day 2, we got to see some more Aero furniture. This stuff is awesome. I know we had briefly mentioned the Bandicoot bundle, but you can get those pieces individually as well. So if you're not needing a full studio, you can get just the cabinet. The Bandicoot cabinet is normally $13.99, on sale for $6.99. Look at that savings, you guys. That's not even the best price that we can do. We can get you an even better price. Just give us a call and we'll tell you what that is. Special event pricing, too low to say online. We've got the Kiwi multi-use cabinet, $6.99, on sale for $4.99. That too is special event pricing, so you're going to get a better deal. That is going to be not only a cutting station, but a pressing station. It has the drawers to hold your thread and store some fabric and other sewing goodies. Really great way to add to your sewing studio. We all love the hydraulic chairs. They showed them a couple of times, the different colors, the different patterns. I believe there's 10 different available. They hold up to 300 pounds. They've got the heavy duty casters. They've got the lift up storage area, so you can put your candy bar in there just like Harley, right? That is normally $449, on sale for $329. Then again, you can do the bundle if you'd like. Awesome, awesome savings. Normally is $2,547, on sale for $1,399. Who knows when we're going to have pricing like this, you guys? Perfect time for your Christmas gifts. As Harley had mentioned, this stuff is in stock, so you get your order placed by 11:59 tonight when the sale ends, and you'll be getting those gifts very, very quickly. Next, we've got the Kookaburra cutting table. This amazing cutting station comes with the free cutting mat with the purchase of this table. So you've got, normally it's $1,599, on sale for $1,199. This is a nice height. You're able to stand at this station, cut really nicely. I had also mentioned to Harley that a lot of people are doing projection sewing, and you could install a projector on your ceiling and then have it project your pattern on this wonderful cutting station, and you could cut your time in half. I mean, it's really cool. Very cool. We've also got the Dixie cutting table. If you don't have a lot of space, but you still need a designated cutting station, you can get the Dixie table. This too comes with a free cutting mat. So that is normally $7.99, on sale for $5.99. And you can get the special event pricing on that as well. Just a reminder, from day 1, you have the Kangaroo and Joey. That is normally $2,499, on sale for $17.99. And that comes with the free quilt blocks, and it has special event pricing. The Wallaby also comes with the free quilt block. So with the purchase of the Wallaby, it's normally $2,199, on sale for $1,599. That's great for many different things, but it has the leaf on the back that you can have some extra space. You've got the storage for your serger, and you've got the thread storage on the right-hand side. You can pair it with an acrylic table and have that wonderful flat sewing surface. We all know my love for the Aussie. Once again, we've got a sale price of the $17.99, but that's not the best price that we can do. You can give us a call and you can get that loved one the perfect full studio. That comes with the free Krista quilt blocks, valuing at $129. Speaking of the acrylic tables, Stacy from Sew Steady came and showed us the wonderful holiday large package where you can get a custom cut acrylic table to give you a larger sewing space. That is the 18 by 24 table, comes with the bag and the polish kit. It normally is $191, but has a sale price of $149. That is an awesome package. The one that I even like even a little more, I have to say, is the Wish package. This Wish table is 22.5 by 25.5, I believe. It has the little drawer where you can have all your goodies right there at hand. You know, if you're anything like me, you want your little snips and your tweezers and all that fun stuff right at your fingertips. Also, it comes with a bag and the polish kit. Normally is $309, on sale for $249. Before I continue, just a quick reminder that you want to put that Christmas word, hashtag Merry Christmas, to get entered into our giveaway at the end. We are going to be doing our grand prize very, very soon. All right, next we have the Elna 780 Plus computerized sewing machine. We had talked to Sam about this particular one. He showed off all the fun features. It has the dual feed plus system. That's going to move both the top and bottom layer of your fabric in tandem, which is great for knits, vinyl, pleather, anything that shifts on you. That's really, really going to help. It has the knee lift, which you can use to keep your hands on your project and use your knee to lift up the presser foot as needed. Really handy when you're trying to move around some things and not want to shift your hands. It also has a built-in bobbin winder. It too has that awesome one-step needle conversion, or excuse me, one-step needle plate conversion. So you just hit the button and pop off the needle plate, swap it out for the correct one, and you don't have to mess with any screws. It also has 91 needle positions. So this is able to get your needle exactly where you need it to be. It has the Stitch Composer, which is a software that you can create your own stitches. That is so cool. That machine is normally $5,499, on sale for $4,999, but you get special event pricing. We only have one left?
Yeah.
One left.
Because of the event.
Are you serious?
We only have one left.
That's exciting, you guys. That was a popular machine. We only have one left in stock on the 780 Plus. So make sure that you get it if somebody was interested in it in your family. Perfect Christmas gift. We've got financing available, so it is not a dream machine. It is your machine that you can get before Christmas. Let's shift over to the cover stitch machine. Now, LuAnn had told us the difference between a cover stitch and a serger. That cover stitch is going to finish your hems, where the serger is going to cut off the edges and give you a nice professional finish. So let's look at that cover stitch machine. That normal price is $1,999, on sale for $799. Next, we've got the serger, which is the MO 2800. This serger normally is $2,099, on sale for $1,599. This serger is so cool. It has the waist catcher on the front, which is always handy dandy, but it also has a knee lifter. How unique is that? I don't even know of another machine, another serger that has the knee lift. That kind of shocked me when she showed that to me. So that one is wonderful. You could get both the cover stitch and the serger and a sewing machine, and somebody's going to love you. Get the whole studio and then put it on the Aero furniture, right? That's like, now that would be a dream, but could become a reality, right? That's what we're saying. All right, next up we have the Sashiko. I know somebody already purchased a Sashiko. I am so excited to see results. I hope that person, please join our Facebook group and show me pictures of what you create with this machine, because that is going to give you the beautiful vintage look and do heirloom sewing. It looks like you did hand stitching all with your machine. That was so cool. It normally is $3,999, on sale for $2,799, but it has the special event pricing, and it comes with a $200 Sewing Parts Online gift certificate. So you can get some more goodies in the future. A quick reminder about the cutie. We have those two options. You've got where you can do the $6.89 and, oh, I'm sorry, the $6.89 is where you can call and give us the special. We will give you the special event pricing. We'll give you the special event pricing that is too low to show online. Or you can do the absolutely awesome sale price of the $6.89 and get the free motion starter kit and the bungees. But if you don't need the starter kit or the bungees and just need the cutie frame, that special event pricing is super great. So you're going to want to give us a call. Just a reminder that we do have the sale on the other frames. So the Q-Zone hoop frame normally is $16.99 on sale for $1,199. We do have a special event pricing on that as well. So call us to get an even better deal on that. We've got the Q-Zone Queen frame, which is $18.99, sale price of $13.99. And again, we can do the special event pricing on it. The Continuum 2 frame is also available. It is in 8 foot, 10 foot, or 12 foot. So you can get whatever size works best for you. That is normally $2,999 on sale for $2,499, but that's not the SewCreative Live Christmas event pricing. So you can give us a call and we can help you out with an even better price. Because we want to mention the automation here, because if you're interested in getting one of those Qnique machines and need to pair it with some software, now's the time to do it. It is an amazing sale right now. It's normally $4,999 on sale for $3,999. I can't say the special event pricing, but it is a significant savings. So in addition to the already 20% off, we've got the special event pricing that you're not going to want to miss out on. If you've even been remotely interested in getting into automation on your Longarm machine, you're going to want to give us a call. We've got the Pro version as well. That's going to be normally $7,499 on sale for the $5,999. Again, a significant savings on that particular software. So I think that about recaps day 2. Correct, Brian?
Yep, I think that's it.
All right. Whew. We're almost there, you guys. We're doing great. All right, we're getting closer to that grand prize. Okay, so which prize is next, Brian?
It's the 30-pack of Floriani and a $25 gift card.
Awesome. So you're going to get a $25 gift card to Sewing Parts Online, and we're going to do a 30-pack of the Floriani embroidery thread. The stuff's beautiful. $250 value. So let's go ahead and pick the winner for that. Okay. Who's going to be lucky? I hope everybody's commenting hashtag Merry Christmas because we're getting there.
Chelsea
Swindle, yes. Chelsea was on with us showing us how to make the raglan tee. She did an amazing segment, and we hope to have her back in the future. She will have to come pick it up. She's going to have some maintenance done on her machine, and we'll have to have a little powwow. Congratulations, Chelsea. Awesome. All right. What is next?
$150.
Okay, now we've got a $150 gift card to Sewing Parts Online. So let's see who the next winner is. Here we go. Almost there. Greta, congratulations. You are the winner of that gift card. Okay, you guys, I think we just need to recap on day 3, and then, we're going to pick our winner for the grand prize, which is going to be the $7,500 Triumph and $500 gift card to Sewing Parts Online and $500 gift card to ineedfabric.com. So it's going to be really fun. Here we go. Let's do day 3, and just keep in mind that this sale ends tonight at 11:59 p.m. So you want to take advantage of this special event pricing, get that perfect Christmas gift, and make somebody very, very happy. All right, let's do day 3. We're going to start with, let's see where morning was. We started off strong with the 21X Elite this morning with the Grace Company. Okay, so the 21X Elite, that was the creme de la creme, right? It had 21-inch throat space, that color touch screen, had the on-screen tutorials. It was available right at your fingertips, right? That comes with the free Continuum 2 frame. You can pick, you can do the 8-foot, the 10-foot, or the 12-foot frame, whatever works best for your space. With that machine, it normally is $9,999, on sale for $8,499, but that has the special event pricing. In addition to the special event pricing and the free Continuum 2 frame, right now for our event only, you are able to get a free ruler base and a 9-piece hopping foot set. So you'll be completely set up, ready to go with that 21X Elite. And that will be available for Christmas. We had the Easy Does It pattern. You can make an awesome boxy bag for a loved one. You can put some makeup in there or your sewing notions. It's a great pattern. We saw how Nichole hacked that and made it a purse. That was a really, really cool pattern. It is on sale for $19.99. You can use the coupon code SewSeason22 and get 15% off of that particular pattern. You can also use that coupon on over 34,000 other items that are eligible for the coupon. Let's see what we have next. We had Trevor Conquergood with R&K had showed us the Total Control U embroidery software. I just loved how the software walks you through step by step. As he had mentioned, it gives you the steps for success, right? He took that little JPEG and digitized it, made it perfect for embroidering it. It also walks you through, as he said, steps for success, right? Walks you through, tells you exactly what you need to do, whether or not you need a specific stabilizer. You're going to get good results with this software. He had mentioned all the goodies as well that comes with it. Also, you get the free 100 spool Floriani thread kit. That values by itself $640. So normally that software is $4,299, on sale for $2,999. And that also has special event pricing. So you'll get an even better price on that software. We have the Jelly Roll Rug Tree Skirt pattern. That was so much fun. Amanda Mateo was talking about how you can do that project. I had also mentioned that this is a great example of why you would want some aero furniture that has that flat surface. When you're working on a big project, you want everything to be nice and flat so you're not having it fall off the edge of your table. So super, super good pattern, and it would pair well with your aero fabric.
And qualifies for SewSeason.
Oh yes, SewSeason 22
and
for the
we have
15%.
A bunch of Jelly Roll fabric that we have Riley Lake, and we have Moda. We have a bunch that also qualifies.
Nice. As Brian had mentioned, we have a bunch of jelly rolls on our website, and all of those qualify for that coupon code as well. So make sure to get some stocking stuffers for your loved one. Next, we had Team Tobisch. I loved those guys. They are awesome. They have some great products making your precision piecing really, really good. You've got the starter kit. The 3-piece set is on sale for $26.99. It gets you started on that. You also have both Bernie and Shelley's books. Shelley's book, Precision Piecing, is $29.95. And Bernie's book is the You and Your Sewing Machine for $24.95. This is such a great reference to have in your sewing room. It solves so many issues. He touches on anything you really need to do to troubleshoot your machine. So very, very, very good. Last but not least, we've got the DX4000 QVP that LuAnn had shown us. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but the fact that you could be, cutting some fabric and watching YouTube on your sewing machine is pretty fabulous. I just thought that was so cool. In addition to the Wi-Fi capability, you also have great storage box that comes with an awesome amount of accessories. In LuAnn's words, a slew of feet. That was awesome. Not to mention number 237 with that satin stitch that's straight across instead of extended zigzag. That's going to give you a beautiful satin stitch. We all know that sometimes they can look a little wonky, and to have that particular stitch is pretty awesome. Okay, well, that normally is $5,999. on sale for $3,499. And again, financing is available on anything that you've seen. You can get the perfect Christmas gift for your loved ones. Okay, do we have any questions before we go on to the finale? Do we want to check questions or say hi to any of our repeat? I don't know.
I think it's a lot of hashtag Merry Christmas. I don't know if I'm going to see any questions.
Well, I was just about to say, anybody that has not joined our Facebook group, which is Sewing Parts Online, Sewing Community, please join our group. I want to see what you make with all of the fun stuff that you get from our event. Also, we have people that are, help troubleshoot or talk about different machines or show pictures. It's just a fun group. Also, I've mentioned our TikTok and everything too. Join us on there. We show some short tutorials on that end or on our YouTube channel. And Brian and I plan to do some more videos here in the future as well. We've been asked a few times whether or not these are going to be replayed. So the last 3 days are going to be on our YouTube channel. That way you can go back, watch everything, soak it all in. I don't know about you, but Karen Miller's segment, that was awesome. On setting up your machine for free motion quilting, she gave so much information. I couldn't even digest all of it. I was like, I'm going back, I'm watching that, taking notes, and hopefully she'll be back to join us as well. But all right. Are we good? Are we going to do it? Let's do that overlay because I think we just need to really, really point it out that we are giving away this Baby Lock Triumph. $7,500 value plus, this is all together, guys, all together. $7,500 value for the Baby Lock Triumph, $500 Sewing Parts Online gift card, $500 I Need Fabric gift card. So let's do it. See who our winner is. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Maybe it's a name we've seen a few times. All right. Ellen Camden. Congratulations. Everybody, let's cheer for Ellen. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. And we will be back in the spring. So we look forward to seeing you then. But we just want to take a moment to say thank you. So we know that time is valuable. Everybody's busy with the holidays, getting ready, and for you to spend time with us, watching our videos and everything really means a lot to us. We've had a really fun time with you, with our educators, and just putting this on for you. We also want to thank everybody here at Sewing Parts Online. We've been a team. We've been really working hard to get this all together. And yeah, it's just been a good time. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and we hope to see you all in the future. But last but not least, regarding the giveaways, why don't we touch on that super quick? Can you put that layover or that overlay on? Oh, layover. Somebody's going to fly. I am going home to Minnesota in a little while. Maybe. But you can go to our link tree, which is linktree/Sewing Parts Online. Click Claim Your Prize. Fill that out and submit your form. You can also go to Sewing Parts Online /SewCreative Live. Just give us a little bit of time. We will have to go through and verify that information. We're going to watch the live back, make sure all the names match and everything. You do have a specific amount of time to claim your prize, so please don't hesitate. Go fill out that so you don't miss out on your goodies. And then next week, we will start getting those shipped out as soon as we can. Is there anything else that you want to add, Brian? I know you probably want to tell everybody hi, bye.
No, I just thank you everybody for watching. We worked really hard on this event, and we are so grateful for everybody that came every single day. Some of you stayed all day, every single day, and you were just commenting like crazy and sharing the posts and liking. And when you interact with us like that, it makes our event a little more popular, which means the next one can be bigger and better. We can offer better giveaways. We can have more educators. We can do more for you. And that's really what we do this all is so that you guys, our following, our community, our friends can have a really good educational, informative time together with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting us. That's all I got to say. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you.